Hello friends and welcome to another typical tea relaxing Longplay. Today we're settling into a new cozy playthrough on the divided map, but to make life a little harder we'll be attempting to beat the game on the challenging difficulty. We take our usual steady pace, talking through each decision and making generally suboptimal choices throughout. At the heart of the little kingdom we build one of the prettiest manors I've ever designed, but the latest beta gives us a whole new problem when it comes to castle construction. I still can't believe that people like watching these long plays and listening to my ramblings, so a big thank you to each and every one of you out there. We're edging in on 3,000 subscribers, which just blows my mind, so if you want to make my day, hit that button and drop a comment below so I can send you my personal thank you. We join in the journey at the very beginning, but as ever, you can use the timestamps to skip ahead of the early game. But enough of all that, without further ado, grab yourselves a cup of tea and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we are then, loading in to our fresh long play. We'll pop a quick pause there and see where we've landed. Rastweisen, down here in the bottom. We're on the divided map, very exciting. I don't know if I've actually really played on this map before. It may be my first real time playing on it, and gosh, it is divided, isn't it? I can't believe I've not played in this map before, have I? Let me know in the comments, have I played in this before, please? I'm going slightly insane. So, we're up against a few opponents here. We've got Franz, we've got Barbara, and we've got Charlie, and obviously the bandits as well. Now, we are playing on the hard game mode. It's actually the first time I've played on the hard game mode, so we're just going to have to see how that goes. I don't know if we're even going to survive, but we will try and build ourselves a lovely, cozy kingdom along the way. So, what have we got in terms of starting resources? Ooh, we've got a strong stone deposit. Ooh, we've got a strong shoal of fish as well. Gosh, it's hard to say. We do have some iron, and I think that's going to be very important if we stand a chance at surviving. We're right down here next to the fish. Okay, that's not too bad, and the stone. But we're going to need the iron to make our initial weapons and tools, etc. Because I think in the hard game mode, you don't get a weapons delivery. We'll have to wait and see. And burgage plot demands are turned up, etc. So, already, look, the AI starts with roads? That doesn't seem fair. I've not had time to put roads down. So I suppose I can pause the game and do it myself. So where is everybody? So we've got Franz next to us. We've got Barbara on the top right. And we've got Charlie up at the center over here. Oop, don't actually the unpause the game. And what do they have at their disposal? So, Franz has got some clay. Charlie... Is that Charlie? Yes, Charlie. And Charlie has stone as well, and clay. And what about Barbara? What does Barbara have? Okay. Mushrooms and wild animals and a red line. Cool. I'll leave her to her red line. It's a bit ominous, isn't it? And that means in the other regions over here, the only two that aren't claimed, we've actually got the strong iron right next to us, albeit over the other side of the dividing hill. So that might be something we want to look at attaining fairly early on as our source of iron to make our weapons and tools, etc. What about fertility? We're not fertile. Oh, but this region is. Now, this makes claiming this region pretty important, I would say. Not only does it have iron, but it has the ability to grow heaps of food. And it looks like France has the other fertile region. Right, our initial scouting done. Lots of information to take in there. So I think it's time we got going with our settlers' tents. As what I usually do, let's put a circle around our starting area. And that'll define our... where we put our initial buildings, so they're nice and close to our starting zone. It gives us something a little more interesting, I think, than a straight line. We'll pop in a couple of love paths, as I like to do down here. And we'll leave the stone for a second, but we should probably... Oh, we're not sure we can actually put a road all the way around the shoal of fish, and at least not the one I normally would, because there's a cliff right at the edge of it. It's interesting. I wonder if I can still get a circle around it if I start in the right place. It's too big, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. We'll give it one more try, and then we'll just get to placing manually. Maybe a horseshoe. Okay. That works. And is there any way to connect those two roads through here? No, completely impossible. Absolutely no problem at all. Well, let's connect these two with the circle and our little half moon over here. And we should have a little bit of space in here. Let's just double check that to get our fishery down. Just on the inside of this? Yes, okay, that's fine. Good, wanted to make sure we weren't wasting too much space, because there's not loads of it here, although we're not too confined either. So I look at we've got the usual starting resources, albeit perhaps we're a little low on food. So why don't we start with, I mean, there's no need to change what works there. So as per usual, we'll get ourselves down a storehouse and granary, and I think just in between our two little connected circles it would be a good place to start. So we'll get our storehouse down here, and our granary located just opposite here. Wonderful. Of course, we'll want our additional hitching post, and why don't we clear out the trees here, because we'll want to settle in this direction so we're not too close to the edge of the map, lest there be raiders. So maybe we'll put this down just here, and we'll use our starting finances to order ourselves another ox right away. Then we'll move this hitching post to sit alongside this one. We're going to need to get a source of lumber, so we'll get ourselves a lovely little log camp, and this we shall locate, again, nice and nearby for the time being. We'll just have it there. Okay, and then what we might do is take a road coming down a little bit like that, and then going back to this one. Not quite even, not that it really matters. We're also going to need a woodcutter's lodge, which we'll put down just opposite there, and we'll need a charcoal kiln, but we are running a little low on resources, so let's set priorities. We want priority for the hitching posts to be nice and high, or very high indeed, because we do not want that ox we've just ordered running away. Then the storehouse and granary will be the next highest priorities after that. So let's get going. A new message for us. Build up your town, your manor, and when ready, press claims towards regions owned by your opponents. Yes, we shall indeed do as you say, my lord. Though I'm the lord here, aren't I? Right, looks like they're getting right to it on the hitching posts, and they're already constructed. A splendid start, and it is quite the scenic area, isn't it? Look at those cliffs up there on the divided map. It never ceases to amaze me how pretty Manor Lords is. I'm getting distracted again, aren't I? If you don't know me, you'll get used to me being distracted. Right, stay on target. Storehouse nearly constructed. We're spending ages walking around the outside here. Let's get a little road into the centre to see if we can't speed things up a little bit. Good, now they're walking along that road. They should be a little bit faster to get to those resources, which will actually connect to a road there. Why don't I normally do that? That's a great way to speed people up. Ugh, always learning new things. Okay, well, let's get some supplies moved inside of the granary and the storehouse pronto, in case it rains. And we don't want any of our supplies getting all wet, do we? That simply wouldn't do. Come on, get the granary completed. Lovely, we've got a family working in there, and then we'll leave everyone else to get the logging camp constructed. And look at that, so they're actually using the carts right on the road to go and get the supplies nice and efficiently. Why haven't I thought of doing that before with a temporary road? Oh well, you learn something new every day. Yes, you're running out of food. It's in a cart, don't worry. Nothing to concern yourselves about. As soon as the logging camp is up, we'll get a couple of families working there for sure. Because we're going to need logs if we're going to make any sort of progress in this particular long play. Homelessness doesn't make for a very relaxing side to long play, does it? Don't worry, I'm sure later on it will get even more relaxing. Splendid. Let's get some people working at the logging camp. You know, what's relaxing if you don't have a bit of stress along the way, right? Right? You hear me, right? Yes, right? Now, we do have one timber, and I think we should probably use that to get ourselves a well. And where to well? Well, I think we ought to well over here somewhere. And we could do it at the centre here, actually. Let's get rid of that little road there on there, since we've got rid of those resources now. And we'll pop a little well right at the centre. That little road you popped down, because I think it's more or less in the centre of that circle. Quite like that. How adorable. So we'll get that well placed and constructed, and then our priority will pretty soon become getting ourselves some food. For that, we will need a fisherman's hut. Now, I don't particularly like the fisherman's hut as a starting source of food because I think it is one of the worst ones. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of choice. It is what we have been dealt. I don't particularly like spawning into a map and then immediately reloading to get the start that I want. I like playing with the start the game has given me because I think that way you get a bit more of a nuanced experience, don't you? Every long play is a little bit different. So we'll get that constructed, and I'm quite keen to get a family working there as well. But very aware that timber and getting ourselves set up with a few properties is also going to be a priority. Although we don't want to use it now, actually, we need to free up those workers at the storehouse and granary. to go and do other jobs. Though we're not going to use it now. Let's get ourselves down a starting market stall, which I think we will pop down just by ear. Maybe we'll go along the central road. That might be a little less space wasteful. That's bizarre, isn't it? Really unusual use of space. Okay, maybe we'll just fill in these spaces here instead. They are right next door, after all. And it's time of snapping there. So, put that in there. And then do something this side as well. Okay, that looks good. Let's get 2 families working at the fishermen's huts. And we should have a few timber that's come in. So, burgage plottage is the next most important thing. Those of you who have been watching my long plays recently will know what I'm about to do here. So we'll get down a couple of smaller burgages with space out the back just for the extension, like so. And we'll see about getting maybe 2 of those next to each other. I'm going to turn off snapping for that second point, just so we can get this placed exactly where we want it to. Come on. A little something like that there. That's our second one, and then our third one here, I'm going to bring up behind, and it's going to have a larger rear garden, which we're going to use for vegetables. It's actually a little bit too long there, so I'm going to take that down a bit there. A bit too close to the road, come up a bit. A little bit tedious, but I do find it works quite well. Once you've got it working. Okay, something like that. Wonderful, so it's our third burgage, and then we'll start to come in this direction here. There's space there, but an extension of the rear. Come on. I know you're in there. There you are. One there, and then go next to it. Can we get this one in? Yes, we can. Don't even need to be that high there, I don't think. Nope. Right there, and then we'll wait for the homeless people's tents to be out of the way before we build the one behind. Ooh. Look, it's giving me a highlighted in red for things I don't have. Is that new? Is that new with the latest beta? I don't recognise that. Let me know, is that new? Right, how are we getting on with the pantry here? It's not that far off being full, so we are going to want to get, once we get to about maybe 45, we'll take one of these workers here, and we'll send them to work in the granary to start shipping the materials over from here to the granary, because otherwise they'll stop production, because they're like, our pantry's full, and I can't possibly imagine where else we could put all the stuff, even though there is a granary right next door. But thus is my burden with the people I am sent to govern. How's the AI getting on? I imagine, as per usual, their start is going faster than mine. I think that's fairly safe to say. Yes. Well, let's not mourn over the efficiencies we've lost, because at least our little starting settlement looks prettier than theirs. Yes. I'll take the wins wherever I can find them. Thank you kindly. Do we free up another person to work on construction? It's taking a little while, isn't it, to get these people out? Oh, there we are. We're a small village. Everyone is inside. Let's get on and build our next burgage plot. And we'll do the same as we have on the other side of this well road. I think we've gone a little bit too far up here. Just trying to get 2 burgages in. It's a little bit too little. How's that? I don't know why I'm getting this line here. That's annoying. I think it's because we're so curved on the edge here, but it's still a reasonable starting space, so we'll get that built. What are we going to have, pause quickly, as our starting perk then? So it's tempting to increase the fish shoal size, since that is our starting resource, but we've also got the stone here as well. So Strasbourg Masons is definitely something that I would be considering. Reduce castle planning cost, improved stone gathering camp, and improved stonemason station. Decreasing speed for hunting and fishing. That's not ideal. And actually, I do tend to find that I produce plenty enough stone from these places. I don't necessarily need to speed that up, in all fairness. In which case, do we look for something that's going to increase the amount of fish we have available to us, in the hopes that makes our start a little bit easier? So, would that be Vogtland? Hunting hound. Export price for minor goods is better. That's good. Increased capacity for forage good deposits. That's not fish, I don't believe. Bows and joiners. Clothing durability. Regional wealth from burgages. Stone gatherers. Efficient farming, elevation, cheap animal imports, increase mining labour speed. Is there no way to increase fish anymore? Sheep more resilient. Efficient hunting camps. Or am I being blind? Is it just Vogtland? Is it a forage goods? No, it's berries and mushrooms. Where was it that we get the improved fisheries? I'm sure that's something you used to be able to do. Everybody, am I going mad? Am I going mad? Are you all sat there screaming at the screen like, typical, what are you doing? It's the wrong perk. So that's negative 20% of fishermen's huts. They use for hunting and fishing. Where's the hunting and fishing bonus? What? This is outrageous. Oh, where? No, that's the hunting hound upgrade. We're not actually doing any hunting. I don't know if it's a thing anymore. I'm sure I used to be able to increase the size of my fishers' deposits. Well, you know what? We might hold off then for a moment. Salt and iron ore import value reduction. That could be good. Cheaper iron if we did have to buy it in. I think we're going to hold off selecting a perk for the time being, because if we do take the masons, I don't want to decrease the shoal of fish before we have made good use of it. So we'll speed time along. Food is 6 months. It's fuel is a little short, but that's fine. Once we get a few more people moving in, we'll be able to get the Woodcutter's Lodge operational. And actually, we can go ahead and get down the charcoal kiln now, which we'll put down just here next to where we have our logging camp. Thusly. And then we'll connect this road back this way. And come out to a nice clean corner here on the end. Splendid. Doesn't have to be perfectly in the center of those two. Looks like some eyes and a nose there, doesn't it? Like some kind of mad owl staring back at me. Anyway, it's, once again, typically getting distracted. Talking of distracted, look. Pantry's full. Get someone working at the granary to get it brought inside. And next thing we need to start thinking about is, of course, producing some planks with the saw pit, because without planks, we're not going to get very far. So we'll place that just there, opposite where we have the logging camp already. We want to get a few little vegetable extensions constructed in the rear here. We also want more space for people to be moving in, because if we don't have that, we're not going to get very far. So why don't we bring another road in here, perhaps? A little bit like that there, and that there. And then we'll get a couple of burgages plopped in at the side here with the additional living space. That seems fine to me. Okay. What's being stolen by 14 fish? I needed those fish. Get a second family working back there again. Granary's being stocked up, so we'll free up that worker to help with construction. And fuel. Let's start turning that into charcoal, and then we'll get someone working at the Woodcutter's Lodge shortly. Going to decrease the number of workers at the logging camp temporarily, so we can get someone in the saw pit. And we'll set up a limit here. We only want about 20 planks to start with. Come on, silly old numlock. Right, 20 planks. Yes, you're all unhappy. We will... Fine. As soon as we can, I'll get a worker at the granary who is actually allowed to have a market stall. Because we need the granary anyway to move the goods out of the pantry, of the fisherman's hut, and then we'll start catering to people and make them a little bit happier than they are at present, because 24% approval. It's not great. Are we even going to get any migration from that? I mean, people are so much harder to please, aren't they, in the harder game mode? And that's not something I'm used to. I've got to be honest, I have not really played on this setting before. Right, those are the planks we need, so let's quickly jump in here and get our vegetable gardens installed. 2 spots for people to be moving into, if indeed we can with that approval, but we might need to go ahead and get some firewood being made. Let's take the saw pit worker and assign them to the granary, so we can start allowing them to sell some food to our people, hopefully increase our approval slightly. Whereas looks like it might be starting to tick up as we have done that. Is there much point in logging at the moment? Probably not, so let's actually assign that worker to the charcoal kiln. Oh, perfect, another family has just moved in. tempted to get even more fish out, because we're going to need that to survive the first winter. We'll use, how much do we have? 30 regional wealth. It's quite a lot to spend on beets when we haven't established our first trade route. Let's build ourselves the trading post. And we'll pop this just here on the King's Road. Maybe we'll put a straight connection in there as well, directly opposite. Because we would like to start selling some charcoal as soon as we possibly can. Although food is limited, I think getting more burgish space in is also going to be imperative. So let's start to think about how we want to do that. The world's in a rather odd position here. They probably should have had a little connecting road between them all, shouldn't I? Well, we can do it on this side at the very least. And then we'll get a couple of burgages in here. Turn off. Come on. Come a little bit shorter, still get your rear extensions. No, do need to be about there. Build those there. And then fill in this space here. For a small garden at the top. Or do we do it from this side here? No, yes, we do it from this side. Actually, what I might do is delete this burgage plot. So that we can get a slightly larger space here. Hope you can do better than that game. Yeah, it's made no difference at all, has it? Right, this one back then. And then we'll get a small farm in there. And then we should get slightly better results on this side. If we can get it to indeed have extensions on these. Like that. And then around over here. It says better. Look at that. It's abhorrent. Let's just see if we can't curve this road out a bit. That will probably help us with getting this particular burgage down. That's more like it. We'll build that there, and we've got space in there for something else down the line. So let's use up most of our timber, but at least we've got a few more burgages for people to be moving into. We're making good use of the fish. I'd like to get a family at the trading post. Let's buy ourselves, at the very least, a charcoal trade route. Someone's just moved in, so we're going to export that. We're going to get a family working here. And yeah, we probably want 15 to keep to ourselves, just so we've got enough fuel to see us through the coming winter. I know it's not winter yet, but it's definitely on the way. As soon as I've got this burgage and this one built, it'd be good to get some little gardens in the rear there as well. And we're producing hopefully a fair amount of charcoal. We want to turn all that firewood into charcoal so that we can sell it away readily. And as well as then buying some beet seeds, and trying to say beets and failing, some beet seeds with our initial income, we'll also then want to get a horse fairly early on as well, which of course means we're going to need another hitching post, which will pop just over here. Bandits again, stealing from us. Unfortunately, we don't have much of an answer. Because we don't have any weapons. Usually I would have been taking them out right about now. So, iron is also key, but I don't feel it's too far away. If we go and set up a mine over there now and do that, we're going to massively harm our starting efficiency. We may just have to cope with the fact that we're going to have quite a lot of goods stolen. Now, the main problem with the shoal of fish, I find, is that that's not going to grow back to 385 for next year. So we've only really got 1 year of good harvest from that. And in fact, if I go here, we'll probably find that they've got a limit set. Yeah, 112. So they're not that far off getting to that limit already. Large granary might not be a bad idea. It'd certainly be a good idea to have the storehouse operational before too long. And of course, tools is another thing that will inevitably become a pressure point. Let's check in with our adversaries. So, Brands, how are you doing? You've got a church already? My good gravies. What about you, Charlie? Charlie's got a church too. He's got things planted. He's got a pit being built over his stone. What about you? What's your name again? Barbara. Barbara, you don't have a church. Thank you for making me feel a little bit better, although I think you might be actually be building it just there. Challenging start is turning out, who'd have thought it, to be challenging. I suppose we could start making use of our stone before too long, and then use that as the thing we sell as opposed to charcoal, but I think charcoal is easier to produce to start with as a thing to sell. Just waiting for the first bit of regional wealth to come in. Another bandit camp has been spotted as well. Oh dear, they're going to steal so much of our stuff. We're completely helpless over here. 6 bags for people to move into. Look at those exclamation marks. What was this loss of approval? So that's what it's telling me. Is that why I haven't seen those before? Because that's exclusive to the harder game mode. Only 36% approval. I don't think we're going to be seeing the 80-90% I normally run at in the regular game, am I? I think that may be a thing of the past for this particular playthrough. More timber would be nice, but I think we need to get that additional family member working at the storehouse so we can start distributing some charcoal to people, which will help their loss of approval because they will have fuel. And look at that, that was money coming in. Let's quickly go ahead and buy ourselves a bunch of beets. So 2, and I'm actually going to spend the remaining on a horse so we can speed up the trading process. We'll build one of those into a stable as well. It leaves us with 13 planks, which should be okay for the minute. As much as I'd like to get some animal pens or chickens, I think we're probably going to have to wait for those for the moment because that's going to be a needless expenditure at this stage in terms of the amount of planks that we have available to us. Someone's upgraded their settlement to level 2. My good grief. Holy moly. Talking of holy, wooden church is something we should probably aim for. It's not that ridiculous in terms of material costs. There's actually, once we've done this small stable, there's no one needed for construction, so we'll send someone, that remaining worker, to the logging camp. We are slowly dragging our approval up, but of course approval means nothing if we all end up killed by bandits, and with our houses burnt to the ground. And I'm rather worried that that could happen any day, and we have no defense. We've got no defense, even if they come and steal from us. A torrid state of affairs, I think you'll agree. Was there more money coming in? Not much, but yes, it was. Let's use that to not buy an ox. We don't. The trade is too far away. Can we get some more beets though? One of the smaller ones we can. So we'll get some beets in there with that little bit of additional cash money that's come in. And then we'll get a family working back at the logging camp. I get a little warning saying there's no one to guide the ox, but that's fine because they can just do it themselves. September, winter is not far off. We have 9 months of food though, so as long as it doesn't all get stolen by those pesky bandits, we should be okay. Now, we have exhausted pretty much that source down there, so let's free up those workers to go and work in other industries, because they're not going to be fishing much more this year in September anyway, and we've come down to the limit. We don't want to fish beyond, lest the pool really does not regenerate. With those workers, we've sent to work at the saw pit, charcoal kiln, and logging camp, in the hopes that we can slightly speed up our progression. Harvest season has ended. Are we getting up a few of these, or are we still planting? Plowing by hand. That's fine. Hopefully in the new year we'll have plenty of beets coming out of the ground, and that'll feed us through. Just wait for a little bit more money to come in through there as well. Second family, another one's available. Where do we want to send you to work? I'm going to use you for construction, and we're going to start getting down tempted to build a mining pit, even though it is a very long way away. But as close as we can, and we'll build a temporary highway that takes us directly there from here. And although it's going to take a while to build, we'll leave 2 families to go and do that now, because I think getting that iron out the ground sooner rather than later is actually going to be pretty important. The stone can wait. Do we have enough materials to build ourselves a church to once again help with approval? Just a few logs shy, so hopefully with a couple of families we have working at the logging camp here, it won't take too long for those to come into our possession. Quick check on Barbara. Has she beaten us to the church yet? I think she was building it. No, she's building a charcoal kiln. Oh, blast! She has got a church now. I suppose the others got stone churches or something, haven't they? No, still wouldn't. Okay. Not going to panic too much, although they definitely seem ahead of us in terms of population. We do have 4 spots for people to move in, and we are at that +1 monthly migration, I do believe. What is the limit for +1 monthly migration here? You just get the regular monthly migration, I guess. No effect at the moment. We're respected, apparently. That's good. 50% is respect, despite all these thumbs downs I'm getting. Well, you're not getting that, but you are getting fish at least, and you will get that once we have some beets available.
Perhaps it was simply a bad batch.
Perhaps it was simply a bad batch. You just never know. Oh, a bit of money's come in. Let's get some carrots in over here then with that cash. And maybe we'll get another ox. More ox is more good in my experience with Manor Lords. How have we got on with construction over here? Still transporting goods over here. It certainly is a long walk from our starting settlement. Where are you going? Oh, you're a trader. You are indeed. That's fine. I thought you were one of my lovely citizens, off doing something you shouldn't. Giving information to the enemy. Maybe the trader is a spy. Where are you? I know what you're doing. You filthy spy. Ah, you'll be back and I'll be ready for you. At least I will be if I can get this mining pit operational. Let's get one family working there so they can at least slowly start bringing some materials back to us. We've got 10 logs, so why don't we get the church under construction? Where are we going to locate it? That would look really pretty up here. It's quite far away from where we are down here though, and that means people have got to work further, walk further to pray, and it'll take longer to build. But it's very tempting because it looks good. Cosmetics, efficiency. Cosmetics, efficiency. I am going to take efficiency this time because we're playing on hard mode and I don't know if I can do it yet. So we'll build it down here. We'll put it on the King's Road, shall we, next to the trading post. I'm sure that's not an issue. You know, market stalls in the grounds of a holy building, that never caused any problem. No one ever tipped a table because of that. So many people unhappy, and yet you've got water and you've got food. They've really got nothing to complain about. I'm very disappointed in your complaints, people of my village. Food, 6 months now. Yikes. 3 available spots to move in, and we've got a little bit of money, so maybe it would be a good idea to start getting some of these animal pens put in, so we can get ourselves, or maybe even a few chickens, and move towards getting ourselves a little bit of animal produce sooner rather than later. And we'll leave 2 families on construction, because as well as the church, there is lots to be getting on with there. I might set this to a higher priority, just because we do want to get that church up for the approval reasons. Let's start planning then a domestic expansion to where we're going to put our housing next. So obviously we're starting to deforest in this direction, and we said we kind of wanted to head in this direction around the stone pit, so maybe we just extend a little bit along the King's Road down here. Keen not to expand too much in this direction, lest we get raided upon. Now, it probably gets too steep pretty quickly going in this direction, but there are definitely some spots here that we could build upon, and we're going to want to get this area up and running, so I don't really want to build much along the temporary road, because I do want it to be temporary. You got any iron here yet? No, but I'm sure it's on its way back. Let's also set up for construction then a bloomery, which we'll put down here, and will just become a little industrial area. We'll put it just behind the charcoal kiln there. And it's tricky because I don't really want to get rid of a whole load of trees for a housing expansion, but at the same time it might be necessary. We could put another circle here and inhabit that. Of course, we don't have to do circles. I could do a couple of grids. No, we'll keep it fairly organic. Why don't we just expand along the road here, and then we'll put another road behind here or something, just fill out the space. Yeah, that sounds a good notion to me. So we'll put a little road here coming down off the edge, and we'll put a... We will want another granary and storehouse, but actually that reminds me we're going to need to get down... Good grief. Pause off. A stone gathering camp. Though we could just go straight for a quarry, because we will get stones as part of what we get out of the quarry. That sounds a good idea to me. So we'll build the quarry just there. And how are we going to connect this up? Let's take a road directly across there for the time being. And eventually that'll give us something to build in between here and fill out this area. Wonderful. So, burgaging. We've got a bit of space here, I suppose. It's not too much closer to the edge of the map. And that is right next to where we have our granaries and storehouses. And market stalls. Okay. Let's build in here for now then. And I wonder if we get a couple of larger burgages down. With the aim of having plenty of space for more vegetables. We pop a little road in here. So it doesn't glitch out next to these other buildings. What could we fit in here? They're too large for vegetable plots, but they could make for decent orchards. Make for a very decent orchard, not although we'd be able to afford anything we could plant there. What if we took a couple of smaller burgages along here? Or maybe part way. And then filled in around? or we would just fit into a smaller space. Let's take a look at our roads by zooming out a little bit. If we take a road up here, like so, connect it to the King's Road, it's more or less even, and then we can take this across here perhaps. Yep, little something like that there. And then that just gives a slightly smaller area here that might be more manageable. Yeah, I think that's more manageable, especially as we probably want to be planting vegetables first, rather than planting... Can we get that to snap up to here? Let's come back a little bit. Rather than planting orchards, which we will do at a later date for sure. And we're building these just in time, because we're actually filling up the burgages we already have. As ever, quite difficult to see what we're doing in winter, but I think that's what we were after, so we'll get that going. Goodness, 5 families unassigned. I really haven't been paying attention. Let's see then to getting a few things occupied. We'll get a worker at the quarry. Have we brought home any of this iron we've been talking about? Come on, iron ore. Apparently we have 6. Is any here? It is. Let's get a family working at the bloomery. And we'll get a family working at the storehouse, and we're also going to upgrade that because it does contain all of our valuables at present. We will need to get the fisherman working again, but the shoal of fish hasn't unfrozen yet, and as you can see, hasn't started growing back up yet either. Over here, let's get some more vegetable plots in the back gardens. Oh, bother. What a waste of material. I'm playing on hard mode, challenging. I can't afford to make misclicks. I'm going to have to take more care of my clicking in future, obviously. 125 coinage, but I want to use that to spend on the seeds here, so I'm going to avoid ordering in an additional ox just at this stage. Doing pretty well for fuel, but more people is always going to be good, and as the forest recedes, we'll need to move the woodcutter's lodge somewhere where we have access to more, which actually over here would make sense, and we can have a forester reforest this area as we go, because then we can keep trees by the outskirts, which gives us a little bit of a buffer for when we do have raiders coming. As soon as this is built, we'll fix it and change it back to what it should have been. And we'll put them over there, and we'll buy in some carrots and some beets and some beets, and maybe we'll wait until we have enough money for some cabbages at the end there, and hopefully people are moving into those already so we can start to make use of them. Do we get another family working at the granary? They look okay for the moment, so where do we send our spare workforce? Well, we were talking about getting more firewood, weren't we, or at least more charcoal produced. Maybe we get another family working at the charcoal kiln. We're going to need to turn the iron we're making into tools and into weapons. So I think maybe we pick a burgage, like you for example, and we want to make you into a blacksmith's workshop. But your burgage block level is too low. How, sir, can we help you with getting up there? Okay, forage goods or vegetables. So as soon as we have a harvest of beets, I'm hopeful actually we'll be able to construct ourselves a blacksmith's workshop. And then we can flip that between creating tools and weapons for us as a start point. And then we'll also need his neighbour to be set up as a joinery, so we can start to make some shields, so we can get an outfit created for our militia, for spearmen. And that'll be our first military force we've been able to field. And hopefully we can go and take care of some brigands, gain ourselves a little bit of influence, and also a little bit of protection from a very aggressive AI. Yes, I do hear that they do like to attack you on the challenging game mode. Upgrading the granary wouldn't be a bad use of resources, I don't think. And we should be bringing in a little bit of rubble stone now, and indeed we are from the quarry. Still a few months until the shoal of fish is unfrozen. It'll happen some point in March, presumably. We'll buy some cabbages for in there, and we've still got enough to buy in that additional ox. We'll upgrade our existing hitching posts to stables while we have the available timber. And attempted to slightly revise the amount of planks we want at any given time. Maybe let's put that up to 30 now, so we have enough going forwards. We'll keep an eye on when people are ready for a level 2 burgage upgrade. Like I say, it should be pretty much as soon as the vegetables are ready to be harvested. And I'm pretty happy with our start here. I mean, I was sort of wondering if by this point I would already have been crushed. So I'm just happy to still be here. Oh look, a tree falling. How pretty. Let's upgrade the well. Well, I haven't quite got enough rubble stone. Maybe that's not an efficient use of material at this moment in time. Ooh, lots of money's come in. Let's order some goats with that money. so we can start to make use of these animal pens. Maybe we'll get 1 pig as well. And getting some orchards down wouldn't be a bad use of money either. And we have just got 1 burger spot left available. So let's start to make use of this expansion we were talking about over here. And we'll get down a couple of smaller burgages. So we'll get 3 down here. And then we'll get a larger one here. And there's another bandit camp being settled. We'll make this one a little larger. Out to there. Maybe a little bit further if we can get away without snapping to that temporary road. Just get it even up there. Okay. And we'll use that as our first position for... first plot for some lovely orcharding. A new message. Track their movements. They're coming for us. Now it really is a race against time. How are we doing for iron? 59 slabs. That is a good start. Gives me hope. We definitely needed to build this mining pit when we did. Because if we had left it any longer, I think we would have been in serious trouble. Have we unfrozen? We're growing. Let's get 1 person working at the fishery so they can keep that ticking over. And as these are built here, we'll want to get in some more animal pens and maybe some chickens at the end there. And just as soon as construction's finished on this burgage, we'll need to set that up for a a orchard. Granary and storehouse over here would be handy. So why don't we put a little road down the side. Oh, actually, do we have it in here? I don't want more burgages over here, but we are going to need some space for granary and storehouse anyway. Let's build a road along there. Get you set up for orchards. And then get a granary, a storehouse, and a market stall just here, which for the time being will be set out to that, what I'm sure is going to be a temporary road. Hopefully it doesn't stay. No, we definitely will get rid of that at some point. It's a bit too straight for what we're doing. Ah, look, upgrades are ready. Beets are coming in, obviously. And it's a good thing as well, because food is down to 3 months. Let's, as quickly as we can, get as many upgrades as we can done. And are we running into a plank shortage? Plank and timber. Let's get another family working at the logging camp. So we've got 3 operating there. And that's still growing, but we are getting some fish out of the ground. Don't want to waste this opportunity to get level 2 burgages, because I've got a feeling we're not going to spend long with that ability to upgrade, especially if fish does start to run out. And there we are, the medium village. Well, hopefully the fish... The one positive thing about having a fish to start with, I suppose, a shoal of fish, is that it does let you get a little head start on the meats and fishes availability, whereas if you didn't have any sort of meat in your region, you wouldn't be able to fulfill that requirement. We need a couple of planks to be able to make the blacksmiths. 338 days until the raiders appear, so we've got a little bit of time to prep. Storehouse and granary have been constructed. Wonderful. And what do our level 2 residents require? Multiple types of foraged vegetables, or foraged goods. They want garments already and beverages. Well, that may take a little while. I want to use the money we've got to buy some quinces as soon as possible, so I'm going to wait until we've got enough money to do that. Let's put some expansions on the burgages where we have space for them, just so that we've got space for people to be moving in before we start expanding any further. We're down to about 84 in the iron pit over there. I'll be producing the iron as soon as it comes in. 11 iron ore, 23 slabs. So it's not too bad. I think we'll wait until we have the planks now to produce ourselves some specialized burgages. Tempted to give you a permanent livestock assignment, and as much as I'd like to buy more in, let's get did we get a second horse? We could probably do with producing more fuel, couldn't we? Let's get 2 workers at the woodcutter's lodge and see if we can't start pumping out that charcoal. I think that's what's limiting our export market at the moment more than anything else. How are we doing for stones? Got 12 rubble stone. And we should also have 23 rough stone. So let's go to trade. And is rough stone a major trade? It's not. So we'll set that to export anything above 10. And that should happen passively over time. little bit of pork coming onto the market. And hopefully with these veggie plots down here now, there should be plenty of food going forwards. Just waiting on those planks to come in. I think we're a little bit shy on timber more than anything else. Firewood's popping in. Charcoal starting to pick up a little bit as well. I know we still haven't selected our perk, but still not sure what I want to go for, to be honest. A little bit indecisive on this one. Not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. I mean, the raiders near will actually tell us how we started. If they do actually attack us as opposed to anyone else, then we'll find out just how prepared we are. Why aren't we making any planks? You, what are you doing? You're just waiting. Why don't you make some planks? Please and thank you. Thank you. Took you long enough. My goodness. Right, so we'll need to get ourselves a blacksmith as a matter of priority. One more plank. We're not even using them for anything else. Honestly, the laziest family. Right, that should be it now. Come on. 12 planks, good. So we'll get a blacksmith's workshop there. And then we'll get a joiner's workshop here again, once we have enough planks. What I might do is take off this and turn this on. So we want a minimum of 8 timber at any given time. And if we have more than that, you should be making planks. This is your role in life. 6, I believe we need 8 or something, don't we? Oh no, that's enough, right. We'll get that built there. We want you producing probably tools initially. Right, make us 10 tools. And then we'll start producing spears, because we want to be able to maintain the industries that we've already created. Yeah, okay, let's get a couple of upgrades, I suppose. 2? What do you do? Just take 2 lumps of charcoal in your pocket. It's preposterous. A couple of expansions on there. And wasting all my money, which I should have been saving for the quinces, because I forgot what I was doing. Definitely need another granary worker. The next family that moves in will assign to the granary over here. Because we're falling a little bit behind on the supply for that place. Otherwise, though, not a bad little bit of progress we've got going on here, down by the rather lovely looking cliffs. I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea. I'll be right back. You won't know anything different. Doodle bip. Cup of tea down the hatch, and let's crack right on. Little speed ahead and all that. So, I suppose we can get another couple of properties upgraded, could we? Waiting for that additional family to move in for the granary duty. So we've got a couple of those in there. Looks like we might be getting on top of the plank production problem as well, which is good to see. So we've got a few more, just the one more upgrade in there, I suppose. 57, 58% approval. Well, that's definitely the best we've done so far, isn't it? Something positive coming out of our little relaxing, cozy long play here in a cozy Valley Manor Lords build. I say cozy one more time. YouTube algorithm might hear me. Right, we need 168. We're at 130 to get the orchard operational. I feel the sooner we have the orchard operational, the sooner we'll have orchard goods, by which of course I make fruits. And once we have fruits, that's one more thing to keep the people happy, isn't it? Yes. I've obviously thought this through. Come on. Where's my additional family? I want you in here distributing lovely food to all my lovely citizens. How are we doing on the iron deposit? 73 left. How are we doing on tools? We've got 12. Let's switch over production then. And start making some spears. We've got 12 shields. It's good to see. We probably ought to have some sort of limit set up here, actually. Maybe have 10 planks before you start making anything. I think that seems a reasonable limit. And as soon as that first spear pops into the inventory, we'll have an actual man in our very own militia. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting indeed. I'm not sure one lad on his own is going to be able to defend us, but, you know, I'm sure he'd give it his best shot. 7 spots available for people to be moving into. Oh, we've got the money nearly, or very nearly, 168 that we need. How else can we be pressing forward? Raiders are still stealing all our stuff and things, which is no fun at all. There's the money we need to get ourselves set up with an orchard. Come on. We need... do we need more approval for people to move in? Well, you get just people moving in randomly, don't you, in the first year? Has that elapsed now? And we actually need to get up to a higher approval for people to be moving in. Quite possibly. Right, what are we missing then? So, fruit and animal produce. Well, hopefully we'll start producing that over time, because we do now have some buildings set up to do so. Beverages, I'm not going to be able to do anytime soon. Garments, again, not going to be able to do that anytime soon. So, hopefully, the extra kinds of vegetables are going to come out of the ground. And the fruits that will be coming from our quinces there will be enough to get us on the straight and narrow, because I don't think we're going to have any more moving in. I think that's why current effects there. Normally that would say +1 monthly migration, but obviously we're not quite there at the moment. I wonder then, if we go to the package, there is increased approval for food variety. That might be quite useful. What else is there? Anything that's going to decrease our approval requirements really would be good. So, increased militia combat effectiveness, that could be good. Reduce fuel consumption as well, it's nice. Increased regional wealth from Berg plots. Reduced Berg plot upgrade costs is also good. Militia provide approval. A small amount of approval for each militia footman or militia spear unit at full strength. It's going to be a little while till we have any of those, in all fairness. Don't need the hunting camps. Okay. I wonder if we go smallholders. The increased approval from food variety hopefully will help. Plus 10% is quite significant. Better tree planting. Might use the smallholdings to get a better yield. Let's go smallholders. I've not played smallholders in a little while, so maybe that would be a good idea. Let's see if that gets us anywhere in terms of an approval boost. It might just be that we don't have enough food variety at the moment, in all fairness. We have pork, beets, and carp. We could probably do with an extra person working at fishing, but I think we'll let it build up, see if we can get a few more fish into that pond before we start taking anything else from it. Haven't produced our first spear yet. The family is sick. That would be why. Well, hopefully with 240 days left until they are upon us, we'll actually be able to get there and get ready in good time. Now, the zone families become permanently assigned, so obviously that's going to reduce the workforce if we go for any small holdings at the moment. Oh, blast! We haven't actually got anyone living in our new orchard. It's going to slow us down. Do we need perhaps to take a family? How are we doing on charcoal? Pretty good. Actually, let's take a worker from the logging camp and let's assign them to the granary, in the hopes that we can get on top of the granary supply issues. I might even take two families, because we've got a fair amount of timber being stored up, which is then producing us the planks. So if we send you to work at this granary, and we upgrade that granary as well, get on top of the granary supply issues, and that way we might be able to better distribute the food that we do have, in the hopes that that slightly increases approval. He says, as approval drops. This is not an issue I've had before. Approval shortages is new to me. There we are. 4 men in the militia. We're making progress at least towards the military, even if we're not making that much progress towards any further growth. It's really slowed down, hasn't it? Well, what else can we do? Well, we do have money coming in, so we could start buying in some sheep, but we're going to struggle to properly look after them all, is the problem. We might have to take people from the woodcutter's lodge and the charcoal kiln to do it. Well, let's get ourselves a sheep farm, or rather a livestock trading post to begin with, which will pop down just behind the trading post, I think. So, just here. Connect that up to the road. We'll also then build a sheep farm, which we'll pop somewhere down here as well, maybe even on the same road. And we could actually then have that road lead out here. And along it, we could put a whole bunch of sheep. Maybe we leave a bit more space for a farm there. Now, this is something else they fixed in the recent beta. Look at that. Space for 100. Ooh, but actually, looks like that's the maximum space for a pasture. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 100 as well? That's 68. So, okay. There is a limit on how big you make these before it gets to a max size. So, as long as they're near 100 in size, I suppose that's fine. How's that? Looks pretty good. So that could be a starting pasture there. Let's see where we can get a family to work at the livestock trading post from then. Do we need 2 families working at the storehouse? Probably. How are we doing for iron? Can we get that lad back? Oh, I tell you what, we can get our quarry worker, can't we? Right, let's send that family to go and work at the livestock trading post instead. And we want to import 10 sheep as a starter. Because I think clothing is probably one of the ways out of this little approval trap that we are in right now. We may need to grab one of these granary workers, although they are still pretty pressed in terms of the job that they're doing. As more goods are stolen, at least we have supplies to last us through. Let's take a worker from the woodcutter's lodge, because we've decreased our capacity at the charcoal kiln a bit anyway. And you can go and work at the sheep farm. We are, of course, going to need to be able to turn that stuff into yarn. For that, we'll need a weaver's workshop. Let's pop that down just here. And then we'll also get a... We will build a storehouse with the aim of it becoming a dedicated storehouse, but I think realistically it's going to be a little while before it's ready to become one, because we're not going to be able to send anyone to work there. And then we'll have to assign someone down here to produce some clothing. So we are going to have to lose one of these goats or pigs that we have set up. Unless we do get to 60% approval before we get to the point of producing yarn, because we are going to need to assign a family to do that as well, which potentially could be the livestock trader once they've already got our initial sheep imported. And then we'll have to find someone to go make some clothes, I suppose. I do like that they've fixed the problem with the long and thin pasture space being the best option. It looks much nicer when you've got a nice wide open space there. Right, storehouse under construction, weaver's workshop is nearly there, sheep farm is operational, sheep are coming in. Hopefully that's put us on the path, the straight and narrow, to get us towards having clothing. Is it 55% approval we need? It's that first green section, I believe, that means we can have migration. So that'll be +1, the deeper green will be +2, and the very dark green will be +3. So I just think the goalposts have obviously moved slightly. You know, I probably should have examined all this before I got started, shouldn't I? What is our population? 60. I think the AI has a few more people than that, don't they, looking at this? Hopefully they don't get too aggressive too quickly. We've not been attacked yet. What's our military up to? Ooh! Got 33 lads, and actually we're short on equipment, not people, so we are going to be able to field at least 1 full unit of spear militia. I wonder as well, once we fill that, it might be worth opening up a second one. Now, we could, I suppose, demolish our joiner's workshop and have them start to make bows instead, if we wanted 2 types of unit, but I think we'll stick with spearmen for the moment, because we're mostly going to be fighting defensively. Ooh, yes, look, +1 monthly migration, huzzah! Fantastic. Right, well, finally we've got people moving in. Let's get someone working at the weaver's workshop then, pretty much straight away. We should have a little bit of wool. Not quite yet, but it's on its way. We're going to assign someone there ready. Hopefully that means our quinces will be here before too long as well. Fantastic. Just slipped over that gap without even having to get clothing. I wonder if that's because our food approval just about hit enough. So what are we lacking? So missing market goods is -7%. Amenities -6, that's clothing. Not enough food variety in the marketplace -2. Market food variety +9%. I wonder if a lot of that bonus is from the perk that we've selected. Yes, and then you've got lingering memories as well, also having an impact. It's a lot harder, isn't it? Well, which one of you was, I can't remember your username. But they said you wanted to see me sweat a little bit. Well, I hope you're seeing it. It's a bit harder than my usual cozy long plays, but I hope you're all enjoying it all the same. Let me know in the comments below. Do you like it when I play on a hard mode like this? Let me know as to whether or not I have to suffer through this again. Please be kind. 6 burgers left for people to be moving into, so I'm not overly fussed on getting loads more of those set up at the moment. 33 there. I imagine we're not producing that many planks that quickly. That's fine. We've got 5 of the 10 sheep we wanted to order in. Money's looking okay, actually. That's not one of our constraining factors. Have we started to make any yarn? Yes, we've got 3 yarn. So perhaps the next family that moves in, we will look to get one of these burgages set up permanently for a tailor's workshop. No point doing it now, of course, because the one family that is currently free for construction would become a tailor, and then, of course, there would be no one to construct their new house. Who are we going to lose, though? I think probably a pig, just because they're not producing us, they're only producing meat, and they're not producing us any sort of animal produce. So they're not doing a double favour, if that makes sense. We have got a little bit of pork sat around. At least we've got a bit of a vegetable variety. Got that going for us. Could do with a few more carrots, though, by the looks of things.
Perhaps it was simply a bad batch. These things do
Could be you. Although that's two families. Yeah, we definitely don't want to assign a place with two families to be any kind of person. And when I say person, of course, I mean having them assigned to a specific role, because it will take up all of them. Now, smallholdings. As much as I like taking the perk, I did a test once where I took on the smallholding perk and assigned it to a load of piggies, and it made absolutely no difference. And it does not seem, at least it didn't at the time, increase the yield for a smallholding with animals in it. If that's changed, please let me know. I assume it does make a difference with vegetables, but I'm a little bit dubious, as if it... I don't know if it's one of those things that supposedly works, but doesn't actually. Right, family's moved in, so let's get a tailor's workshop set up over there. Then we can start turning a little bit of that yarn we're just now starting to produce, and turn it into clothes. And my goodness, what are we doing? We've got a full unit of spearmen. Let's rally the lads. Let's not run. And let's make our way over the hill towards the end. We've got 138 days until we have raiders attacking us. So we've got time to go and take care of these brigands. Although they're right next to each other, we're actually going to probably... We've got to be careful not to aggro both at the same time if we possibly can. So we fight one at a time. Gain ourselves some influence, gain ourselves a little bit of money that might allow us to hire in a couple of mercenaries should they become necessary. Finally, I feel like we may be on the straight and narrow now with +1 monthly migration back operational, a military force to protect ourselves with, sheep on the way with clothing on the horizon. Oh, yes. Let's make sure you're set up to make clothes with yarn, because we do not have linen. How are we getting on with iron? There's 38 left. Let's deploy down the hill then. We'll start on the road here, and let's not come any closer than that for the time being, and just see when it is that we trigger these bandits, and then make sure we don't come any further. Okay, all good so far. Properly marching down the path as well, since the latest update as well, the beta. That means troops behave a little bit more naturally now. Come on, I don't want to trigger the other bandit camp. There we go. So, the men are stationed here, on the road, ready for their first operational combat. The green and white snail that is our standard, standing proud. We'll array ourselves here, and we'll take on a shield wall, give us better block value, and it slows us down, but I don't believe that it harms our combat effectiveness, like we were if we were on defensive. And bother, we have actually aggroed both units. It's tricky. Do we push forwards and try and take these chaps out before they get here? I think we've just got to try and take them on one at a time. Right, men. Fight. Fight hard. Fight for your homes, and for the kingdom you hope to build. I expect nothing less than your all. First time that we fought bandits where they have reinforcements. We might take some serious losses here. Come on. Not lost anyone yet. Men up in the middle. I don't feel like we've got much of a shield wall going on. Oh no, we've lost our first lad. Oh, two lads. Oh, I hope this isn't a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhic? Where'd that come from? Pyrrhic victory. Oh, and these are materials we can't afford to lose as well. Alright, one of their units is broken at least. Oh, thank goodness for that. Well, it could have been a lot worse, but we did lose 6 men in that conflict. Alright, let's go and claim our reward as they march off there towards our objective. And unfortunately, we have lost 6 men. I hope they went well, all from one family. Now, as much as I am... another bandit camp, really? Don't tell me they've spawned right on... Oh my goodness, look how many bandit camps there are. There's another 2 over here. I'm not sure I want to go and take those on. We might need to hire in some mercenaries. As much as I'm sad that we've lost these lads, why can't we take their spears and shields with us? You know, they're right there. In fact, Why don't we you should be able to harvest the weapons, the small arms of the brigands you kill, and take it back yourself. I think that would be fantastic. Right. Let's get to this bandit camp and take the goods for ourselves. Drop below that 55%. Bother. Well, we've got clothing on the way now, so hopefully that'll sort us out. This belongs to my treasury now, and then we'll march on to this one as well. And let's see. Oh, actually, let's hold station there. I don't want to aggro them. They might be a bit close. Got a bit of money. So, Tannavol. How do you pronounce that? Tannavegels and Pacific. Can we order in any mercenaries nearby? Where is Kessler? You're over there. That's not too bad. I think we hire in someone from Keslik. So, and deal with these bandits. I think we'll take Battle Brothers, because they're reasonably cheap, but they are well equipped. We'll sign that contract. And before we get too close here, we'll start marching in our new forces. Because I don't want to get caught out. Fantastic. And is that bandit camp going to stay there? Can I wait until our mercenaries take it? Or do we try and sneak in with our own troops here? To make sure they're at least rested up first. Right, let's just flit on back to Reiswissen, our homeland. Make sure everything is progressing here as we would like. Well, obviously there is the inevitable horror and sadness at the many lives lost in the recent excursions to take on those who would oppress us. So it's saying we've got 10 sheep here, but it looks like there maybe are still a few coming from... Yeah, still importing livestock, so we won't unassign the livestock trader until all those sheep have arrived, otherwise they may well get abandoned out on the road. Look at you, shepherding your sheep with your crook. Wonderful. Have we got clothes? We've got yarn. Have we produced any clothes at all yet? Terribly exciting. Resources. Commodities. We did, we made and clothe. Wonderful. Well, hopefully we make more than one clothes in the future. How is the shoulder fish? One family is more than keeping on top of that situation. We have got 2 families. Where could we send an unassigned family to do some good for us? Ideally go and live in there and grow us some food, please and thank you. But no. We could get them back at the quarry, I suppose. Or what we could do is send them over to the iron mine and see if we can't get all of that iron extracted nice and quickly. I think that sounds like a good idea. Let's speed time up a little bit. Make sure they aren't aggroed. Nope, they're fine. Our troops are marching in from above. Let's see if we can't steal this bandit camp without aggroing these chaps. If we do, I'll just have to deal with it. So far, so good. So far, so good. Just stop moving. Why don't you move? Come on. Right, we're going to fight aggressively with these chaps because they should massively outnumber them anyway. Why don't you want to take this bandit camp? There we go. Belongs to my treasury now, and you shall run home. We haven't aggroed them. Fantastic. Leave it to the professionals. Oh, sort of assumed we'd already completely crushed them, but not quite yet. I'm getting there, though. Why are you leaving? But having just said that they've massively improved the combat effectiveness in the game, I'm being disproven by the way in which all the mercenaries here are acting. Let's form our spear back up and come in from the side. Come on, you should absolutely own them. There shouldn't even be a competition. Lovely. Take the bandit camp, and then we'll move on to take on the next lot as well. A hearty little collection here for us of bandit camps. It's worked out rather well. Lots of influence and lots of money for us as well. We'll even be able to claim the first region. Very exciting stuff. I wonder if we want to keep these troops for our first engagement with the raiders. It's only 100 days away. So that would be 50... So it'd be about 150 to keep them on for that long. I think that might be worth it, actually. We've got 281 in the coffers. And we might be able to... Why haven't we built ourselves a manor? Oh, goodness. Please ignore my my many mistakes. We've got 368, and we can use them to take on further bandit camps as they spawn as well. So let's bring them on back to our region. We'll station them where they can actually get to us and defend. We'll disband our own men, and we've actually restocked to a full contingent there. What I am going to do, though, is we're probably struggling on tools a little bit, so let's come in here, and we'll get tools being produced once again, and maybe we'll get them to produce up to 20 tools, so we've got a little stockpile. And I think we will just keep the Battle Brothers on and pay them. Now, let's claim Pasweg, because I do want to secure ourselves a strong iron source. Lovely, and that just leaves the one region for bandits to appear within. I don't know how much longer it will be there realistically, because I'm sure the AI will make a move or two before too long. But with the population growth that we have, or lack thereof, we are going to need to be able to employ other units. Other mercenaries. So, let's get ourselves a manor, which we should have done some time ago. Where are we going to put this? That crossroads would seem a good place. Relatively near the centre. Although it doesn't protect us from the edge. That would be a cool place, but maybe it is too close to the edge. I think we go right here on this crossroads. Literally right there. And can we afford a garrison tower as well? Not just yet, so we'll just commit to getting the manor built to start with. Get the last of this iron out, and that'll free 2 families up to go and work elsewhere. And of course the retinue will be a big help as well, but taxation is more what I am thinking of. Speaking of taxation, it would be good to stop exporting charcoal at some point, so getting the quarry back operational and also constructing ourselves a stonemason station to dress the stone as well, ready for sale, would be good, because I think that's going to be a good source of income for us as well. In fact, have we made much from trading away? Yeah, we've actually made a fair amount just from passively trading. Is that what that 50 is each time? No, I think that's charcoal. From trading that away. Right, have we got 10 sheep in there? We do. Let's free up the livestock trader, and actually we're going to send them to work at the quarry, as we were discussing. Or do we keep them around? Oh, as Pasweg becomes ours. Do we keep them around to work on the manor for a little while? Yeah, go on then. It's been a while since we've ordered an ox. We should probably get on and do that, and also think about expanding the number of hutches. Hutches? What am I talking about? Stables. That's the word I'm looking for. We have around as well. Maybe we can get a couple just tucked in there next to where we have the fishery. And one on the King's Road there. Well, we've got a bit of space in here actually for a gaggle of them. So we'll pop those in there. Now, hopefully the manor will contribute towards approval. I think it does in terms of a governance. We're back at the monthly migration again, so hopefully get a few families moved in as a result of that. The sooner we have the manor, the better. And I think the manor also dissuades people from, or bandits from raiding us. So it should also mean we have a few less resources stolen when bandit camps do appear. But we now have a military that we can use to take care of those bandit camps, who we can afford to keep for another 6 months if we weren't to get any further income from taking on bandit camps, or indeed from getting taxation operational. Now taxation, tricky one, because that is going to harm our happiness, our approval, which is constantly flitting around that 55%. Hopefully, as clothes become more ubiquitous, that will help boost things. Yes. We need more meats as well, don't we? That's also holding us back. Haven't got much iron left. New family moving in, that's good. I mean, getting the... I shouldn't have put all these expansions on buildings in hindsight. Had I realised that we weren't going to get much migration, I should have focused on getting people moved into the orchard, because we're definitely a year or two behind when we could have had the orchard operational now. Could get ourselves another unit of spear, but I think we'll just keep the one whole unit for the time being. We have got plenty of spears, actually, so we don't need to go back to spear production. We'll leave that at producing tools for the time being. We've got 60 spare. And it's just shields, actually, that we're a little low on, because we are using planks for a number of things. More logging would probably be useful. Let's get another family working then at the logging camp to bring in more of those. And we'll leave the others to work on manor construction. Okay, I think we've reached a little bit of a plateau in terms of progress. So what we'll do is we'll wait for a bit of time to pass. We'll wait for the raiders to appear, or the manor to be completed, whatever happens first recently, and then we'll rejoin the action. There we have the manor constructed, so we've got ourselves a little retinue we can use now as well. Let's go in here though and see about taxation. I believe we can get away with a 1% tax without actually causing any approval loss. We can't afford any at the moment, so we'll set ourselves a 1% tax. As you can see, it's not going to register us very much money unless we significantly increase our economy. So therefore, what we need to do is significantly increase our economy. And that is primarily going to come from the quarry. So we'll get the quarry active, get another family back working there. What we're going to do is we are probably going to stop trading away our rough stone. And instead we want to turn it into dress stone, so we'll get more money for it that way. So, no trade. We might start trading it again one day if we start producing in excess, but for the time being, we want to be making it into dress stone, for which we will need a stonemason's station. We'll get that popped down just there, and also you'll need a dedicated storehouse later on for a more efficient storage of goods, so we'll get that down there as well. 2 families moved in. Let's quickly get one of them working at the quarry, actually. And then we will get them working at the stonemason station once it's been constructed. 2 spots we want to move into. Finally going to get this burgage operational, and look at that, 57% approval now. So have we made anything? It doesn't look like having the manors actually actively affected us in terms of approval. But hopefully it's clothing that is starting to make the difference. Not that everyone has garments at this stage. Fruits and animal produce is still a problem. Let's think about our next expansion then, hopefully. Yep, fantastic. We are done with the mining pit. So we can get rid of this road and we can get rid of the pit itself. And that's going to give us a little bit more space here with which we can play with expansion. What I'm going to do is pause quickly, and we're going to get down a few more of our quarries here in my usual configuration of 5 quarries. At least I would, if I was using the right tool. And we will get 1 here. That's 2. Where is the... Am I in the wrong orientation? It's very difficult to see during winter. Should be able to get a 3rd one there. Are the deposits smaller in hard mode? I'm going to wait until March so I can properly see it. I wonder if it's smaller. Can I not get 5? Let's go and investigate some others, shall we? Right, so this is a strong clay deposit here. It looks the same, I think. Maybe it is smaller. Ooh, interesting. Another way they've made it harder. I'm so happy. Look at that, 3 unassigned families. Let's get someone at the stonemason station prompto. And probably ought to have another granary worker as well. Fab. Snow has all but cleared. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where are they? Oh, it's our territory. They've arrived in Pacific. So busy thinking about stone, forgot about raiders. They're coming our way? Looks like it. Well, I say we meet them on the peaks. See if we can't get up to the top of this hill before they get anywhere near. Right. I'm determined to find out what the deal is here with the stone pit. I think it's a normal size. I think maybe I just haven't placed this one right. Maybe. No, it can't be. It's definitely smaller. I'm not getting 5 on there. Right, they're all the way over there still. We'll set up on with a superior position on the slope. Because if we go over here to the clay deposit, yeah, look how small that circle is. Usually, I'd have 1, 2, 3, but 2 there would take up all the space. Can we get 4 maybe on these? I think we might be able to get 4 and not 5, actually. It's going to mean temporarily getting rid of this, though. Right. Let's unstaff it and remove it temporarily. And then we'll see about getting them back down as efficiently as we can. So let's try 3. So it would be... We'll wait for the resource to be out of the way before we do, though. Try and keep an eye on where those bandits are. There they are. It should be no problem at all for us. We'll push down into them. Hopefully not losing any men. We have a significant terrain advantage. But we have lost someone from the spears. It's annoying because I do want to keep these chaps employed if we can. Although actually, not sure we can afford to do so with the amount of tax money we're actually bringing in. Right, let's get rid of these brigands at least. Are there any bandit camps we can take? No. Right, we'll keep them for a little while longer just because we've paid them for another 24 days anyway. Good, and that's that resource out of the way. So, quarries. That was definitely as far over to that side as we can get one. Should be 1, 2... Yeah, smaller. Didn't realise the size of the deposits would change. So, quarry. We'll get 1 here. 2 here. 3 there. And we're actually going to have to move the stonemason station and this road as well. Is that in the way? Yeah. Right, we'll get that moved out of the way. And we'll connect up some roads through here. With the new layout for the quarry area. As such. Right, we'll keep you for another 15 days, and then you'll have to be on your way, chaps. I'm afraid I can't afford your services anymore. You've served me well so far, though, so thank you for all that you've done. Let's also get the stonemason station rebuilt. We'll put that down just here. And pop a road out there. Those resources are out of the way, so let's get ourselves down a quarry. I'm quite enjoying learning all these new things about the harder game mode. Quite exciting, actually. Right, we've got approval, but we're about to run out of accommodation space. So, what I was getting distracted from was doing that, wasn't I? So build that road down there. We will demolish this as well for the time being so that we can connect this road through. Like so. And then maybe we'll connect this up here once that's out of the way. A road across here. And extend this one up a tad. And that gives us some space in here for some additional accommodation. Thank you, chaps, for your service. Getting a bit close to when I'm going to have to pay you again, so I'm afraid you're going to have to be on your way. It's not very straight, that road, actually. Let's just go around the top here and start over a little bit. So we'll get down a couple of burgages in here. Maybe even a few more than that. Let's go for 2, actually, because then we can put some vegetable plots around them. So go like that there, and then we'll put a road going up here. Little something like that there. And another burgage in here. Filling out this space. Little something like that there. Nice big garden space. Let's get a couple of families working at the quarry and one working at the stonemason's station. We're also going to want that dedicated storehouse reinstated somewhere as well. Just there would make sense to me. We might as well finish these perimeter roads going around the outside of our quarry zone, as it were. Not how I'd normally build these, but it works. It works, I suppose. Let's make sure this is properly connected as well. And this one here. Okay. Good. Finally got some trees being planted. Maybe actually we'll get some more trees in that one there. And then we'll get some more oxen. More oxen is always a good idea. Order another ox. Build a couple of stables. Oh dear, we're out of planks already. Good grief. We are certainly going through them, aren't we? How are we doing for shields? Got 71. I think maybe we stop you there for the time being, my friend. So we've got a few planks available for construction. Let's get another couple of small burgages in here. We go 3 here, and then we'll put an orchard behind instead of a vegetable garden, because they can make slightly better use of the space. extend that road that way. Get these in here. Now we'll go out to there. Like that. Good. And then connect a couple of these roads in. Kind of like some sort of layered steps here. A little bit odd. Don't mind it though. Does feel like a more organic growth than what I would normally do. But like I said, don't hate it. Let's get a work at this storehouse here. And we'll get some apples planted in there. Oh, blast. I was going to turn that into vegetables, wasn't I? Oh well, right. Well, we need 3 types anyway, so we'll get some pears in that one there, I guess. How are we doing? Got 20 sheep over here. Do we need a second? I'm not really clear on how many sheep one sheep farmer can look after. 14% productivity, 76% extensions. Are you by any chance a farmer? Let's swap you with someone else, maybe. No, just live there. I guess maybe they've got plenty of time on their hands. Right, are we starting to produce some dressed stone? 17 of the stuff, fantastic. Let's see about establishing ourselves a proper trade route for them, which I imagine is going to be quite expensive. Only 100 actually at this stage, so we're going to export everything over 25, so we've got enough to upgrade our church to level 2, which again I hope will approve with happiness. Approval up to 60% now, that's good. Gives us a 5% margin there. And I would like now to stop exporting charcoal, as we have an alternative way of bringing in money in. It wasn't making us much anyway, and we do of course need it for our own purposes. With that in mind, it wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think, to get ourselves down a forester to start thinking about planting that which we are getting rid of. You down on the King's Road just there, and we'll continue that connection up through there. And that might be a good place actually for a future logging camp and charcoal kiln and woodcutter's lodge. Fantastic, and that will allow us to remove them from where we currently have them. Make sure they're connected up to the King's Road on this side, because that's where they'll be doing most of their work. And just as well get a saw pit over here as well. At least we would, if we had enough goods. We've exhausted the supply we have for the minute. I finally feel like we're making a bit of progress, people. Now, that would probably mean that before long... Oh, look, brigands. We'll have the AI coming down upon us, which I don't particularly look forward to. Could go and take care of those brigands. They're all the way up there. I think we probably should go and do it, though. Let's rally our forces here. And then we'll go and see if we can't gain ourselves a bit of money and influence all at the same time. Still don't have enough clothes for everyone, but as our pasture expands, that'll start to even itself out. I imagine we're using all of the wool at the moment. I know, maybe need an extra family working at the weaver's workshop. Oh, they're ill. That's why they're not making any more resources. Okay, right, we don't want you running, because it is uphill. And where are you? You're here. Let's get up here first, and then we'll make our way along the ridge towards you, so that we're not fighting you as soon as we get to the top of the hill, because that would be a terrible thing for morale and for general readiness to take you on. We wanted this to be another orchard, but we're short on planks, because we're short on timber. Maybe let's get this logging camp over here active, and we'll also get this forester active, working on a small patch around themselves, because that's always the most efficient way to do it. It might be worth doing a manual reassigning at some point, just to make sure we've got everyone working at an efficient location nearby. Okay. Let's start moving along the ridgeline here, and we'll bait them with our retinue, and then take them on with our spearmen from the side. A little something like that there. Hopefully once we get to this position they will be aggroed. Come on. Come get me. Come get me. We've taken on more than you. There they are. Where are they going? Oh, they are coming up this way. That's fine. Right, so although we don't get much of a charge bonus, we will charge these chaps down the hill, I think. Oh, they're coming this way. Your doom. Set these chaps defensively. And charge. And hopefully we'll break them before we lose anyone. Fighting on a slope like that, I can't imagine they would manage to kill anyone. Not even one of the 5 lads who engaged them first. Come on. There we go. They're broken. Let's run our men on to take the bandit camp, and we will send the retinue home. Thank you, retinue. You've served us well. Well, a fairly easy win there on influence, and a helping hand in terms of finances, lest we need to hire in some mercenaries again. Lovely. And we'll send those men home as well as our retinue. Good. So enough space for people to be moving into for the time being. I would like to get the storehouse here upgraded at some point. How are we doing for creation of dress stone? We've got 15 rough. And we've got 38 dressed. Might be worth getting another horse ordered. And a second family working at the trading post. To see if we can't accelerate the rate at which we're trading, bring in more money. And then that 1% tax we're taking that doesn't affect our happiness can actually make a bit of a difference in terms of the amount of money we have available to ourselves over at the treasury. Now at some point we probably ought to settle in Passweg, but I'm a bit worried at the moment we wouldn't really be able to properly defend it. I think that our military would be a little bit too split, and we might end up losing it if there was a claim against it. We wouldn't be able to fight them off, so I'm going to hold off for a minute. That being said, the sooner we settle over there, the sooner we have good access to iron. Maybe we do settle next year. What do we have? Do we have enough money for a reasonable... it would be a modest start. And how much do the starts cost? So 500 for an average at least. We probably want plentiful, which is 750. And that also leaves us without money for hiring in mercenaries. And no, we can't do that next year. Not just yet, but I'm sure we'll be able to in the fullness of time. Good stuff. Alrighty then, so I think what we'll do now is we will crack right on with doing a little bit of planning as to where we're going to get set up. So, people might be pretty unhappy on the whole, but we'll get there. Fruits and animal produce are going to come with time. Beverages is going to be a long way off if we ever even get there. But what I would like to start doing is thinking about where exactly we're going to expand the village to next. I think we're going to focus on this area here, and I'm going to do something absolutely atrocious. And that's to come in here with the farm tool. And we're just going to go ahead and delete all these trees. You heard me. We're going to delete the trees. Now, there's plenty of trees here. And we're also planting more over here and moving our production generally to this area anyway. So I'm not too fussed about getting on and doing this. And what that's going to do is going to make it a little bit easier to start planning out exactly how we're going to expand our settlement in this general direction. So we'll just finish with this little bit here. Fantastic. What are you doing here? Ox, go home. Go home, Ox, you're drunk. So, that is the slope space I want to kind of deal with. And let's start getting some roads in place. So, I think generally I want to try and follow the terrain a little bit more over here, especially as it gets steeper. So, let's see if we can't get a couple of roads that sweep kind of along with the gradient. See if we can get that a little smoother there. Come out with this little hill here. And work our way around the gradient lines. Ooh, maybe even working the way all the way over here. Back down to this road. Fantastic. Little love path in there. And it looks squiggly, but down from this level it all looks more or less on the same level, which is of course what we're aiming for. We'll put a little love path into this corner. And that can serve pretty much the basis for how we're going to set up our settlement going forward. Connect that up to that corner there. And we probably have a path going up this direction as well. Make sure we've got these little curves at corners, because I think that always looks nice to do that. And then, in terms of how steep this is, are we able to build here? We are, up to about this gradient mark here. So we'll kind of work off of that basis, although it looks like there might be another plateau over here that we might actually be able to do some construction on. Maybe it's a bit steep. Oh no. Yeah, some spots. So I think if we plan to have housing basically all the way along this road we've just built, So therefore, why don't we get ourselves down a granary and a storehouse if supplies are starting to keep up a little bit in this area here to give ourselves the resources we need to look after them. If we pop a little road, actually no, let's just do it at this intersection here. So we'll get down a granary, we'll get down a storehouse as well next door. I want these to be kind of parallel, so I'm going to line them up manually like that. And more water would be a good idea. Splendid. There's a source over here, so we can get that down just there. And does everyone here have access to water, actually? No. Typical's done it again. Struggling with approval, and he doesn't even give everyone access to water. My goodness. What a noob. Well, let's get some market stalls in here. I think that looks lovely. Maybe even a second granary and storehouse can go in here. We put a road coming up that way there. I don't think that looks too out of place. What I might do, though, is curve it a little bit like that. Looks even better. Space for a love path. Yes, there is for a little one. Fantastic. And we've still got 2 spots for people to be moving into. Let's make sure, actually, that in those spots we've got the relevant constructions completed. So why don't we get a few more animal pens so we can get a few more goats. I think that would be a splendid idea for those ones there. And for these here as well. And that one we've already got apples growing. This one here we were going to do pears. So that was the general idea. Finances, we seem to be making a little bit of regional wealth. We've got 2 horses on the trot. And we are indeed trading away that excess stone that we're producing. 36 of the stuff I think we could probably do with a few more workers working in the quarries. So let's get an additional family at one of those quarries there. Getting this woodcutter's lodge operational would be good, I think. Let's actually get rid of this one here. And we'll move production now over to here. And we'll do the same with the charcoal kiln as well. Fantastic. And actually, let's get... No, let's not get 2 families working at that forester's hut. Let's get another forester's hut. Pop down over here. And you can work an adjacent area so that we're working on 2 small areas at once instead of working 2 families inside of what is a very small area for that number of people operationally. Great. Well, I think since clearing the space over here, it's certainly starting to look a little bit more manageable in terms of expansion. 76% approval now. So that is definitely headed in the right direction. We'll order in a bunch of goats, those burgers we just got set up there, and we'll lavish them with a couple of upgrades as well on their dwellings. And we'll do that anywhere anyone is ready. No timber available though. Maybe we get another family working at the logging camp down here, and actually having a local supply of oxen would be a wise thing to do. So why don't we get a number of hitching posts down in here. Another logging camp also wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think. If we fit that one in there, then that gives us a little bit more capacity for storage of the logs that we're cutting down. It might be we need maybe 1 or 2 more burgers over here just to help staff the foresters' huts. So if we put down a granary and a storehouse just here, we kind of aim for behind where we have the sheep farms set up. Let's make that road just a little bit longer. And perhaps curve it down a bit. Like that there. We'll get a granary. Get a storehouse. Get a market stall. Snap that to the road. Space for a well in here too. Actually, let's not put that on the corner. That blocks it. Actually, no. That's fine, because we're not going to put many sheep in this direction anyway, because that's where we're going to have our expansion of forestry. And then we'll just get down a small row of houses here. Once we have the timber. A little bit like that there. Maybe even filling all the way out here. Yeah, like that there. Once we've got 12 logs stocked up. Although actually we don't stock that many up before we start turning them into planks. So, but where did we get Plank Boy? I thought we moved that over here as well. Did we not? No, he's still over here. Let's relocate Plank Boy. And pop him in there. And while he's down, we should get enough planks available to us to do something here. Let's actually
come out from the King's Road here, so we get a little bit of a straight road. Come back down like that, and then get in a straight row of properties here. Turn off snapping. That's pretty much where I want to get to. And we're just a few timber off having enough to get those burgages. In fact, we want density here, so that gives us 6. That gives us 5. Their rear gardens are also useful. We'll get those 5 there. And then what we might do is double stack them. I know this is getting a little close to the edge of the map, which we didn't really want to do. But I do want to make sure the forestry sector is properly stocked with people. So we get another row of burgages in here. And that should be enough people to work at the granaries and storehouses here, as well as the foresters' huts, of which we may get a few more down to make sure that we are properly reforesting the area for our fuel and timber supplies. Might be a second, though, until we have enough timber actually to execute on that plan. Oh, is it a bandit camp sound? Yep, all the way down there in the plateau. Have to see whether we can be bothered to go and get them or not. They're quite a way away, but, you know, money always helps, especially when mercenaries are required. We'll just wait until we get these logs. We'll get this building, and then maybe we'll turn our attentions to that. 81% approval! My goodness, we've slipped into +2 monthly migration. It turns out when you give everyone water... oh, pardon me. My goodness, I got so excited. When you give everyone water, they're happy. Who would have thought it? Water and clothes, all people needed. As soon as people start moving in here, we're going to assign them to the granary and storehouse down here. Let's get ourselves someone working at the saw pit. And yeah, we're also going to set a limit on planks, actually, because we don't want you making them indefinitely. Maybe we'll set you to a limit of 150 or so to start with. We'll get a family working here. You reasonably local? I might grab these as our first local workers. As soon as someone moves in, as we have them done just there, I'm going to assign this family to this hut, and they're going to work this circle just here, and then this family, where we will also wait for someone to move in, will work this circle just here. And let's get you an extension in the form of an animal pen. And we'll do that to all of these, actually. Oh, bother. Typical coming in clutch with the misclicks there. Starting to get a little bit nervous that we've not seen any aggression from the AI. Because they're definitely going to come for us at some point. I don't want to be taken completely unawares. Order an ox because we can. It's always good to have more of them. Get a bunch of stables installed. Get you a livestock assignment. You can have a goat and an upgrade, that's fine. And I don't want to get any closer to the edge of the map than that. I mean, we're basically already on the border. So if anything goes wrong, we are going to suffer in the forestry sector. But I don't see a way around it, really. Because we've got the pond here, we've got high terrain here, so we're not really going to have any other space that we can get people easily working down here. And I think the efficiency of having people live nice and locally to where we want them working is going to be worth the cost of having them a little bit exposed to potential raiders. Let's get the correct extension popped on you. Probably the next families we'll want to assign to the granary and the storehouse down here. We'll get those upgraded. Also upgrades to activate down here. A little shy on timber again. We've got 5 families who are presently unassigned. Maybe getting a 3rd family at the logging camp wouldn't be a bad shout. Tempted to get a logging camp over here to deal with these trees as well, because I don't want to completely deforest this area before we've got it reforested. Speaking of which, I am actually going to go ahead and get down 2 more. Maybe just 1 more, because that's all we can afford for a minute. Foresters' huts, to make sure we are definitely keeping this well maintained. And before too long, there should be a family popping into there. Although we're only part of the way through December at the moment. And there's quite a lot of construction going on. So that's 8 burgages for people to move into. We're also then going to start moving out in this direction. Let's get that upgrade to a stone well, since we have the stone available to us. Got 161 of the rubble stuff. We'll need to get some mortar created at some point before too long as well, so that's something we'll need to keep on our minds. We've got plenty of charcoal. We are going to run out of iron at some point. We've got 19 tools, and also we're using tools to keep on top of the stonemason's station as well. Ooh, let's get some pears planted in there. It's going to cost us every penny we have, but I think it's going to be worth the investment. And we'll get an upgrade there, and it's time to rally our forces. And we'll go and take care of the pesky bandits who've set up camp over yonder hill. And we'll see if we can't gain ourselves a little bit more money and a little bit more influence at the same time. We'll convene atop the hill, and then we'll go from there. So definitely on organic growth here in the settlement. A bit started off quite neat, got a little bit messy, and then we're going back to now we're going to organic. All sorts of expansion going on here. You can have an animal pen because everyone else around you does as well. 35 sheep. We always have shepherds actually shepherding sheep in fields. I don't seem to remember always seeing them there like that. But, you know, it could just be misremembering. But it's nice to actually see them pasturing the fields. I suppose usually I have such thin fields that maybe I just didn't notice because the sheep were so densely packed in together. Let's set up a working area for this of just over here. And hopefully that's not overlapping with this one. Oh, it is. Right. Maybe you should do this area here. Try and keep the work area size nice and small. We'll get you a goat, and we will assign you to the granary, and then get you an upgrade. So I imagine granary and storehouses are becoming a bit stretched. Actually, storehouses far more so. So when we get that next person moving in, although we are back down to +1 monthly migration, then we will get that family working at the storehouse. Continue to get upgrades. Let's go and check in with military. And start marching down towards the next bunch of brigands. Fantastic. Any more road work I want to do over here? Probably put a little love path or two in here. And then I'm pretty happy with that. I don't know how many roads we really need connecting back out, because it is quite steep. But we might leave a few gaps just in case. It's a lovely little plateau up here, actually. That'd be a really pretty spot for a manor. Although perhaps not terribly useful. Proper garrison tower would be good to have at some point as well. But we need a few more logs before we can commit to that. We possibly don't want to get too close, actually, to where the manor is here. I mean, if we put a provincial circle around the manor as a no-go zone. How's this? Oh, yes, I've judged that perfectly. So that will provincially plan out the area our manor will occupy, and perhaps I'll keep the wall of the manor inside that area to not clip anything at the end. And we'll have a roughly circular one, I think. Maybe with a few little divots where the walls are. I'm not sure if the walls of the manor are going to play nicely either, because we have experienced a little bit of trouble recently, haven't we, with the manor construction being a little bit buggy, shall we say. I think we'll keep everyone set to aggressive, because at the end of the day we're fighting lightly armed opponents. Let's set ourselves up here. We want our lovely retinue to take the charge. Have we aggroed them? No, not quite. Let's move forward a little bit more. Make sure we're not really on a downhill slope. No need to give ourselves a disadvantage. I wonder if these 5 lads could take care of them on their own. I think even the retinue would be a bit pressed to do that. Move these guys onto the flank. And we'll push in. Hopefully we'll be able to take care of them in no time at all. Jab them in the side. Secure them from the front. Come on. There we go. Without losing a single man. Careless deaths. Send the retinue home, because it's going to take you a little while to get there. As is the way of the retinue. Claim this for ourselves, and then you can run all the way home, so you can be back to your regular day job before the sun goes down, as it were. Even though the sun is in fact not going to go down. There is a day-night cycle in this game. Just never used it. Probably should try that at some point. Right. Another family's moved in here. Let's assign you to the local storehouse to start redressing the imbalance here in supply. And warehouse worker, your granary, and you two are working at the forestry huts. We'll buy you a goat and get you an upgrade. And we've got a bit of money, so let's buy some more goats for everyone else down here. And then perhaps we'll focus a little bit more on pigs for the next lot of properties we set up. Timber is coming in. We've definitely, in doing all these upgrades, used up pretty much all of the spare supplies we had set aside for our planks. So we really want to get more of those produced. I imagine, though, we're limited by the amount of timber we want to have at any given time. So more timber is going to be more good. But we need to be sustainable. Hence the number of foresters huts I'm trying to get down here. Although I think we may need to expand maybe even a little bit further. In fact, why don't we take the forestry workers here, logging camp, and tell them to cut down everything over here for a minute. Send all you chaps back to your jobs, and that'll allow us perhaps to get a little bit more done planting wise here while we still have people moving into the new area over here. Now, missing communities, we've dropped in terms of approval quite a bit from that, plus 80% we were at one stage earlier. So what is it that people are missing? Is it fruits and animal produce? Obviously beverages as well. Looks like fruits and animal produce is the main issue that we can fix at the moment anyway. So it would be prudent for us to get more of that, which of course we are, because we've got a whole bunch of goats down here, which is going to help. Perhaps some more chickens as well would be of use, and of course the easiest way would be to have more orchards. And we have just planted quite a few large ones. It's going to take a little while till they're bearing fruit, as it were. That's not to say we can't get a couple more installed as well. 6 spots for people to be moving into, so not in a terrible rush to build more houses. I think maybe we're better off gathering some materials for the moment, producing some more planks. Keep ordering in oxen. Another family moving in there. I'd like to expand our stone production at some point as well. But it might be a minute until we have enough people to do that. You can go and work at the granary, but I think your next neighbour again is going to have to go and work at the storehouse. You'd have thought the orchard owners would have fruits for themselves, but I guess it's a positive light on their character. They're not stealing all of the apples and pears and quinces for themselves. They're sharing them out with everyone. I do like this cozy little kingdom we've settled down here. I'm hoping it's never thwarted by our enemy AI or by the brigands, but things can't stay peaceful forever. I'm sure at some point we will see the wrath of the AI fall upon us. And I'm not just talking about real life, I'm actually talking about the game right now. Yeah, scary, hey? What are you lacking over here? It's the same things you're lacking elsewhere. That's fine. I was just making sure you did in fact have access to everything you need, like water. I can't imagine anyone would ever forget to get you water. Goodness, that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Money is still coming in, so that is good, and we seem to be making a fair amount of it. I would like to raise taxes, but if we can get to +2 monthly migration, that is going to greatly help the expansion that we can do, so that probably should be one of our focuses. Speaking of focuses, we have not expanded our military in quite some time. We are going to have to start buying in some iron, I think, because we're not going to be settling in the nearby region anytime soon. So let's go on down to the trading post and set ourselves an import for iron ore. We'll establish a trade route, and we'll say that we want 20 at any given time. And then let's go down to the bloomery and say that we want to have 15 iron slabs at any given time. After that, don't produce any more, because I don't want to be constantly buying in iron if we can help it. And then we'll go to you. You've already got a limit of 20 tools, so that'll just keep us topped up on tools without draining our resources too far. 17 rough stone, another worker at the stonemason station wouldn't go amiss. Hopefully close to getting another family moving in as we tick over into April. March 30th. Lovely. Come on, March 31st, and then well and truly into April. There we go. Ton of visitors. Well, there goes the last region. So it has been France who has made the first move in claiming another region. And as we know, once that region's gone, The next regions to be claimed are our very own. For some reason, the AI don't seem to fight amongst themselves. They come for us. We'll be prepared, friends. We'll be prepared. Speaking of which, maybe we ought to make some more shields. How are we doing? We've got enough. Right. Let's raise a second unit of spear. Ooh, got 2 full units. Another one? There we are. Recruits missing. But that gives us nearly 3 full units of spear, which is going to be very helpful in any coming conflict. I would like to get some bows made as well. So that's something to consider. And we also probably want to have a few spare shields and spears. Yeah, we're starting to make shields again now. Spears, a little bit trickier because we're currently making some tools. Maybe we should go down here. Temporarily switch over to spear production and say I want 30, ooh, not 360, goodness, 36. So at any given time we can at least pull back an entire unit together. The extra family move in, they did. Probably ought to go and work at the storehouse, but I'm actually going to assign them to go and work at this forester's hut so that we can get that third area being forested, because I think that's very important. And then the next one, I promise, we'll send to work at the granary. Right. I would like to settle in Pacific, but I just don't think we can afford to take the risk at the moment. 4 available living spaces, and we've got a bit of material stacked back up, so let's start to think about some properties over here. We'll want some smaller ones, but we'll also want some larger ones. So, what if we were to set up... In fact, how are we doing for vegetables? We're doing pretty well for vegetables, actually. Let's go for 3 or 4 burgages here. We can make them a little bit tighter packed than that, I think, and still get 4. There we go. So we get those 4 there. And then let's see how far we can get this before it gets too steep. Oh, pretty good, actually. In fact, if we put a road up here, and we put a road up here, let's see how far up the hill we can stretch this burgage. Oh, it's actually fine all the way up there. I think that'd be a wonderful spot for a massive orchard. What I am going to do, though, is actually move this over slightly, because I think for that size of orchard, we might need to have more than one family living there. So we want space to put an expansion on the side. Ah, actually gets too steep at the top there. Blast. Should have built it while we had the chance. What if we put a little curve in here? Is that going to help us out, or do we need to put the road back to more or less where it was? Yeah, going to have to put the road back where it was. Right, we were just inbound a bit here, weren't we? I guess one family will have to just manage on their own. Okay, so we'll get that built there. And then we'll go for another few small burgages. I think we can just about get 4 in there. Or very close. Let's just expand that just a smidge in that direction. And then a smidge more. Great. Put a road up here. Now this is quite steep on this corner, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to put a burgage in here, but we will give it a go. Too steep to build. Can we do here? That's too steep as well. So it is this part here where it just does get too steep. What if I do this? Oh. We can do that. Oh, it is too steep. It's just letting me click for some reason. We can get that far. Right, so we can do it as far as that. So maybe we'll use that one for vegetables. Delete this road and then put this little cut back in up here. Like that. Wonderful, and I think that's lending itself to a rather nice hillside settlement with plenty of trees and fields behind that are going to look rather pretty. Anyone else moved in down here? You have. I promised you would go and work at the granary. However, no I didn't. No I didn't. I promised you would go and work at the storehouse. I have, however, accidentally unassigned someone from the granary. So we'll get someone back in there. Still need more storehouse workers though. 77% approval, so getting back up to that 80%. Still not quite on top of it in clothing. How are we doing for wool and yarn? So we're mostly making our way through the wall. Possibly do with another family working as a tailor. They're not that efficient because they do live a little ways away from here. So maybe one of these burgers should become a tailor. Well, somebody just moved in. I think maybe the one on the end here. We demolish that extension. We'll wait for them to get to level 2. Then we'll make that into a tailor's shop, which is going to be a lot closer to where we have our weaver's workshop. With the limited number of families we have, I really am hesitant to do dedicated storehouses. I know it does increase efficiency, but I just don't know if I can afford to lose the worker. Check the military scene. How are our opponents getting on? Barbara, how are you doing? You don't look like you've changed that much since the start of the game. I mean, the AI do tend to plateau a bit, don't they? But what you do tend to find is that they've got plenty of money, and they've got plenty of domestic forces, so they're definitely no joke when it comes to the battlefield. Speaking of which, we're still growing our own homegrown force. We're maybe getting a little bit on top of the clothing supply at least. So, with our first row of houses up here, how are we doing for materials? Not too shabby. We could also obviously expand back into this space here. I wonder if we have the properties going across a curved line a little bit like that there. And heading back up this way, so everyone's kind of tiered going back up the hills. I think that could look quite nice. Perhaps we leave a little bit of space here. Just for around the well location. Don't like that actually. Can we put this well on the other side actually? We can. I'm going to put that there and get rid of that one, just because I think it's a little bit in the way there. And we'll look to get a couple of burgages sat in here. So, ooh, I quite like that, but actually, kind of want it going the other way. So more like that, because that's, again, tiered going sort of up the hill. It's pretty cool, though. We get that just a little bit longer. Yeah, that looks good. And then we'll put one down here that'll fill the space. And we can use that for vegetable plot. We'll put a connecting road up in between. And I think we'll do the same again, basically. But maybe just with one burgage here. A little bit like that. And then we'll fill the space. Ooh, that's very nice. That'll make for a good orchard, I think. They'll need plenty of supply, obviously, so we'll get down a granary and storehouse just down here, and put in a market stall for them, of course. Like so. There is space for water down here, actually, so we'll get that down anyway. And then, I think this is a lovely space for a couple of hitching posts. A little bit like that there. I think that's making for a lovely little tiered settlement. Look how good this looks. I'm getting Welsh Valley vibes. Very cozy indeed. Got the little town down here, and then you've got the houses cascading across the valley sides. Very cool. I think that's going to look really nice once we've got that built up, especially when we get that manor installed there as well. It's coming together. I know I keep saying it, but I'm having a fantastic time. I hope you are too. Let me know in the comments below. You enjoying this or not? No. Feedback is very important, people. The more you tell me, the more I can do to make you all very happy individuals. At least I'll try, at the very least. Well, let's get those constructions done. Has anyone else moved in down here? One has. How are we doing for supply? Fortunately, probably going to have to send them to work at the storehouse here. And we probably need to get a few more workers in the other storehouses we have as well. Though we've actually got 100% goods variety, so maybe I can just ignore the fact that they're pretty pressed for time, because they are at least supplying everyone with everything they need. Whereas the granaries, we only have 88% coverage of that. Maybe more to do with what we're producing than anything else. As we discussed, this is going to become a lovely little worker for clothing. Although we're up to 22 clothes now, but we're definitely not making use of all the yarn. Although the yarn weavers are making use of all of the wool. 55, so just over halfway on that pasture, so we may need to expand that at some point as well. Let's start putting on the rear extension we want over here then. So we're going to have an orchard in that space there. We'll have a vegetable garden there. That'll be another orchard. And actually, I think this will be an orchard as well. Just because I think it's going to look particularly nice on the slope here to have it forested. As for the other burgages, we'll go for a couple of chickens on these ones up here, because we haven't done a great number of those to date. There's almost another misclick. A whole bunch of those. And down here, we'll go for pigs. So we have yet to do many of them. Now, I'm not overly thinking about doing any farming, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to check fertility. So there's a bit of fertility there for barley. Actually, over here, not too bad in terms of what we have available to us, and it's in the valley space. And how's that for Emma? Actually, a green bit on the edge there. Wow. Oh, and there as well. That might be worth farming. It's definitely rye fertile. A spot here as well, part of which is going to be in the manor, but we could put some farms there, around there. Maybe it is worth us doing a little bit of farming. At least that'll give us another food variety, if nothing else, even if it's not a massive source of food. So once we've got people moved in over here, we can perhaps start to plan that out a little bit. What vegetable are we lacking? If I can find the thing. Good grief. Cabbages by the looks. So as expensive as it is, we'll get some cabbages in there. We'll have to wait a minute so we can afford to buy the various seeds though for the orchards, because those are particularly pricey. Getting there on our number of people in the military. And you've moved in, so we'll get you upgraded so that we can turn you into a tailor. And then we're already into people moving up in the expanded area over here. Now, it would be good, probably, to start thinking about getting a garrison tower, which we'll put just here. And we'll commit to that, but then we also ought to think about getting a wall in, so we have some sort of defense that we can rally our troops inside of should we be maliciously attacked by the enemy. Fantastic. Let's speed time along a little bit, and we'll just wait for a bit of construction to happen, for a few people to move in, and then maybe we'll take a look at where we can do a little bit of farming. Fantastic. So, we've had a fair few people move in over this way, so let's go ahead and get them upgraded. For the most part, I've sent these chaps to go and work inside of the local granaries and storehouses. Let's get some quinces planted down there and upgrade for you, so we can start to get some trees on the slopes sooner rather than later. Get you an upgrade. And that still left us with a reasonable amount of material. So let's open the castle planner and start to think about where it is we can have some walls. So, first off, are the gates going to work, or are they going to break instantly? Well, that one seems to work. You seem to work. Oh. They work now, apparently. Right. Let's get some initial gates. Like so. On the three King's Roads leading out. And then we'll put down an outer tower. Or 2, or 6. Down at the outskirts here. So 1... and 2, and these are going to basically be positioned either side of the gate towers, so we can have a bit of a, bottleneck where we can channel enemy forces into. Not quite so much on this one because of the direction here, but let's get the wall and connect these on to our lovely gatehouses, and then we'll go through and connect everything up together. Far from one of the biggest manors we constructed, but I still think it'll be a nice little castle. And then we will follow, more or less, the road around the outside to get our curve. How does that look? Looks reasonably curved to me. So we'll build that in there, and it's hard to see, actually, inside of the tree line, but the yellow circle seems to be telling me all good things. And then we'll continue this one around. I mean, we've already established we don't have enough material for this, but we're not terribly far off. Bring this around here. Fantastic. And then one more time here. It's actually planks we're going to be short of now, as opposed to anything else. Fab, so I think that's what we're going to go for in the first instance. And you can see that we are shy on planks and on timber, so we need about 70 logs and we need about 170 timber. So close that down. Maybe even 200 timber. We will speed time along. We'll get a new limit set up over here of 300, so we can produce even more. And we'll just have to see if we can't store up some more material in the logging camps. Maybe it's worth getting another logging camp. And there's plenty of timber. Well, there's actually not that much timber on the hill. I was going to say there's loads we can get over here, but there's really not. There's quite a lot down there, though. We've also got the mushrooms, which we should probably take care of at some point as well. But I think it's been a little while till we expanded all the way over there. I think more foresters are going to be required, and perhaps it would be a good idea to get some of the hillsides here forested, so that we could potentially do a little bit of deforestation over here eventually as well. So, why don't we see if we can't get a forester's hut or two built on the slopes here, and then we'll employ a few people from these dwellings that have recently moved in to work on planting up this area. With that in mind, let's get ourselves a logging camp on the slopes as well. Maybe just in this hollow here would be a good place to have it. Put the buildings facing back against the wall, let's say the wall, the slope, and then we'll connect this out to the road here. And that can be a lovely little outpost to log the surrounding hillsides for material. I think that's a splendid idea. Keen to get that manor built, but I think realistically, because of the size we've gone for initially, resources are going to take a little while to build up. We've got 8 families working on construction, which is pretty good actually. We've got lots of clothes now. We may even be able to consider selling them at some point. And we've got 105 rough stones. We definitely need to get a second family working at the stonemasons station down here. Some additional pasture space might be needed as well. Let's get a second worker at the sheep farm, and we'll go ahead and get down a pasture on this side of the road as well. And set you up again for about 100 sheep. Lovely. We were going to think farming, weren't we? So, there's some opportunity over here for some rye, certainly. So, if we pop down a farm somewhere down in here, perhaps here, for example, and then we'll get ourselves the field tool. And we'll try and keep these. I mean, we're not going to grow much barley here. We will grow some, because that will be in our crop rotation, because I think it's more useful to us than linen. Oh, having said that, flax might be quite handy if we're going to make any gambesons, which we may need to equip our own forces with. Although, if we make lots of money, we can just employ a bunch of mercenaries. Yeah, I think we'll aim for that. In that case, let's focus on rye primarily, and I think lots of small fields is going to be the way to go, to make sure that we're not wasting anything and we're maximizing what we can get out of the fields. We don't lose anything in a harvest, for example. So maybe we go for 0.3 Morgan, and we'll make use of all of this space down to where we have our farm here. Anything that's not red is probably worth farming for us, to be honest, because we don't have a whole load of stuff available to us. So beggars can't be choosers. We must make use of what we've been given. Larger field there. Guess that's fine. And then we'll come out this way, filling out space up the hill. Hopefully we don't get any deficits for farming at elevation here. I mean, it's not particularly elevated. It's certainly in the lower part of the valley as far as I'm concerned. But, the game has strange ideas sometimes about what is and is not elevated, as I have found in other playthroughs. 0.4, but at least it looks broadly similar to the other fields. Bring that back a little bit there. Yep. And we might as well make this into one at the end. Unless we do go out and get the yellow as well. Yeah, we'll carry on one more maybe. So, that. And then we'll get one last one on here. Fantastic. And come back in this way. Once again, filling out to the orange, I think. Get that a little bit further that way. There we go. I get very quiet when I'm field planning, don't I? All my concentration is completely absorbed. My brain power is absorbed concentrating on placing some markers in some fields. Very taxing. Okay, so that's a start. It kind of looks like a bit of a leaf around there, actually. It might look quite nice. Now, we're definitely going to need more than one farmhouse to service that. do we have space in here? Oh, got a little bit of space in here, actually. Although, there is space in here. Get one there. And maybe one here as well. We'll need plenty of hitching posts around those for their dedicated oxen, so we'll spatter those around. Find ourselves a stable, and make sure we're continuing to order them as and when we have the money and availability. Let's go and assign you to one of these foresters, and you're going to forest this area here, and your neighbor is going to forest this area here as our initial 2 targets for expansion. These are all chickens. Let's get some apples there. Down here we were going to order pigs, so I think we might as well go ahead and order those in, because we have the money to go ahead and do that. You upgraded to level 2, and we'll do the same for these burgages up here. Not helping us save up for our mana, admittedly, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that our burgages are high level as possible to get that approval that we much need to keep up at that +2 monthly migration that we are now managing to achieve. We'll install ploughs at all of the farmhouses that we've constructed. It was just 3, wasn't it? Yeah, for the time being. People are still moving in, which is, of course, wonderful. Where have you just moved into, sir? Oh! No, not you. Down here. There you are, yes. Get you an upgrade right away, sir. 15 days till we can order another ox, that's fine. I mean, we're doing well for planks, we just need more timber if we're going to construct the manor. We do now have additional storage in the form of this logging camp here. We might not get this camp activated just yet, because we need to do probably a bit of forestation before we do so. Might be worth getting another one down, but for the time being I think that slots quite nicely into the cusp or the cup of the valley there, so don't want to go expanding too much. 450 on the treasury. I do want to get that plentiful start to make life a little bit easier for us over in the other regions, so I'm not going to make any moves there until we have probably about 1,000 in our coffers. As much as I would like to up the taxation, we don't have that much money in the region anyway because we're focusing it all on growth, and we would be harming our approval. So that's a solid start in terms of where we're going to grow some potentially rye and possibly a bit of barley, but probably more likely, actually barley fertility is actually better than the flax here. Yes, it'll be barley and emmer over here, so we'll get a little bit of barley out of that, potentially allowing us to service a few people and get maybe a few properties up to level 3. Make that a stable. That will do that for all of these that we've dotted down around the whole place. And here as well, yes. Bad. Ox. And upgrade over here. How are the granaries and storehouses looking? A little pressed. Perhaps let's assign a few of you to your locals. And we'll get those upgraded as well. Still allowing 8 families for construction. It's a far cry from when we were very much struggling, wasn't it, for enough people to do jobs. 41% productivity down here. Not terrible. We're waiting a bit at the time, so they're not overworked, as it were. There's 4 people in here shepherding these sheep. That's far more than me. Surely just one of you at a time. Work out some sort of rota, for goodness sake. I moved the areas that we were planting because I feel they had finished planting in the areas they were working in. They had maximum density, so I've moved them to other areas, and that's something we might need to do occasionally just to make sure we're continuing the forest. I've set up, I realised that I'd actually set up the working area with this logging camp, not the one we were using, so I've set this logging camp up over here now as well to work on deforesting this area to give ourselves a chance to regrow the corner of the map down here. We are very much tucked into the corner, but needs must, and inevitably with a massive ridge running through the centre of the map, we are going to be a little bit on the outskirts. Really am enchanted with how this looks on the side of the valley. What a cosy place to live. At least it would be if you were warm, I suppose. It looks a bit snowy at the moment. So once we get someone moved in down here, we'll of course buy them some fruit, but we'll stockpile the money for the time being. We've got an extra family working at the stonemason station, but we still appear to be up on rough stone. So it would make sense to me to expand our stone cutting capabilities by getting another stonemason station down. We've got some space in here where we moved our industry earlier, so we'll pop that down just there. It's March, and I wonder if perhaps we ought to assign a couple of livestock here, because we actually have a reasonable number of oxen, and we're trying to keep remembering to order more as and when we can, without having to employ someone at the livestock trading post. We could do that soon. Let's get our first couple of fields active. So we'll go for rye now. Rye is turned into rye grain, and then into flour. Now, I've heard that wheat is much more efficient than rye, but it is 25% more fertile, so I wonder if we would be better off growing rye than wheat. Usually I would just go for wheat. Thing is, doesn't rye have to be twice as fertile as wheat for it to be worth doing rye? Because if wheat gets turned into 2 grain and 2 flour each time, and rye only is 1, then yeah, let's go wheat. Let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. Let me know. So if this is the question I am posing to all of you, my good friends, wheat, as I understand it, is twice as efficient as rye, because wheat gets turned into 2 from 1, whereas rye is 1 from 1. Therefore, unless rye is twice as fertile as wheat, isn't it always better to grow wheat? Or is it just because it adds an extra food variety? That's an option. Much like I recently realised that by having sausages I could use pigs as 2 different meat sources, perhaps we can use rye and wheat rather, as 2 different fertility, 2 different food groups. It's just grains though still, but 2 kinds of grains potentially. I might try that out. Let's do a combination of rye and wheat. So we'll set up 3 fields for each, with a rye barley, and a rye wheat, wheat barley, wheat barley rotation. And then we'll just do this last one here. And it's rye and the barley. Okay. We'll get 2 families there and 2 families here, and we'll each give you 2 oxen. So that's 4 ploughing, so that should be a ox ploughing for each field, in theory. And we'll make sure to order that ox in 3 short days from now. We are doing it by hand, but I'm assuming some oxen are going to turn up and do it nice and quickly for us instead. Indeed they are. That still leaves 6 unassigned families, so we can keep going with upgrades over here. Just 3 burgish plots for people to be moving into now though, so we need to think about perhaps getting a little bit more expansion done. And we wanted another worker, didn't we, at this stonemason station, but we haven't quite finished building it yet, so that's going to have to wait a tick. Of course, we're going to need some processing capability for all of these lovely fields we're building. So, is it efficient on the slopes? Be efficient. That's going to look pretty cool over here as well. Or maybe up here we better. Again, though, it's quite far away from the centre of civilization. And we've got space in here. Let's get you popped down here. Make sure you've got a little road connection in there. And we'll then also need to get down a bakery. We'll pop you here. Of course, again, more efficient if we were to have someone doing it in their home. But we're not quite there yet. We'd have to be level 3 burgish to do that. And we need to get a little bit of barley done for that. Speaking of barley, let's get ourselves down a malt house as well. And we'll pop that down. Whoop, save again. Just down in here. Fantabby-dozy. 3 full units of spear. Let's start to think about the next burgage. In fact, I'm going to demolish that. And just as soon as we get someone moving into it, we're going to turn that into a bower's workshop. So we can start to make ourselves some warbows. Expansion-wise then, how are we doing on the granaries and storehouses? Pretty push. Let's get another worker at the granary here. And we're going to buy you some apples. Where else can we get some burgages? Perhaps along here. Some more densely packed ones. Yep, we can get a few in here. I doubt we're going to have anything behind you. Oh, it's not too steep. How is that not too steep? I mean, I'm not complaining. How far can I push it? Fair enough, not that far. Fair enough, not that far. Ooh, that far though. Oh my goodness, that's mad. And it's going to look beautiful. Let's get that down, because that's definitely going to make an awesome orchard. And then maybe let's put a bit of a gentler curve in here and get a few more burgages popped in. A little bit like that there. Yeah, that looks nice. Fantastic. Are we actually going to get any around here? No, it's too steep. Fair enough. That is very steep there. We might need more workers than we've got currently to work at the granaries and storehouses down here. Have to wait and see. Right, let's get you upgraded so we can get you making some lovely warbows for us. Still good for tools. How much have we spent on importing iron? Would be an interesting thing. 671. Quite a lot. Needs must though. Can't wait to see all these orchards spring up. They look fantastic down here, don't they? But these ones on the side of the mountain. Oh, simply wonderful. Let's get a few more animal pens across here. Probably also think about getting some more vegetables down at some point as well, because we have been doing a lot of tree planting, as we shall continue to do so with those there. And look at that. Next to no barley and next to no wheat and next to no grain. So glad I built them. But they are little small fields. And it does, again, helps with diversity, doesn't it? You can do wheat and bread. Okay. Lovely. Well, growth continues to be a staple of us here. The mountainside homes are coming together. The orchards are being planted. And we've got a few fields producing us a little bit of grain. I think it's all going in the right direction, don't you? I'm going to grab a cup of tea. 1 second. Something I think we ought to work on next then is perhaps expanding our economy, because if we stand any chance of settling over in another region there, I think we only stand a chance of doing so if we get set up and start exporting even more stone. So at the moment, we're producing a fair bit of rough stone. We're starting to turn most of it into dress now. Got 29 and stuff. Everything is being exported once it's being made. So let's go down here. Let's get down a couple of additional stonemasons stations. Just there. Maybe even 2 more. Get a whole bunch down. We'll put another road coming across here. We'll get another granary and storehouse set up just at the bottom here. So granary there, storehouse there, and we'll get a lovely little marketplace situated just in behind. Whoop! I heard bad noises. We'll deal with that in a second. And a little bit like so. And then I thought maybe have a sweeping road around here. And get ourselves a couple of burgages for additional quarry workers. Perhaps even filling the space here. Just because I think it'll look pretty cool. So 4 there. And then... not sure I like how that looks. What about that? Yeah. Could do that there. Then maybe even get 1 dense boy in here. Or 2 people without rear extensions. And actually, if they're going to be spending all their time working here, that's not the end of the world. Okay. Lovely little expansion going in here then. Now, where was the nasty noise from? Not in our territory, fortunately. So we can press on ahead. And let's see how the AI deals with this new threat. 4 units marching in. From somewhere over here. There they are. Brigands coming in fast. And Peter has raised an army. Oh, good grief. What's going to happen? What's going to go down? Let's find out. So it looks like he's got 4 units of spear. His retinue somewhere as well, presumably. And presumably he's also hired in mercenaries. There's his retinue. Alright, so they're at least as strong as us, the AI. If not, well, they are a unit stronger, actually. Right, while he deals with that threat, fortunately it didn't come for us. Let's revisit down here. We did, yes, we've built a little chap here that we're going to use to produce some bows. So let's go ahead and get you set up as a bower's workshop, so we can start to equip you. We'll get you upgraded, and there's a few baggages up here that we need to buy some animals for. We'll get some goats. We'll buy you some quinces, because that's all we can afford to do. And we'll get a few more in here. Oh no! He's taken the fact that he's raised his military. I'm sure he's got a few mercenaries as well. And he's decided, good old matey boy. What did I call him? What was your name? It wasn't that. Charlie? We'll give it Charlie. Charlie's coming for us. He has 4 units of spear. Was it you? Or
Hang on. No, it was Peter defending himself. Friends. But Charlie's come for us. It was Charlie. Right. Charlie. We're not going to stand for it, sir. We're not going to stand for it. What do we have available? So, we have, of course, 3 units of spear. And we were just starting to get our warbows produced. But unfortunately, we're definitely not there yet. We've not even built the extension. So, it's going to be a minute until we have those. We're definitely going to need to hire some mercenaries. We've got 467 in the coffers, so we can afford to do so. And ideally, we get there before he does. So let's hire in the Wayward Sons. And also Brigands for hire, because they're cheap. We'll get them all gathered in our home region. Lovely, looks like they both come in from the same place, so we'll bring them over. And where are our archers? Quite a long way away. Oh, actually, no, not too far. That's on the edge of our territory, actually. What am I talking about? Talking a load of absolute rubbish. Let's run them in as well. We'll leave this a second, and we will challenge him, but not until we've got our reinforcements a little closer to home. We'll action some upgrades here, and we'll look to expand our quarries, but perhaps after we've built this new slew of houses we're installing down here, and we'll look to maintain that +2 monthly migration as a ways of keeping us topped up. Just starting to use that next field by the looks of things. That's jolly good. How are we doing for wool? Looks like we might need to get another family working at the weaver's workshop, so we will start to action that. We'll speed time along a little bit. Let's rally our own forces, so we're ready as can be. I suppose we could probably field a few more spear if we raise another unit, but I think I'd rather have 3 full units, to be honest. Right, Boa's workshop. Start making us warbows, my friend. That is the unit we're missing. Fortunately, we have some brigands who can... not brigands, we do have some brigands. But we have the Wayward Sons who can act as our missile component for the time being. We will fight for it. And looks like the battleground is just here. So we'll move our forces to that location. And he is, as we speak, rallying his forces. What does he have available to him? Looks like, yep, 4 units of spear we saw earlier, and his retinue. Hopefully he can't actually hire any mercenaries, because we've just done that. We'll have to wait and see, though. So the aggressions of the enemy begin. I think we should probably take advantage of the fact we're here first, and set up favourably on the terrain. So let's array our troops just inside of the battle zone on this slope here. And we will array these chaps here, and they shall take the initial charge of the enemy, and hopefully, I would say, act as fodder for archers. They don't have artillery, I hope. Good grief, we'd be very much outmatched, but they don't have any. We'll assign them there, and actually we'll put our retinue just there as well. Lovely. Oh, they have hired in some mercenaries. So they've got the Battle Brothers, and as we know, that's 2 units of foot. We may be a little bit outnumbered here. Good grief, a little bit of lag there as well. Right. Let's fight balanced, and let's take some shield wall positions. And we'll keep these chaps off to the flank, actually. We'll put these chaps in the heart of our defense. If they attack with the Battle Brothers first, we may be able to take those units out before having to fight the mainstay of our opponent's force. That would certainly be favourable. Starting to produce warbows, but not terribly quickly. Right, and we're into combat. So, let's attack the spear with our archers. See if we can't do some serious damage to them in advance of the enemy troops, the rest of them arriving. Here they come. Slow advance towards what they must know is a futile attempt to attack us. Attacking on their own. They should have waited for their allies to arrive first. Our missiles should start raining upon them any moment now. I'm hoping. There we are. First volleys are being loosed. Now, the nice thing about archers, as I learned recently from one of you lovely commenters, I do love having a chat with you in the comments below. Always do a voice reply if I can, so
If you want to have a chat, just pop a comment down below. I wasn't sure what the point in having regular archers was when crossbowmen did so much damage, but it turns out crossbowmen are particularly good for penetrating enemy armor, so you've got a higher penetration and damage. But they don't fire as often, so really what you want is a combination of archers for taking on lighter targets more frequently, and then your crossbows for taking on units like the retinues. Hopefully we're doing some significant damage here. The yellow already engaged pops up there. And they are starting to approach our lines. Combat is inevitable. Well, the battle lines are drawn. Let's get to it. Battle has begun. Looks like they're trying to outflank us, so let's make sure we are prepared for an attack from that direction as well. Mostly I want to keep the brigands in reserve to make sure that our archers don't get directly attacked. We have taken out a few of their infantry there. They are quite tired from firing already though. See, a crossbowman, I'm pretty sure would have devastated that unit already, but they are more heavily armed. They're lightly manned arsenaries, but you know what I mean. We'll get one of you to attack the incoming sword over there, so we're doing a little bit of harrying to both of you. At the very least, we're doing some damage before they manage to close the distance. Let's push these chaps forward a little bit. Keep the battle lines away from where our archers are situated. A bit concerned about these chaps making their way around the outside. I'm going to redeploy these brigands to these ones here, because we do have an advancing threat from there. Alright. I think we might commit some forces here, because we do actually need to take care of this enemy before we are outnumbered, because they have more troops than we do. So taking out units in an isolated fashion is going to be important. Okay. We'll engage here. Pull back! Come on! Why can't you run? You're exhausted. Oh dear. This is the last thing we wanted. Can we hire in any additional mercenaries? Oh, we can, right. Pause the battle. It's all going horribly wrong. I don't want to lose too many people if we can help it. So, where can we get the nearest men in from? We are obviously in our own region. Got Lukestad next to us as well. So where can we hire men in from? Aha! In our own region. Right, I think we spend the money and we hire 3 units of sword. Where are they going to come in from, though? Not too far away. Perfect. Right. Let's deploy them towards the line straight away. Oh, goodness. At exactly the same time, they've hired in all the other mercenaries available. I should have seen that coming and hired in everyone else as well. Blast. Right. Well, let's make sure that we at least take care of these chaps quickly. And we will keep moving this unit towards the existing conflict. Right, we really need to take care of this unit here, because our little brigands over here are not going to be able to distract these units forever. Come on, you need to finish off these swords so you can turn about and get our lines faced back towards the real incoming threat here. Let's see if we can't give our troops over there a little bit of support from our missile. Keep bringing these swordmen in. Ah. So it looks like they've actually brought in the archers from here as well. Well, let's see if we can't take care of the last of these. It would be useful to have you over here. They've been destroyed, so let's refocus our forces over here. Looks like we haven't lost too many men so far. Keep our archers firing if we can, although they're very tired from firing so frequently. Once we've got rid of this unit of spear, we can reconvene. Looks like our reinforcements have distracted 2 units of the enemy. So maybe we'll actually set up here and wait for them if they're going to come towards us. And that looks like it probably has saved us here, because we've managed to take care of the initial thrust of enemy forces. We'll get both of those units put up together there. Shouldn't take too long for that unit of infantry to break the archers, and indeed they have. Reformat all of our forces down there. And we'll do the same with our forces up here as well. I think we'll rest our archers and just put them over here for the time being. And we'll let our new mercenaries do the work for us. Now, this is why we definitely need to make sure we've got enough money in our treasury, because had we gone and settled one of those other regions, then we definitely wouldn't have had the money we needed to rally this number of forces together. Right. We are going to aggressively push into the enemy here, because we do outnumber them. We should have a charge bonus as well, being foot. So we will charge both groups here. Charge! Hopefully, our greater numbers there do the work for us. And we can take care of most of them before their additional unit makes its way in. In the meantime, we'll rest our own troops, primarily, and also make sure that we are ready for any future combat and hold the actual combat zone. We're probably going to need to do some burying, so let's get someone working at the church, ready to do the burials of our own men. We might just leave the corpse bit, because I know the troops, everyone keeps saying in the comments, you know, the corpses despawn over time. Just take the hit, it's worth it to let your people not have to bother burying them. So I'm listening. I'll try it this time. Heated battle down here. It looks like we are slowly but surely pushing back their spear. Using our superior numbers, our banners fly high. The snail proud upon the standard. Speed time along a little bit there. The archers really do tire quickly, don't they? I feel like because the crossbow don't fire so often, they don't tire so easily. So that might be a good reason to have more crossbow than archers. More enemy units. Oh dear. How far away are they? Hopefully too far away to make a difference. I would like the conflict to be over by then. I guess the AI keeps hiring in mercenaries as they become available. With that in mind, though, we should probably start making our way down towards this unit here and take them out. Because if we do that, then hopefully the battle will be over sooner rather than later. They're finally taking fatalities. We've lost actually quite a few men from the sword here. Pushing so aggressively into the spear. I suppose the spear does have a higher defensive value than our sword does. And they weren't so completely outnumbered that it was a walk in the park, as it were. We'll bring these men into open fire if we can. The battle's actually moved. Definitely want to make sure we're inside of that. Yeah, you're actually able to fire from all the way over there. Does it seem likely? Let's bring them in a bit closer. Conscious that these other enemies could arrive at any time. Really is a brutal battle down here. They're clinging on to the last man. Trader just nonchalantly walking his way through. You can see the arrows going in now, actually, so that's good. Right, that'll be another 2 units broken. And we can push these reinforcements. We've definitely needed these reinforcements, otherwise we really would have been seeing a lot of deaths from our troops. It's battle standards, but no people. They're still quite far away from the conflict zone. Don't need to worry about them too much for the time being. We'll pepper them with as many arrows as we can until our archers tire. And then we'll move in with our infantry. Finally, we've overcome the forces we've fought down here. So we'll start moving our troops in towards the enemy. And let's move in with these forces here. Come at them from 3 sides. So we'll bring our retinue into things as well. Archers are throwing their last couple of arrows at them. At the very least, we should be causing them to be a bit fatigued from all the arrows they're taking. Hopefully the battle is all but done. Now, although we don't get much of a charge bonus from our troops, I am going to charge everyone in. Right, engage men, hit them from 3 sides. Boom. Feel the force of rice reason and typical tea. Don't shoot us in the back, good gravy. Now what do you want? I can make it worth your while to drop all your claims. You're the one claiming my land, my friend. There's no use me having money if you take all my homes from me. Right, they're coming over the top of the hill now. We may actually have to face them. march these men down here out of the way just in case. And hopefully, if we destroy them, do we win the battle? Last. Not quite. Where are you going? Ah, victory. Fantastic. Good, because we couldn't afford to fight that much longer. Having said that, do we, with the forces we have, push onto one of our enemies now? That is the question. What do we have? So, we've got 15 days so we need to pay again. And it's probably about 200 a month. We've only got 1 month more of payments. Nope, not worth the risk. Okay. Well, let's disband and send all of our domestic troops home. And we'll also get rid of all of our mercenaries. Thank you for your service. Lovely. And many corpses shall be left upon the battlefield as everyone streams home on the roads. But a successful defense of the realm is a successful defense of the realm, and I don't think there's anything to complain about. I mean, our population will probably think so, because there's a lot of bodies that need burying, and we will have lost men along the way, and there will be broken hearts here at home, but it's to be expected. That's war. Have we harvested anything? Not just yet. I suppose our first harvest is still coming up, isn't it? Indeed it is. All these properties have been built. How are we doing on markets? Very pressed. So as people are moving in, we should probably get maybe family each working down here as a start. And although it's looking pretty pressed, we've got 97 and 100% coverage. So it doesn't look too bad, really. All things considered. I wonder if that burger should really have some vegetables. I know it's only a small plot, but I think it's just large enough to make it worthwhile, and the same goes for maybe these here. They look quite nice as well. And actually, a small vegetable plot like this shouldn't take up too much of their time, so they should still be pretty available for working in the quarries. Speaking of which, how are we doing for rough stone versus dressed? Let's get another 2 workers down into our quarries. A little bit like that there. What's our population up to these days? 211. That's pretty good. How are we doing for warbow production? Up to 28. Let's establish our first unit. There we go. Still a little bit people shy, actually. And then we'll set our warbow producer down here to make a surplus of, say... That was the wrong baggage. That's the wrong baggage, typical. A surplus of 36. Once we've got to that, we may look at trying to make some crossbows down the line. Although buying in the metal for those could be quite expensive, I suppose. I'm going to get another brand new storehouse worker just to see if we can't keep on top of that a little bit. We're also going to need another stonemason, and getting in a few extra horses wouldn't be a bad idea. I know we've just ordered an oxen, so it's a little while till the trader comes back, but we'll need to make sure we have them. And look at that. Reforestation efforts seem to be going pretty well over here. Planks are looking good, and once we've got up to 300 planks, we should be able to stockpile a few more logs as well. We're definitely a little shy on cash, and now that all the regions are claimed, we're not going to be able to take out brigand camps for a small financial boost. So taxation is the way to go, so growing the economy is essential. Now, we've got 182 clothes. How are we doing for wool? 91, 90, so we definitely need more workers at the Weaver's Workshop. Let's get up to 3 families there. And it might be time to start considering the sale of excess clothes. So we're going to export everything over 200. We will need to buy a trade route because it is a major trade. But it's also going to hopefully bring in a nice bit of money. Our first harvest is coming in as well. So we'll need to get someone working at the malt house and at the windmill and bakeries in short order, which is going to mean getting a few more people moved in and working at the local economy. We do have space. We are on +2 monthly migration, so hopefully it's not going to take too long to get that all underway. As we head into our next winter, far more prepared compared to the ones we've had previously. We're certainly growing. Just 5 burgages left then for people to be moving into, so we better get on and think about a little bit more expansion. So, what I was thinking, dear ladies and gentlemen, is for our cozy little village, we could do with a few more people working down here. That's because we're getting ahead on wool.
and on yarn a bit as well. So we could do with a more intense clothing sector. And I think down here, near where we have the sheep, is the perfect place to do that. So let's bring a little road out across like that, and then maybe we'll just connect that all the way through to where we're going to be having our lovely manor situated. Might even take that road away and start it over again so we can get it a little straighter. Or do we want it straight? Do we want to curve it in maybe a little bit more like that there? Yeah, then we'll go for a little curve like that where it connects in thusly. So, some houses and some weavers' workshops are what is in order. Got 4 available spots for people left to move in. So, housing first, I think, and then we'll put some industry sort of on this side here. Additional granaries and storehouses are, of course, required. So, we'll get down a granary, storehouse, and a market location. Let's turn off snapping there and get that situated just like that. Oh, actually, what we might do is get down a well first and then build around that our little market location. If indeed it will allow us to do so in a sensible manner. That'll do, I suppose. Ox and stable. Then for housing, I suppose we should probably pop another road down behind here. I mean, food is not a problem. We've got so much food, so I think we just go ahead and get some nice dense burgages in this space here. It does lean slightly up out of the village here, so I suppose maybe put the housing this way. I don't want to have the rear extensions larger than we have to, but I also don't really care if they're a little bit bigger than they absolutely have to be. Something like that, I think, would be fine. Then we'll put a road behind, and I think we'll have 2 tiers of these. So we'll turn snapping back on just to bring it in from this corner here. That around like so. And straight up behind. Fantabulous. A whole bunch of space for people to be moving into. And then for the production area, this will become a dedicated storehouse. And actually, I think it's about time we got it set up. So, we want you to be allowed to have various types of clothing. We'll have cloth, linen, leather, which we should also start making, actually. We can do that over here. We'll also let it have hides and yarn, clothing and boots. Lovely, and we'll get that upgraded to a large building. Should that be over here? I think it should be fine there. And it's not too far away from where we're having the houses, although maybe it would be better over here. Fine. We'll get rid of it. And we'll build it over here instead, so it's near the actual production area. Let's continue this road on up here, and we'll use that as the backbone for this. So we'll get down a storehouse just in here. And then next to that, we will locate a tannery just here. Or maybe even just behind. There. Oh yes, tannery there. We'll put down a couple of weavers' workshops, which of course will be just yonder. Maybe even we put them this way. There we are. We'll put a little road and going across. Just fit 3 in there. Perfect. And they've got easy access to this storehouse. Let's just set up those limits we set down at the other one before we demolished it. So, gambesons, clothes, boots, hides, leather, linen, yarn, wool. I think that's everything they're going to need. Upgrade it. Turn off market stall. Lovely. So that is going to receive the wool. It'll get turned into yarn here. That'll also receive hides, which will get turned into leather here. And then we'll have a couple of these set up as tailors once people start moving into them, because we've still got a few burgages this way that are being moved into. We've got some vegetables planted in those as well. Get those upgrades on the way. And are we turning all of our rough stone into dressed? Looks like we might be, indeed. And actually, we're starting to see a little bit of a bottleneck, if anything, with trade. Let's order another horse and get 2 more people working at the trading post. We'll upgrade the granary and the storehouse down here, ready to service all of these lovely burgages we have here. Last, the family's moving into these plots over here. 200 clothes. We've got a full unit of
archers, and we have 36 warbows stored away. It would be nice to make some crossbows, but I don't want to spend all of our money on importing irons. I think we might wait until we have another region under our control to do that. How are we doing for planks? 270, 46 timber. Very keen to get on with the manor construction as well, you see. Although, with this much dressed stone being produced, it might be that we skip over the wooden stage of the manor and we go straight to stone. So with that in mind, we're going to need some clay, we're going to need some roof tiles, and we're going to need some mortar. Let's get a lime kiln and set it up somewhere over here. If we can find a little space that has room for us to locate it. Somewhere in here seems likely. Oh dear, cold is no good at all, is it? 83% on the old approval scale. Makes me wonder if perhaps we could get away with being a bit cheeky and having a little bit higher taxation. Let's go over here and set taxation to 2%. See how we get on with that in terms of our approval. Keeping it above 80% is our goal, of course. Right. I also activated all of these fields. Hopefully we've got enough people working over here to cope with that. If not, we may have to assign a few extra. I do believe, though, we need someone working at the communal oven, because we do have a little bit of flour that can be turned into food. So we'll get someone working there. And we'll also get someone working at the malt house. And, of course, we'll need to make one of these houses somewhere a brewery. And it probably makes sense to have one somewhere vaguely near the malt house. So I think that's probably going to be you, sir. Fantabulous. We don't have any taverns, but that is to come. Granary and supply chain, once again, looking absolutely horrendous. So, why are you unwell? You've just moved in. It's no good. Let's assign you to the storehouse next door, so you can go and get yourselves some firewood. We'll hold off on assigning you for a moment, because you may be specialised, or you may just be a workforce for up here. I'm not entirely sure which one it's going to be yet. Obviously, we're selling clothes, and it's a sign that our trading post is becoming a bit overwhelmed, that we are struggling to export everything we're making, but we are starting to make a reasonable amount of regional wealth, which hopefully will feed nicely into our own treasury, especially with 2% taxation that we may just be able to keep on top of approval-wise. Constructing those two there. Let's pop into the castle planner and see about upgrading various sections here straight to stone. And that's also going to expose where some things are the wrong way around. I find it very difficult to know which way around these fences are. How can I tell? They're identical on both sides, aren't they? Don't know if we need to have parapeted walls, but they do look lovely, don't they? So we'll see what the cost is, and we will evaluate from there. Where's your upgrade button? All the way over here. See, I would never have known that was the wrong way around. Turn that round. Do these last couple in here. Right, so 484 dressed stone and 75 mortar is what's required for that. And then if we upgrade those two... Oh, we don't actually need any roof tiles for this. No, it's just dressed stone and mortar. Well, that's easily done. We can certainly supply that. Let's see if we can't join that wall together properly. And perhaps we should do the same here. And let's just check anywhere else where there may be broken walls. Like there. Here. Whoop. Unfortunate time to start saving. Okay. That's fine. Then probably these two here as well, I would imagine. Can't click through these overlays, which makes things a little bit tricky sometimes. Right. Should be everything. You don't need to snap into those. Good. Although maybe we should rotate them a little bit. Because if we do have a parapeted wall, they need to be able to walk out onto there, don't they? And that's quite thin where it is now. Yeah, we'll do that. So roughly 45 degrees pointed in towards that angle on the edge. Great. See him over here, I think. Lovely. And same over here. Lovely. And that one's fine. That looks rather pretty. How much would it cost to give them the old wall treatment? A lot of planks is the answer, I think. Lots and lots of planks. And also it takes forever to do. Tell you what, let's not do it on the outer wall. The outer wall, you say, but there is no inner wall. Well, not yet. What if we put a little inner wall around our manor itself, so that we can defend inside of the grounds should it ever become necessary? And we'll just keep it nice and simple. And I don't know if we even bother with any curves on these. Where's the end of that wall? In there somewhere? Okay. And standard 192. Grand 11,000. Then we'll upgrade these. And we'll have to do the corners here snapping properly as well. And that feels a much more mannable area, doesn't it? Because realistically, with the size of our military, we were never manning this entire wall anyway. Or at least we would have struggled to. Snap these together. That's going to give a little bit of curve to it, but actually not too much. It looks quite natural. Quite happy with that. It's given that a really nice bow, actually. Oh, yes. Very much a fan of this. Come on. You know you want to. You know you want to. Thank you. Uh-oh. Something didn't like being moved. Well, it was lovely until it stopped working. Why won't these two snap together? Hello? What is that? That's weird. Do I have to put a little tower in here to fix you? It does tend to help, I find. Fine. You get an outer tower after all, even though you're inner. Heavens, you're so fussy. Right. I think that pretty much sets it up how I want it. Quite happy with where the manor is sat inside of that. So what do we need? We just need 600... Well, yeah. We need a whole bunch of dress stone and a whole bunch of mortar. I think we can achieve that, can't we?
Yes, Mr. Typical, I think we can.
Lovely. My stonemasons agree. We don't want it too tight inside here, but we don't need it too big either. Realistically, not all our forces will be fighting from in here. It might be we're fighting in the outer sections, and our archers are all positioned in here or something. That is if we ever get attacked down here. Okay, well, let's start getting some materials together. I also wouldn't mind seeing if we're allowed to build inside of the manor grounds again, because that's something I'd like to explore as of the latest beta update. So you may have seen in the last Longplay, we did actually manage to get some things inside of the keep grounds that we were able to continue accessing, even after it had been built. Right, so as we're starting to trade away clothes, and we want to keep a few of the dress stones for ourselves for the time being, let's set this limit to 1,000 before we start exporting, which will give time for it to recover in terms of the money we get from it as well. Let's get the lime kiln operational and start making a limitless supply of mortar that we can use. And as people move down here, we will continue to add them to the local granary and storehouse to get on top of this old problem that we're experiencing. And we'll upgrade them as well. See, when you've got so many granaries and storehouses to work, it feels like it just takes up all of your workforce. It's probably time for a reassigning, let's be honest. Let's do a little bit of reassigning, shall we? So, pause the game. And let's unassign everyone we can find. And then we'll go through reassigning. So we had about 6 free workers before we started doing this. Let's try and remember that. So we'll start with this little industrial area over here. And we'll just work our way through. Is this something you guys do? Or do you usually just manually assign people as you go so that you don't have to then do massive reassignings? It'd be interesting to know, because I always tend to just semi-carefully assign people and then sort of get a bit bored of doing it, I suppose. And then I just randomly assign and occasionally have to do one of these great cleansings. Though I didn't bother doing it on our mega rundling long play, and that seemed to go okay, didn't it? But then again, I did have a ridiculous amount of labour available, being the largest save that I've ever played. Oh, we don't have anyone working at that farm. Probably need to rectify that. Right, any other buildings over this way? Got the communal oven, the windmill. Oh! See, it's useful for reminding us of things that are active, because I'd completely forgotten that that logging camp still had people in it. I was sure I'd unassigned them. Oh well. Make sure about we get rid of those then. That frees up a few people at least. And just started assigning people here, but we shall start to unassign them again. Anywhere else? Right, so the quarries. We had 2 and 2 and 1 and 2. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter. Just needs to make sense to me. Those are fully stocked. We also maybe should start doing a bit of specialization. Oh, what a bore. Yes, I should do that as I go back around. In that case, let's have... I think that's everyone. Let's have a central storehouse. Which I guess would make sense to be one down here somewhere. In the center. That can store everything. So we'll leave you as you are, except for the fact that you're not allowed, actually, materials used in clothing. In fact, is there any reason for you to have crafting materials? We want you to have iron. Apart from that, you don't need to have anything else in here, do you? Iron ore. We'll let you have none of these either, apart from tools. We'll store our weapons here, that's fine. And we'll let you have fuel. Okay. And then we'll assign 3 families to work there. At the granary. You don't need crafting materials. Okay. We'll do all the granaries and storehouses first. Storehouse here. Now this is the dedicated one. That was supposed to be a dedicated one. So we'll unassign everything. We'll let you have rough stone and dress stone. You can also be where we store our mortar. So we'll let you have that. And rubble stones, roof tiles, tools. That should be everything you require. And we'll also upgrade that one to be a large one. So that's our granary storehouse in here. There should be a granary storehouse over here somewhere. There is indeed. So once again, no crafting materials, but 3 workers. And you should have the bare essentials. There we go. And then we've got our new dedicated large storehouse here, which is allowed to house everything related to clothing. We'll get 1 family working there. And no crafting materials, 2 workers. No, just the bare essentials again. Okay. Give you 2 workers as well. Where else then? So, we've got our granary and storehouse down here. It looks like we never really properly set up the storehouse here. And set your limits correctly. No wonder we're struggling with supply chains. There's a whole bunch of places that have got things they just don't need to have. Okay. Granary. Oop. If it wasn't for the save game coming in there. Now this is where it pays to be an AI, I guess. Much easier to do everything for yourself. Over here. Crafting materials. And a whole bunch of junk in all of these storehouses. Let's clear it out a bit. I feel like we're using a lot of people on these storehouses and granaries, but hopefully it balances itself out. And we have enough people left for all of our other jobs. Alright. And couple down here. We'd love to save this as a filter and then like apply to all or something, or apply to anything I click on. Be good. Is that it for granaries and storehouses? Have I missed any?
Shout now if you see one, and I'll hear you across the void of time. Where? Just kidding. I think that's it for our domestic supply anyway. So down here then, let's get 3 families at the foresters' huts. Oh, I'll tell you who we never unassigned. These chaps up here. We'll just quickly redo those. There we go. Now, you might be saying, typical, why aren't you being careful who's assigned to where? What if they work in a large farm or something? And yeah, I just can't be bothered. All there is to that, basically. We got 2 families at each farmhouse. And then we want a family at the lime kiln. Family at the bloomery. Don't need that logging camp anymore. Windmill. Communal oven. Malt house. Stonemason station. We'll get 1 in each quarry for the moment. We'll come back if we have spare workers. We do need to get another stonemason station operational as well, really. Oh, you survived. Just re-click you, in case you get assigned somewhere else. Fisherman. We need our fuel and logs, so we'll get 3 families there. Actually, we'll get 2 families there and 1 family here. Need a family at the saw pit and 2 at the charcoal. 3 at the woodcutter, although we do have plenty of fuel, don't we? Maybe we can afford to have 2 at the woodcutters for the time being. Sheep farm, we'll get 2. Weaver's workshop we will move. So actually we'll get rid of that one because we're going to be setting up over here. Got 1 family working at that one for the time being because we are already down to 3 families and we don't have anyone working at the trading post. So we'll set play knowing that there are probably a few things missing. And we will just have to wait as more people move in to get a few more jobs at the other places such as our trading post so we can actually continue to bring in money. We're also a bit shy on the quarries, etc., but I think that's because we've moved a lot more people, I think, into the granary and the storehouse supply chain. But hopefully that makes a huge difference to how much work they've got to do. And yeah, it looks like it's made some positive results there. Looks a lot more green than it was anyway, and we'll see how that balances out over time. Hopefully people are working a lot closer as well to where they live. Let's just check where you live. You're not terribly close, are you? Well, yeah, we'll just have to wait for a few more families to move in before we get the trading post back to fully operational. It'll probably realistically be a few people who live over here who start working there. That storehouse should start to accumulate relative goods. It would be good to get someone working at the tannery as well. Get that upgraded. Another family moved in there. I think you can probably go and work at the tannery to start producing us some leather. I imagine we've got quite a few hides by this point stocked up. Indeed we do, 239. Fantastic. And get you an upgrade, dear sir. 9 burgages for people to be moving into. Plenty of food, as we discussed before. Farms seem pretty on top of things. That dedicated storehouse is getting its upgrades. And we have a wonderful 192 dress stone. So I don't think it's going to take terribly long before we get to a position where we can construct at last our manor. Let's just check down here and make sure they've still got space to plant trees where they're working. Possibly not. So let's do some reassigning of locations. So you can plant there. You can plant here. You can plant here. Just to change things up a little bit. Making sure that we've got plenty of space to plant. And how are you chaps doing over here as well? Still got places to plant? Yes, you've got slightly larger work zones though, so I'm not surprised you've still got spaces. But you can see, there's a fair bit of foresting going on over here. We're going to have trees galore there before too long. And look at this. Our own orchards across the edges of the hill here are starting to pop up out of the ground. I'm very excited to see what they look like once they're all nicely put together. Another family moving in. You can go and work at the trading post. And we'll get you an upgrade. All these burgages down here, intending to have them in the clothing sector, and as yet have not managed to do anything of the sort. Still, that's the way it goes.
wouldn't hurt to have some clay, and the clay deposit is just over there. So when we have a little bit of a larger available workforce, that may be something we look to do. I wonder if we do get another unit of archer. Yes, we'll do that for the time being, while we don't have access to crossbows. We still seem to be holding Heady at 8... Heady? Holding Heady? What am I on about? Holding steady at 81% approval, even with 2% taxation. Hopefully that means we'll get a little bit of money sent our way. What do we want inside of the castle grounds then? Well, the wall is... Ooh. Oh dear. The AI is getting aggressive again. Oh, for goodness sake. Who is it? Same chap? No, it's flipping Barbara. The old lady's coming for us. Gosh, she's done a lot of deforestation. She's just also hired in quite a few mercenaries, and we don't have that much money. I think we might be taking them, don't you? Where is the battle due to take place? We don't know yet. Right, okay. Oh, for goodness sake. It's always something, isn't there? Well, let's buy ourselves in those mercenaries. At this rate, we are going to have to tax our people a little bit heavier. Even if it goes down to +1 monthly migration, just so we can keep up with the amount of aggression from the AI. It's the second of 3 of them to attack us, so I'm sure there's another attack coming at some point. We'll bring in these 3 units of sword. We've used them before, we'll use them again. And hopefully with our own troops, that'll be enough to win any battle we have to fight. We indeed shall fight her. Starting to wish that I'd put our manor somewhere over here. Given that that seems to be where all the fighting in this region takes place, as opposed to over by our manor itself proper. Let's deploy then to the slopes here, where we've fought before. We'll have our mercenaries in front. We will hold our spear in reserve. Put our mercenaries, our retinue there, and we'll have our archers in behind. Move time along quickly, get them all into position, then we'll stop them from running as well, so they don't get too tired on the way in. And actually, we may set our spear in the front in shield wall, and then use our sword aggressively. I do apologise if you can hear the plot. It's rather excitable to see me. Right. Not now. Not now, man. Busy. Yes, of course you can have a pet. Yes, right. You're going to join me, are you? Hello. Where are the enemy? Getting terribly distracted by this feline. Right, so we've got spear coming in from there. And we've got some light brigands, etc. coming in from over there. We'll get our own troops in shield wall set to balanced. And we will set our sword to aggressive because they have a slightly better charge bonus. We have our archers in the center. And actually, we will put our retinue in this gap here. The battle is soon to be upon us. Right, hopefully we can survive this with similarly few losses, just like last time. Mainstay of the force is coming from this direction. You never know, they're going to attack twice, of course. They're only just inside of the battle zone, but I would rather have the position atop the hill. May have to set these troops on missile alert. Gives a chance to block enemy arrows. And you know what, you're running. Good to say, right. Both of you. I want you targeting the enemy missile. You two should be on missile alert and spread out. No need to take unnecessary chances. And you can both engage the enemy archers. Please and thank you. Load your bows, men. They're firing at us. Fire back. That's more like it. Whoop. Let's show these chaps who's boss. Shouldn't take long to destroy a unit of 18 thugs as they are. Doing a reasonably good job of peppering the enemy here. Hopefully we don't take too much damage ourselves. And let's slightly reformat the line to account for where the enemy are coming from. Again, staying pretty much as close to the top here as we can. Or retinues running, we don't really want that. Position these troops here. And this unit, how have they lost a man to brigands? I do feel the combat has changed slightly. Oh, they haven't. It's to be enemy archers. Come on, press in. You need to hurry up. Getting popped in the bottom here. On the plus side, our archers have all but taken care of them, and they're broken. Fantastic. Oh, we win! Oh, fantastic. Before the enemy really got here. Go on, go home. Go home. You're not wanted here. Ha ha. Victory is ours. Right. Touchy bye. Oh, no. Annual royal tax? That's no good. We're not ready for that. What are we going to do? We don't bring in nearly enough money. Well, we're definitely going to have to start taxing our people now. Oh dear, it's definitely going to be taking a hit on monthly migration, but we need the people to be more productive. Such a chicken and egg situation. Well, we have had another family move in. And I feel like we probably need to get them working at the tailor's or the weaver's workshop, so we can keep on top of the wool situation, so we'll employ them there. And we do need to get our trading post back up to full strength as well. Let's get another family working there. Yes, as I was saying earlier, I was wondering about getting a few buildings in here. There's a bit of space in there, potentially. In fact, if we do some roads... The nice thing about... it's a little bit laggy when you rode inside of a manor. And that's because the game's like, oh my goodness, you're going to punch a wall through, I'm going to have to put a new gate in. And it gets a bit panicky. But if we just do this, then we'll have an idea of where we can build inside of. Because we'll kind of mimic where the walls are going to go with our roads. So we'll come all the way around the outside here. Like that. And we'll repeat that in here as well. Do the same on the outside of the inner wall. Then we'll see about getting a little bit of industry or accommodation tucked inside of the manor itself. Not great for battle, but it looks cool. And let's be honest, when it comes to manors and manor lords, it's all about the looks. It's not about how useful it actually is. No. Alright, let's keep going with this road across here. Come around here. Fantastic. And that gives us kind of a bit of a space inside that we can do some burgaging. And I think we'll have a storehouse. We'll have a granary. And we'll have, ideally, some water. Yep, some water down here. A market stall in between here. And then we'll get some burgages in here, I think. They can be the Manor Lords' own people. We'll build them tight against the walls, pretty much, like that. Or do we want that many? It does rather leave the space pretty crowded. I don't think we're ever actually going to do a defense inside of the manor, though, to be honest. Yeah, let's fill it up. So, something like that there. Or would they face inside and fill out to the rear? I think that's more likely, isn't it? It doesn't need to be crowded. We could have some vegetable patches or something in there, couldn't we? I think that would be a nice use of space. Fill out here as well. Oh dear, it's a weird shape. Maybe do this in a couple of sections. Those there. And those there. And maybe a burgage here. A burgage here. Just one there. Okay. There we go. And hopefully they don't interfere with where the manor's going. I think it should be fine based on recent experience. Well, this is a problem because annual royal tax of 520 already. That means that, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hire any mercenaries, which means we're going to be on our own when it comes to our defense, and that is not going to be easy. Botherations. There's not a whole lot of export we can do from this here region either. We can export stone, and we have been. Maybe we should start... We don't have a lot of trees. So we could start exporting excess shields. We might have to. Let's go to the trading post. I mean, we are exporting excess clothing. We should be making a fair bit of money on that.
Let's go to weaponry then. Looks like someone else is doing it. They're decreasing the value to just 2. What about warbows? It's only worth 2 anyway. Let's do that though. We'll export warbows, but we need a surplus of 36 before we do so. And let's just check that we haven't got any limits set on you. Just turn off your limits for the time being. Well, the family moves in. I'm going to get you working at the trading post because it just became a priority to get as much traded as we possibly could. What do? You work at the warehouse. Which warehouse do you work at? Show me all back this. Ah, you're the specialist warehouse. What if I were to assign you to be a tailor? Who then works here? Just the nearest available person? Yeah, the person who just moved in. That's fine.
Carrots,
Okay, because if we can produce more clothes as well with all the yarn that we've got sat around, then that again will help us with another export, because clothes are worth a couple. I think 2 or 3 per export. We can double check that at the trading post. It's still worth 3, yeah. So making more of those is more good. We're probably going to need another trading post at some point. So let's start to think about where that's going to go. Possibly back in here wouldn't be a bad location, especially if we're trading clothes. They're going to be stored in here partially. And we could also start making boots over here at some point. In fact, we set up a brewery, didn't we? Do we have ale? We have 13 ale. I wonder if we can use that tactically. Let's get a tavern set up over here with the aim of getting some of these burgages down here up to level 3 so that we might get a shoemaker, possibly a baker over here as well. Connect that up to the road there. Make sure time is speeding along. Pretty soon we're going to be in debt to the king as opposed to anything else as well. How are we doing for materials? We're a quarter of the way there on dress stone, and we look like we're probably already there when it comes to mortar. Another family moving in. Get you upgraded. Want to put some extensions on these at some point. Make sure you're producing yarn. Although we probably do have some linen, do we? No, not just yet. But I have set up some flax on a few of these fields, though. Yeah, we're not making much, are we? Again, it's the other reason we wanted to be over here, wasn't it? It's fertile land. I don't think this is going to be as straightforward as I'd hoped. I mean, we were making fairly good progress until I saw this pop up, basically. I thought we had more time than we did. Constantly full of surprises, this cozy long play is turning into quite the difficult run. We'll keep getting these upgraded. What do we want these to do then? Because they're not realistically all going to be tailors, though. I've had another family move in. Maybe we do get another tailor down here. Though we could do with some additional weavers as well. Plenty of space for people to be moving in. I suppose one option is we try and settle over here before the tax gets too high. But it's really going to stretch us. Especially settling at this time of year. We're just going to have to make more money. We are, making a fair bit as a settlement. We're just not able to tax it efficiently. But the more we have here, the more we'll be able to tax at a small rate. I do think it's likely as well that during the lengthy manor construction, because they're never quick, we're quite likely to see a number of attacks. So we are going to have to face that domestically. Our numbers are growing. I wonder if it's worth getting another unit of spear. Normally I would have 3 archer and 3 spear, but I think we'll go for 4. What are we short on? Recruits missing. Are we also short on equipment? How many spears do we have set aside? 17, so only just enough. Got 22 tools. Let's temporarily switch back over to spear production to make sure that we do have a little bit of a reserve on top of what's absolutely necessary. Another upgrade to be had in here as someone moves in, but it's still only 3 unassigned families. Maybe on the front here we'll get some extensions popped on. What have we got? So, got quite a bit of milk. We've had plenty of hides produced, so let's get a few more pigs in on these ones here. How are we doing on the egg front? We've got a few eggs, and chicken is popping in and out as well. So let's just try and get a little bit more pork, shall we? Another family moves in there. Let's start getting some horses ordered for this trading post. And we'll get down a couple of stables next to it. Put a little road in there. And as these are completed, we'll buy in some pigs. Yes, quite a lot of resources needed before we can go ahead with that particular plan. Well, let's keep pressing on, making progress. Pigs down here. And what are we going to do up here? Could do more pigs, I suppose. And slowly change them over time, because one of these is going to need to be for boots, one's going to need to be for bread, potentially, as well, for a more efficient use of it, which we should have made some of, actually. I guess we've eaten it all. There wouldn't have been very much at all, in all fairness. Maybe we get some chicken coops as well. They're nice and easy. And those three on the end here will turn into animal pens. Lovely, as that person moves in. Perfect timing. I wouldn't mind getting a few extra people working at the new trading post. Although, actually, producing more clothes is probably more important, because we're not trading stone at the moment, because we're using it ourselves. So, actually, they're probably not even all doing things. They are all carrying riders. Yeah, there is definitely a good shortage. We might need to get some more pasture space at some point as well. So that's starting to fill up too, quite nicely. Get a third worker at a weaver's shop there, which brings us up to more yarn being produced again. But we don't seem like we're turning it into clothes very quickly. It's because that chap isn't even doing it. So we'll get them set on the straight and narrow. You're quite far away, but you've still got 78% productivity, even if you're not going to be as good as people over here, because you've got 93%. I don't really want to demolish that extension, do I? It's sometimes a pain to do. Yeah, it's not an option to do it. I have to demolish the whole burgage, and I simply can't be fussed with that. Right. So we only got 32 that month. 2% taxation is not a lot, is it? I am worried for our future, my friends. Our cozy valley and our way of life is constantly under threat, whether it be from taxation, whether it be from invasion, or from starvation. There's always something. There's always something. And the rain reflects my mood perfectly. Right, you're ready for your pig and your upgrade. You can have both. And that just leaves you here. We'll deal with you, and then we're moving into the manor. People have already started moving in, actually. Now, I was thinking about having some vegetables in here, but we could also have some little orchards as well. So I think we'll do a combination of the two. So those there. You can be chickens. You can be an animal pen. A couple more gardens. And then a couple animal pens for pigs and goats. So we've got a little bit of everything available in the outer keep. Another pig ordered for you. And we'll just keep an eye on how we're making our way through the wall. Looks like we are making a fair dent into it now. It's just about making sure our tailors start to catch up. I'm tempted already, actually, to get a third tailor operational now someone else has moved in. Still 4 families available for construction. Would be nice to accelerate dressed stone production. How are we doing for dressed stone versus rough stone? We need more people working at the quarries. Could we get a few people, a few more burgages set up locally to the quarries? I know we set up all these here, but never really ended up working down there. There's so many needed for warehouse work and granaries, etc. At least we're fairly on top of those. There's a little hollow here, potentially, we could fit some burgages into. We do have a bit of space in here. Actually, if we get rid of this hitching post here, This is somewhere that has evolved over time. It was once industrial and now is no more. Or agricultural, rather. So, what if we were to get some burgers in here? How many could we fit? Perfect. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, maybe we go for that. Maximize our workforce potential in here. I think we do that. Let's provide us with some additional workers for the stone sector, which is going to be essential to our future survival as the brutal king taxes us relentlessly. We could sell excess sheep as well, instead of eating them. It's definitely an option. I'd like a few more than 200 to be honest, which is what we're almost at now. I will upgrade these and process as we go through, and we'll also set up the various restraints on the granary and storehouse in here. The usual goods in this one, but I feel like we could allow them to have weaponry. I think that makes sense, wouldn't it? Canonically, for a storehouse inside of the manor grounds itself. Manor Lord, that's me. I'll probably want some pears. Probably wouldn't mind some cabbage and some beets and carrots. I'll of course want pig and goat. Goat for the milk as well as the food. And chickens down there. Perfect. I'm going to have a very balanced diet. Make that a stone well. Fantabulous. So we've got a fair number of burgages for people to move in over here. Then they'll start moving in over here. And hopefully we'll be able to get on top of the expansion and money situation before it becomes rather dire, as I'm sure it is due to become. We're also expecting another little bit of aggression from the AI at some point. I mean, we've yet to be attacked by France, we've been attacked by Charlie, and by our arch nemesis Barbara. Look at them busybodying themselves around their lives. Aggressive little bunch of people. Quite an interesting looking settlement here. A little bit all over the place. It definitely takes longer to grow, doesn't it, in the harder game settings, the challenging game setting. I don't feel like I'm exploding like I normally would be now in terms of production and produce. Definitely hampered by the fact I really need to keep this +2 monthly migration if we're going to make any sort of solid progress. 375. And it's September, not a good time of year to settle. Right, we've got a tavern here. Let's quickly distribute some ale and see if we can't get a burgage up to, or 2 burgages up to level 3. And we can use those to produce some bread. There we go. And also to produce some shoes. Some more amenities being filled for our good peoples. Just one more. Come on. So, to produce just enough ale to get a few baggages needed. Oh, royal tax increased? My goodness. That'll do. These are the 2 that we needed. That doesn't seem fair. Royal tax increasing already. Are we making any money? 31. Yep. Makes sense. 2%. 1,500. It's almost like it's mathematical. Almost like. Right, so you are first level 3 burgage. We shall assign you to make us some lovely leather shoes. How much leather do we have at this stage? 243. Wonderful. You have plenty of material to work with. If they ever finish construction on your new property, that is. It's rather empty inside. They forgot the floor. Just mud. Oh dear. Try peeking through your windows. Hello? Ooh, look. Let's see your timber joists. Oh, grief. Are you finished? Do you have a floor in there now? Can I see in still? Yeah, you do have an interior. You don't have a floor, though. Well, it's going to be right. I guess you sleep in, like, I don't know, hammocks or something? I suppose I wasn't meant to look in that far, was I? Right. You can be for leather boots. We'll turn the priority of that higher, because, my goodness, they're taking forever. It's probably because they're building these down here, I suspect. A few more people have moved in over here. So we'll upgrade those. Not too fussed about the additional living space in those just yet, because we've got plenty of space for that at the moment as it is. Priority is on these 2 buildings here, though. You're going to be a baker.
So we will allow this granary to stock flowers. So that hopefully it's fairly nearby, and those are probably the only granary that's allowed to stock them actually, so they should all end up over there. Quite a few of our orchards are starting to come into season now, so hopefully we're getting a reasonable amount of fruit produced as well. And we seem to be. Of course, it's going to ever grow, because we do have even more over here coming through. Really love how these scale over the edge of the hill there. So now we've got a bakery. Actually, we could kind of do with 2 bakeries. With 2 types of flour, but we don't have much of either, so we might just have to kind of try, and I say try because I know what I'm like, try to come over here and remember to switch production types. That does mean that we can abandon the communal oven and send that family to go and work at a quarry. It's quite the difference in profession, I know, but I'm sure they'll manage. Buy some chickens into here, because then I don't need to remember to come back and buy them some animals. One family is making a fair dent in the fish population, so we'll leave them to it. Once again, granary supply chain is looking a little bit pressed, but I'm not overly keen to go and reduce our workforce any further, to be honest. Food and fuel still absolutely fine. How are we doing? Rough stone, 389. Still using all of the rough stone, but we have just assigned someone new to the quarry, and we have got new buildings going up over here. Right. We'll let this run a little bit, lest we get attacked. I shall rejoin you once we have filled up all of the available burgages and probably the expansions here as well. Little bit.
Alrighty, so we're doing pretty well in the old stone gathering arena, and we are full on burger space. We're actually doing okay for money as well. We just about made the payment for the annual royal tax. We've upped to 3% taxation, and we're still just about there with approval. So, what are we going to do now? Well, we need more places for people to live, so I was thinking, continuing what we've done here, where we've kind of grown across the edge of the valley here, I was thinking we could continue to do the same. I suppose it's not much of a valley. It is a valley. It's a large valley. Across the edge here, by having some more burgages follow the contour lines and kind of lead us out in this direction. So, I think starting just here, we'll take a few roads and follow the lines round all the way to the King's Road. So we'll do one there, and then we want space probably for some vegetable and orchard burger spots. So we'll leave a reasonable gap before following the next one around. This one we'll curve around the hill and connect all the way back into the King's Road over here. Fantabulous. And we pop a little road coming up here alongside our logging camp there. Words are absolutely escaping me today. We will then continue the road back along on this ley line, and that should give us a couple of nice spots to get some burgages ensconced upon. Fan-dabby-dozy. So, what are we going to do in terms of connecting them up? Let's put a little road in just here. Do we do that? I think we can connect these with straight roads, can't we? Let's do them as we go, though. So we'll have a road coming in along here, and on it we shall put a granary and storehouse, as is necessary. And we'll have these facing back uphill, I think. So granary, storehouse, and a little market stall in here. Perfect. And maybe a little one behind as well. Great. And, oh, perfect. We get a water supply in there too, as I was hoping. And also pop a water supply over here. And do we have one down here already? No, we've got one down there. Ready for the eventual expansion in that direction. And then we'll get a couple of hitching posts in here as well. Like so. And then on to burgage expansion. So we'll go with a couple of smaller ones down at the bottom. And I think, what should we do? We do
veggie plots down here, and these two up here can be for orchards. Maybe all the ones at the back here should be orchards. Yeah, so we'll get a couple of small burgages in the corner here. Something like that. Yeah, I think so. And then we'll get a orchard that fills out the rear there. Connect that down with a little road. Then something similar, so some burgages across here. Like that. And then turn snapping back on. And get ourselves an orchard set up here. Ooh, too steep to build. It's frustrating. Yeah, but that one's fine. Okay. Guess we'll do it that way then. Let's maybe get a road just in there and see if we can't get that to snap nicely and still allow us to build. Yep. So we'll just see if we can't replicate that a few more times. We don't want to go through all of our resources, obviously. It's actually getting a bit steep to build even there. That's fine though. I wonder if we were to build a little road, a little something like this here. Could we still get a burgage in here? Or some trees? Sadly not. Oh, but we can do it like that. Okay, so there is a way to do these. Can we still get some burgages in here? Did I leave enough space? Doesn't look like I did. Possibly space to do something a little bit different though. What if we came this way? Still too steep there. It's a shame, because it doesn't look like that steep of a gradient, does it? What about filling the space then with just a couple of burgages set out basically for trees? Oh, you know, I quite like that. Fish planting cost plus 1,170. That is not an insignificant planting cost, but it does allow us to build a gorgeous property on the slope, so I am going to build that there. Maybe we'll stop there, because we're getting quite far away from home base. Can we fit in here then? A couple of granaries and storehouses at least? We can, perfect. So we're not wasting the space we have there for us. Don't need a massive marketplace there, but we'll just get that down like that. And then some more burgages down on this level. Speed time up a little bit so we can get on with this construction. And this should be giving us plenty to be getting on with in terms of future accommodation spaces. Grand. It's there. Bit of road there. And this baggage shall go in here. This one, I suppose we could use this one for vegetables. But I might stick to orchards because I do think they look rather pretty, as I have said a number of times. I'll stop repeating myself, shall I? Okay, here. Fantabulous. Do one more in here, and then we'll leave them to get on with construction. Because that's plus 22 homes, which is quite a lot to be getting on with. Up to 721 on dress stones. We're really getting there in terms of having the materials we need to construct our manor. We did have one AI aggressor a little earlier on, and I did also paid them off. Didn't feel like I particularly wanted to deal with them at the time. Now, I think next year, once we're selling, as soon as we're selling stone again, I think we'll be able to afford to settle over here. I don't think we need a massive settlement over there. Just enough to produce a little bit more money, potentially. So that we can get some taxes over there as well. And potentially be able to afford the mercenaries that we need to conquer the rest of the map for ourselves. And claim victory for our cozy little kingdom. Buildings require maintenance. Oh dear, I think we never came back from making spears, did we? Let's get back to making tools. As we're obviously running short. Yes, we're down to 0. And we need that so we can continue to make lovely dressed stone after all. Already, some people are starting to move in down here. I'm going to assign them to the storehouse down here and the granary, but first off, let's make sure we've got a few limits set up on the storehouse. We'll make that a large one. Same for the granary here as well. Get that upgraded. Get a stone well, order an ox, and get some stables built instead of just these hitching posts.
Grand. Over here, I think we're doing okay for foresting. I did set up one of these foresters in the end to have 2 and give them a much larger area to work with. And I know it's not as efficient, but it means I don't have to constantly reassign where the working area is should they run out of space to plant a tree, as they do tend to do from time to time. I'm not very good at remembering to come over and tell them to go and plant somewhere else, right, as I have had to do with them just there. Still just about creeping over that 81% in terms of approval. Next family's moved in. You can go and work at that granary. And what are we looking at in terms of food situation? We've got lots of pork. Could possibly do with some more chickens. So add a little bit of meat diversity. And also keep the eggs flowing. So we'll get a number of coops in here. And I think maybe we'll do this for all of these ones that have been built up here so far. And then maybe down here we'll have a mix of goats and of pigs, just to keep things fairly even. It occurs to me actually we should probably have a couple of beehives, because we do have a little bit of farming going on. So the bonus these will give us in terms of fertility is worth having. I believe 5 is the max number you can have that affects fertility, so we'll get 5 of those down. Oh no, I've pressed the wrong button. There's no going back. Oh, there is. Good. And let's build a couple of orchards in here as well, as we said we would. Grand. 8 families working on construction as well. Quite a few around to help, and we're going to need that come time for construction of the manor, which is not so terribly far off at the time of speaking. That is going to take a lot of money to plant. That is for sure. Probably over 1,000, I would have thought, to do that. Let's get the limits set up here as well. Grand. So, granary. Probably need another granary and storehouse down this way somewhere, as we expand out into this space here as well. And we might turn this into a little bit of a farm area. I don't think it's particularly fertile, is it? No, not massively. Although not terrible either. So we will probably use it for some vegetable farming. Although we're still fine on vegetables for the moment. It's still fruits that we lack. Always a shortage of fruits. Get these upgraded. We haven't really done any small holding, have we? As our population grows and we hope to have as many industry-specific buildings over here, or workplaces, then perhaps it could be that we get a few more of those installed. Again, I'm not sure with the orchards if that turning it into a small holding actually helps. I've definitely done it in the past where I've not seen any difference in the amount of fruit that it is able to produce. If you know any different, please do let me know. Good stuff. Gorgeous time of year. The sun is shining upon our lovely valley, and look at that extension we're doing across there behind the manor. I love it, building up on the mountainsides here and having a valley that kind of cascades down. I need to build with the train more often. It does look really, really cool. Here we go then. I think we've got enough resources, so it is time to commit to the manor build. Let's open the castle planner. Let's actually get a tax office down, because another building in here is pretty cool. And right on the corner there, taxing people coming through all directions of the King's Road, I think makes sense. So, let's commit. It's working. Can't select these properties at the moment, but that's not to say we won't be able to in the future. We'll have to wait and see. So, we'll let them get on with the manor construction and new families moving in. You can see, actually, we're doing pretty well for finance. And now that we've spent all of our lovely dressed stone on building that, or I suppose we haven't spent it yet, it all needs to be transported over here. We can probably start selling it again. And in fact, now we've gone over the 1,000, we are selling it again. So that's perfect. So that's going to help generate us an income. You can see that we've got a reasonable amount in the treasury before the royal tax comes. So I think next year we might be able to settle down here. If not, the year after that, when we've got enough to get a plentiful start over there, because I think that would be very handy indeed. What are the food sources over there? I forget. Wild animals. Is that it? And mushrooms all the way over there. We'll need the plentiful resource to start in here, because we'll definitely need to get our beet plots up sooner rather than later. So we're definitely going to wait until we get 750, I think we need to get down our 750, yes. Tempting to do it now before we get taxed, but when do they collect it? So 13 days.
You know what? We could. It doesn't actually matter if we go into debt. So let's quickly scoot on over here and be a little bit cheeky and get down our starting settlement. Again, don't want to be too close to the outskirts, but we want to be nice and close to the iron. Don't think we need to be that close to the wild animals, and then we could move them around, but I can't be bothered. So why don't we settle right here? Seems like a good place to me. We'll go for a plentiful start. We'll be in debt to the king, but who cares? So, first things first, as realists, we need granaries and storehouses. That's, you know, you can do whatever you want in Manor Lords, you can do all sorts of things, but let's be honest, it all comes down to a granary and to a storehouse. Philosophy, that is. Look, I'm drawing a circle. It's unusual, isn't it? Don't normally do that. Lol. Okay, that looks okay. We'll put that down there, and we'll get down our granary just here, and our storehouse just behind it. A little bit like so. Okay, make sure that's connected up to the road. And we will, of course, need to have a well to increase everyone's happiness. We'll pop that down over there. We'll get down a market stall, which will fill this little gap in with here. Splendid. Whoa, big zoom. Didn't need that, did we? We'll get down our logging camps. Plenty of trees here, so we'll be able to probably sell some shields and wooden gears, etc. in this region as well. We'll get that down again, nice and close to where we're starting, so that seems a good location to me. We'll have a little road up here for a forestry sector, and get down a little woodcutter. We'll have a plank boy, we'll get a forester, whom we will put behind the plank boy. Like that there. And we'll get ourselves a charcoal kiln. Pop down just here. And then onto housing with all the timber we have remaining. And I think we'll just fill in this space here, basically. So let's get a couple of burgages in here. They look like they'll be a good start in terms of giving us some space to plant some beets that aren't going to cost too much, but should still yield a fair amount of food. Build that across there. And then maybe we can get a burgage in here, perhaps. Yep, similar story. And then did we get one just here? Filling out to the top and then above that there. Wonderful. We'll wait until the settlers' tents are out of the way. But we can probably get another one just here. We're down to 2 logs. Let's set a higher priority on the granary and the storehouse, of course, because we need those to make sure we can get our goods stored away inside. No point having a plentiful start if it all gets destroyed in the rain. Of course, we need to get our second ox, which will pop there. We'll go to the first one, order another, relocate this one, put it there. Boom. Let time run on. And as the manor is being constructed over in the home region, we can make a good start in Passweg and get some growth going. Fertility-wise, plenty of strong facility out here in the Meadowland. Fantastic. That's what we like to see. Not sure we'll need to do much farming over there, because primarily we're going to be producing things from iron and wood and selling them to increase our treasury, to allow us to hire in lots of lovely mercenaries. Manor is 4% under construction, but we can pretty much leave them to it. And look how unlaggy the game is. A manor's being built and the game isn't broken. Isn't that novel? I bought some apples for over here. It cost 1100, plus a little bit more, I think. So it was not cheap. It was not cheap. 4 available burgers for people to move into, but I think we really just want to focus on construction on the manor. Lots of goods being moved over, and I've been ordering a combination of horses and oxen as we go along to make sure that we have enough ready to open our second trading post as and when we want to. Back over in Passweg, how we do? We need to get a worker at the granary and a worker at the storehouse to make sure we're bringing those supplies inside. We'll make sure there is a road to said supplies to make sure they can quickly and easily and efficiently be tucked away inside. Always want your granary and storehouse at the start as close as you can possibly get them to those starting supplies. And as we learned, putting a little road to them, also quite handy. Would recommend So after that, we need the hitching posts, which are already up and running. And getting the housing up and running, I think we'll just let the rest be completed as and when. As soon as all these goods are stocked inside, then we don't have to have the granary and storehouse stocked for the time being. Although we will want to get some charcoal made before too long to make sure we can get fuel on the market to help make people happy. Then we do get that +1 monthly migration for the first year after settling anyway. I think that's true when you settle a new region, if it isn't your first. Don't fact check me on that. In fact, do fact check me. I'm not sure if that's right or not. I'm really itching to get that iron out of the ground, but all in time. All in time. How are we doing on those supplies? Come on, it's raining. Get them inside. It looks like all of the food potentially is stocked away. So we will unassign you and get you on helping with construction. And there's plenty of it to be done. We've weathered that storm. We can get rid of that road now. And we don't need you working at the storehouse. Instead, let's get a family working at the logging camp. Maybe even 2. Get a family at the woodcutter's lodge. Most importantly, though, we need to get a family at the saw pit so we can produce ourselves some plankage. And that plankage we shall use to make extensions, which we shall use to make some vegetables. All important vegetables. And we've got a couple of houses going in. Can we get an expansion on any of them? And that one there we could, couldn't we? Just so we've got enough space to get everyone safely tucked away inside. Because we haven't got any timber at the moment to make any more. I should probably set the limit here to always give us 2 timber in case we do want to construct an extension or something. But it looks like we've probably got enough now to get a couple of vegetable plots popped down, so we will do so. And then we just need to get one more burgish popped down to get rid of the settlers' tents. And we'll do that one just here once we have enough goods. Hopefully any moment now. That second one, there we go, get that in. Lovely, what a fantastic start. Let's get some beetroots in our fields, get them planted as soon as we possibly can. Okay, and we can afford to get one more. Leaves us with 22, which should be just enough to open the charcoal trade route, which is 20, I do believe. Let's get down our trading post. Just need a few more logs to make that happen, actually, and the planks are stocking back up at the moment, although we don't need many more planks for a minute, so let's unassign that sawpit worker and get him at the log camp instead, so we can have even more logs at our beck and disposal. Small village already, and what is our focus going to be over here? Well, it might not be a bad idea to go for improved armorers and mine integrity, because we are going to be mining lots of iron, and so we could be selling those goods that we're making. It's also true of the Smiths of Passu. Increased weapon export value, which would be very nice, actually. We go for that. Splendid. Smiths of Passu it is. And get that on there, actually, so we shall do so to get us going in the right direction, and we'll pop a little road alongside that there. King obviously got bored of building his road there, didn't he? Nice little clearing in here, though. Could possibly even put a circle in that. I know, typical circle mad, isn't he? Come on, that's not bad for a quick try at a circle in that space. It's not middled, but it's not, you know, terribly far off either. Just finish that road into there. And install a love path, of course. How are we doing then? All the families are moved into an accommodation space. That's wonderful. We've got some timber. Let's start by getting another burgage so we can get more people moving in. In fact, why don't we fill out the remainder of this space here even? Boom. Fantastic. We can probably get a worker now at the granary. Let's unassign the woodcutter and send him to go and work at the charcoal kiln instead. Come on. I know I'm clicking quickly, but you can do better than that, mouse. So get down to 2 at the logging camp. Get our storehouse active with a market stall, and hopefully they can start to distribute some charcoal. Food is already going into the ground, which is a wonderful thing to see. And soon we'll have some space for people to migrate into. fantastic, and it would be good as course to get the granary operational as soon as we possibly can as well. Also thinking about a church, lots and lots to do. I'm not going to do that though, because we need to get our trading post as our next construction. We've got enough timber, so I think we should probably get on and do that. And we'll just pop it on the main road just here. I think that leaves plenty of space to where we have the where the mines will go behind. As soon as we get an extra family moving in, where are we going to send them? I'd like to send them to work at the woodcutter's lodge, really, so we can bring in additional firewood to be turned into charcoal. But they would also be useful at the trading post. Dilemma. These here, tempted to get some early fruits down. But having said that, we are going to solely be relying on vegetables for a start, so maybe we should go with vegetables for the time being. And then we can branch out into fruits at a later date, and possibly also, obviously, our pigs, goats, etc. Maybe even a few chickens. Come on, we've got spaces for people to be moving in. Please move in, Aswick. We're in debt to the king, but not too fast. 29% of the way there on construction of the manor. There is upgrades to be done over here, but it doesn't really matter. We're just going to let this idle the way it is for the time being. How are we doing for linen? We've been stockpiling a little bit because we have been growing a little bit of flax. We've got 25. So at some point we'll make a couple of gambesons. In fact, we might as well make some gambesons from what we have sat around there. So I'm going to temporarily reassign you to make some gambesons, and we also have wheat flour, so let's flip you back over to white bread production. And it's this field here that produces a fair amount of flax, and it doesn't seem worth doing that, does it, for 3 flax? Good grief, I might get that switched back over to barley at some point. Like I'm going to remember to do that. Any hoozles, another person has moved in. Let's go and send you to work at the trade post, whence you shall trade away all but 10 of our charcoal, so we can start bringing in some additional money, because we want to get some carrots and cabbages planted, as well as just the beets that we have. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long time before we're doing any expansion here, because we're not going to get approval up very quickly at all. What else do we want to do then? We've got 2 spots for people to be moving in. We could put expansions on there, but we've learnt that's not a good use of people when you've got a limited number moving in. So let's see about building some small burgages, put a little road up there, and just fill in this space here. Yeah, that's pretty nice. We'll get those in there. And of course we'll want to expand the marketplace. With probably the next person that gets here, we'll get the granary operational. And having said that, we could do with making some more firewood. Charcoal's converted in. Actually, we're probably in surplus on timber for a moment, so we'll take 1 worker from the logging camp and send them to work in the woodcutter's lodge. And we're hollowing out a nice little space here in the woodland glade. Hill up there towards our wind-spooked homeland. And look at that, it's kind of eerie looking in amongst all those trees. That does look fantastic, doesn't it? The fidelity there is just excellent. Mwah! Well done, Debs, well done. I know it's a bit buggy sometimes, but my goodness, does it look nice. Wunderbar. Well, I think we're well on track, aren't we? Hopping over the hill into Reisven. Reisweisen? 40% there on the manor construction. Has mostly been bringing goods here, I take it. Yep, we're still transporting stone. Haven't even started on the water yet. My goodness, I'm still working on planks. There's a lot to bring. Haven't ordered an ox in a while, so I should probably go ahead and do that. Making lots of lovely money here, which is topping up the coffers quite nicely. Meanwhile, in Paswick, we've had another family move in, and we're going to assign you to the granary as promised, to make sure you've got all the daily needs that you need, I suppose. Do you have water access over there? You do. Lovely. Making sure that I haven't made a typical mistake of not giving anyone access to water, which I do all the time. Fantastic, made a bit of money. Let's order in some carrots for that big old burgage there. Definitely should have spent that on a horse, but here we are. We need the food. We've got 3 months left of our initial plentiful supplies. We would definitely already nearly be starving by now if we hadn't set out with plentiful resource. So that was definitely the right move to make, I think.
vexing the king by taking his money and using it elsewhere. We'll pay him back anyway. We paid him back what we owed him this time. So we need to get a few planks before we can put extensions on the rear of those, but we are definitely lacking a little bit in labour at the moment. We haven't had any aggressors recently, which is a good thing. I did have to pay a few people off to stay away while we were waiting and getting ready for the manor construction down here. Love how this is developing up around here. I would like to continue wrapping it around. Fuel is down to 9 months. Do we have enough firewood being made? Possibly not. We've got 3 people at that woodcutter's lodge. We may need to get an additional one as the population continues to grow. So let's get down. What we could do though, actually, is we could start to do it elsewhere, because we have started to do a bit of heavy forestation over here, and we've also got a logging camp operational here. We've probably got plenty of logs at the moment, don't we? We can maybe cut down a few less trees, reduce that to 2, and then we'll get down a woodcutter's lodge just here on the hill as well. And can we fit a charcoal kiln over here somewhere where it doesn't look too out of place? Just wouldn't be right up there, would it? Yeah, there is space down here, but I'm not sure right outside the manor is the place for it either. Get something over here on the hillside. No, okay. We'll have to have it down here, and they'll just have to transport the firewood. To be fair, that road there, just from where we've placed it, isn't too far to down here, is it? So we'll get the charcoal kiln placed down there. 17 families working on construction, and once they've got all the goods here, which they're not far off doing, hopefully they'll start to get the wall up. And look at that! Oh, wow! I'm actually seeing the wall being made as it goes. What? What am I watching? Right, let's quickly go and check on our neighbouring region, Hasweg, for a second, because, yeah, we've had someone move in. And haven't had any more money come in yet, but I'm sure we will. Let's get another family working at the charcoal kiln in here. Since when can they actually see the construction of the wall without the game breaking? And look, they're walking around and building it. Oh, this is cool. Are they going to build the inside wall like this as well? Because usually it sort of just glitches out, and you see the manor basically all being constructed at the end, except for maybe a bit of, you know, the palisade wall itself in terms of the bit they walk on being constructed. This is really cool. Are they going to carry on here now? Oh my goodness, everybody look! Building the manor just got interesting. That's nice. I've been waiting for this fix for such a long time. Oh, I hope this isn't just a one-off. That might explain, actually, why when we came back in the last playthrough we did on the Mega Rundling, I reloaded after that latest beta patch, and all of a sudden the manor was complete, and I wonder it's because they fixed the manor construction. It's been broken for so long. I guess maybe the issue was with the pathing and the construction workers as opposed to the manor itself, and we did see a lot of people stuck in the manor walls, actually. We can actually do proper time-lapses of manor constructions if this is true. Oh, the possibilities, they're not endless, but they're certainly numerous. 8 months of food, fantastic. That first harvest is in, and they'll be planting up again already, so things are looking pretty positive over here. A little bit of money's come in, but we'll have to wait for a bit more. But generally heading in the right direction down there already, but I'm engrossed. I'm engrossed watching the construction of the manor here. Wowza. Look at it! One section at a time, like they're building it. Ugh. The humanities. I wonder if we'll be able to access those burgers. I wonder if it is a more complete manor fix they've introduced. Oh, I'll just complete the build so I can find out. I'm so excited. What is a Manor Lords playthrough without a manor, eh? What's inside the wall? You can see inside the wall. It's solid! How lovely. Right, so they'll get through to the end here. Then what are they going to do? They're going to go and start on the wall inside? Are they going to start on the towers? I'm excited to see what direction it takes. Is that when they build the wooden scaffolding in here that makes the part of the wall that they can walk on? Take your bets in the comments below. What's it going to be? Quick, do it now, otherwise you'll know. 79% seems quite high, but they have built most of the outer wall, actually, in all fairness, and we're not putting a walkway on it. Ooh, so exciting. Ooh, quick, someone's moved into Paswick. Let's go and check out what they're doing over here. Another couple of coins have landed. I think we're probably going to wait until we can afford to buy a horse. There's plenty of charcoal. And we've got a fair bit of timber. Let's get a worker creating some planks once again. I think that's a good use of your time. Get the construction site. What was that? That was a very loud horse. Which reminds me. Let's order something. Or horse in this case. Since we just heard a horse neigh. Okay, so that's the last section of that wall there. Now what? They're starting on the gatehouses. It's so smooth. I mean, in fairness, 401 is not the normal population size for one of my playthroughs, is it? The game does have to rather work hard on my playthroughs normally. Okay, so that's those 3 towers. Gates. So I guess you'll work on these walls now. And then you'll do all the outer towers at the same time at the end. Oh, look, they're actually building the wall before they're building the woodwork. Usually, you just see a painfully slow creation of the palisade walls that everyone walks on. Ah, joyous. It's the day, everyone. It's the day everyone's been waiting for. They fixed the manor in Manor Lords. Absolutely, stupendously fantastic. I'm so excited. Build it, build it, build it. Can you tell I'm happy? Can you tell? I'm sure you can't. Completely unable to tell that I am happy. It's not showing at all. How are we doing over here then? So we've got 8 months of food and 9 months of fuel. So absolutely fine. Money's come in. Let's get ourselves a horse. And with that, we'll need somewhere to pasture it. Pasture it? Well, I suppose it would be good if we pastured them. But somewhere to hitch it, I suppose. So we've got a hitching post and a stable. Where's the other one? There it is. We'll get both those up to stables. And we'll get down a hitching post locally as well. Fantabulous. But quick, the manor's going up. I could watch this all day. Hang on, where are they all gone? What are you all doing? What are you building now? Still that wall? You all just gone home, have you? Gone home to do something else? Oh no, yeah, you're carrying on there. And is the manor the last thing you build? Is this how it was always meant to be? I mean, I do sometimes wonder if it just works for the devs and it just doesn't for me. Let me know, is this what you're used to? Am I getting excited over nothing? Or have they actually fixed how it's built in Manor Lords? I'd love to know. If it's just me, then I'm just ranting and raving over nothing. And I'd also like to know why it's just me if that's the case. How are we getting on with planting over here? Well, we obviously got these trees down a lot sooner than the others. I sincerely hope they are going to plant up the rest of this field. If that's all they're doing, I'll be pretty miffed about the size of this extension. We would definitely have to rebuild it, especially as I spent 1,000 on saplings. It must be due to when they got them planted. We'll be checking on that, believe me. 84%. Baggages inside still seem to be functioning. Be interesting to see if we can still click on things like we could at the end of the mega rundling, but we reloaded a save at the end of that game, so I was never quite sure if it was bugged into working, whether it actually just works now. Right, we've had another family move in over here. Let's see about what we want to do. Let's get some orchards in there, perhaps, to start with. We're making a bit more money now we've got that horse. We could start early foresting, but to be honest, we're not short on trees. That doesn't feel like a good use of labour initially. Forester's huts, got the hitching post there, we'll get that upgraded. How are we doing for market source supply? Storehouse could use some help. We'll get another family there and we'll upgrade that. Revisit you later. Exciting things are happening. Need to work on the manor. Does seem like it takes longer to build this inner wall. I guess because it's ramparted. I don't know whether it's technically building the wooden structure at the same time. I mean, this might be an issue. We did see this before. People being permanently trapped by the manor in the mega rundling. Unassigned waiting. I wonder if it's happening slower now. It's slowed down the pace of construction because they're all stuck in the wall. I mean, are you about some stuck in the wall? You've been absorbed? No, you look okay. You've been absorbed. I wonder if a reload will free those people from the walls, or whether they are just there now. Well, perhaps it's not perfect, but it's certainly a lot better than it was. What? Ooh, we're running out of pasture space as well. Probably ought to address that particular problem. Yes, not enough stable space. Doesn't seem likely. We've got tons of stables. Look, that one's empty. Well,
get a couple more in, just on the off chance that we do need a few more. So build those across there. And then with those done, let's see about getting a bit more pasture space, because we are indeed full on those. So it wouldn't hurt to get another one popped in. Where do we want to do it? Let's carry on working our way around here. Let's continue this road out a little bit here, actually. And then we'll pop this across here. Fantastic. That's what I like to see. 86% there on construction. We're getting there. Although I do fear a few people are forever stuck. Right, I'm going to sit here and assiduously watch what's going on with this. And I'll rejoin you once construction is nearly complete. See you in just a second. So look at this, they're actually adding the scaffolding around the outside instead of building it first. Usually you just see that appear. Ooh. What next? Go onto the towers. Do I see movement? There's movement. Keeping my eyes peeled. Where's this last 8% going to come from? There's a tower to be built there, and also we've got 2 at each of these points. People are still inside of the construction, which is concerning, to say the least. Can't see any... Oh, they're stuck all the way around, look. We just run out of people to do construction. Nope. Still someone there. What are they working on now? Oh, are they adding the planks over the top? They are. It's so fast. Even with all these people who have been absorbed. I mean, most of our workforce is now absorbed. I wonder if you would actually eventually run out of people. And then you just have to reload the game or something. I don't know. Some of this is rather uncharted territory for me. Is that the final... Whoa. Whoa. Is that the final finish? Or is that just... starting point? I think it is finished. It's just there's a lot of snow on it over there. Okay. 93%. Now, I've been working over here. And we're okay for food and for fuel. Obviously, they're lacking a few other resources. Namely, animal produce and meats, etc. They should have access to everything from the large storehouse. But construction is taking a while here because... there aren't that many people available for construction. I'm going to unassign a family from the logging camps. There's a few more available. I do think as well that the manor is starting to have a bit of an impact on the smoothness of the game. So as soon as this is completed, we can pop a save, pop a restart, and we should be back to full efficiency, as it were. 6% to go, people. 6% to go. It's been such a lovely experience, this manor build. Probably the smoothest one I've ever had in Manor Lords. Even the log builds aren't usually as smooth as this. Are they nearly done with the palisade wall section? Oh, they're going along with the last section now. And then I'm guessing it's on to towers, and then I presume the manor? I imagine that's the way they do it. How are we doing for money? Oh goodness, we're doing pretty well actually. We'll have mercenaries hired to us yet. Make sure we're okay here for food and fuel. We look fine. As soon as we have a decent number of planks as well. There's just an ox hanging out around here on his own, which is a sign that there are problems with the game, to say the least. Then we can get a church built as well as a matter of priority. 95. Are we there with the... That's the last bit. Oh no, there's another section out on top of that. Overhang's quite far, doesn't it? Ooh. Fortunately, the game hasn't decided to spring an attack on us during manor construction, because I'm imagining a lot of our would-be soldiers are currently just part of walls. Phase shifted inside of them. As much as this is exciting, I do miss the 12 times fast forward speed, I must admit. Let me know in the comments, do you guys usually... what speed do you guys normally play on? Normal, 4 times, 8 times, or 12? Are you going to miss the 12 if you haven't upgraded to beta already, or if you have? Are you finding you're missing the 12, or is it just me, mad old typical, that plays at 12 times speed? I'd be very interested to know what you guys do. Because, you know, just because I do it doesn't mean that's the normal thing to do. In fact, usually if I'm doing something, that means it's not the normal way people do it. Absolutely fascinated to find out. There is definitely enough pasture space, my friend. You always seem to think there is not. How are we doing, actually, in terms of clothing? So,
we're still on top of the wool. We could probably do with another worker back at the clothing, because we used that linen we had to make some gambesons, so we can get you back to making clothes with yarn. Right, oh, and now the handrail. Keeps adding elements that I forget are things. So that's going around on the outside. Splendid. I hope we do get the opportunity to defend this manor, but from what I've seen, all the attacks come from here. Unless we get raiders in the side of the map here or something, I don't see this manor being used for actual defense. And again, that's something I'd love to see them fix, where at the moment, if you have a fight for a region, it's just in that whatever spot is usual for that region. But if they actually enabled it to wherever the fight is wherever your manor is, I think that would make much more sense. Because, you know, this is the fortification. This is where the garrison would be. If you were attacking Rice and Vason, you would have to attack this area here. Ooh, there's the tax office. Garrison towers going up. Nice thick walls. So I guess the outer towers will be last, or will they just appear in place? So presumably the manor will come together after this. Look at those lovely timbers. Wonderful. Here comes the manor. So exciting. Last couple of percent. I think the towers must just appear in place. Oh. Oh. Nearly. Nearly there. 98%. Oh no, look. Towers are going up. First one there. I'm interested to see whether the people actually get freed from the edges. That'll be an interesting one to find out. I'm terribly sorry, everyone. I'm completely transfixed by this build. So it looks like it's going to take a few seconds for it to finish off. Right, I'll just let them build these and we'll come back. We'll come back. Right, we're on to the final tower on the inside here. Saying 100%, we're so very nearly there. Does look fantastic, I think. All this scaffolding around the outside of these buildings really does add something. And actually getting to see it, because the build has happened properly, it's just really, really pretty. Usually you just see it for an instant before it disappears. Wow. Well, I'm definitely thinking that in future we'll have to do some manor building time lapses once again, because we can actually see the full construction these days. We'll actually get a proper time lapse out of it, which is really something. Here we go. The manor's complete. I can't click on the buildings inside, so that was definitely a bit of a bug, I think, probably, with the last playthrough we did. Oh, I wonder actually if it's because we had those open tower sections. More to be explored, but that looks fantastic, and hopefully, has that freed everyone from the walls? Nope. Well, I think we'll probably pop a quick save, and then load back in and see if that fixes a few of those problems. Are we back to making stuff here now? Still a bit stuck there, right. Let's pop a save and come back in and see if that fixes anything else, but I'm really happy with how this is looking.
Meat! Get your meat!
Right, so we've loaded back in and it looks magnificent, and interestingly, look, I can click on the burgages, I can click on the storehouse, I can click on the granary, I can click on individual market stalls, I can even click on the marketplace. It's all still accessible, which is really cool. Now, it's not quite so cool. I'm afraid we have permanently trapped quite a lot of people. A good percentage of our construction force now belongs in the wall. And apparently he's flattening ground with that spade. You don't look to be flattening ground, my friend. And you're... This is all a bit haunting, actually. It's actually a retainer, and he's praying, apparently. He might well be. I mean, I think I would be as well if I was stuck in a wall. Now, a lot of these people are unassigned. Now, I was wondering, if we assign them all to a workplace, will they get unstuck? Now, I thought, what's the easiest way to assign everybody to a workplace? And I haven't quite got enough space at the camps down there. 17 people. So the easiest way to assign everyone to a workplace, I thought, would be to build a whole bunch of farms and temporarily assign people to them. So let's just get down. So that's 8, 12, 16, right. All those farms there should be enough for us to assign everyone to them. Then we'll assign everyone. And then if it doesn't work instantly, we'll reload the game.
and see if they get unstuck by being assigned somewhere else, or whether they are now permanently part of the manor. I don't know if we open the planner. Does that make any difference? Can I free you by budging this? Don't know. Right, well, we'll build those farmhouses in the hope of freeing those poor people who have become part of the wall. And back over in Paswick, I think we need to do a little bit of work. So, the planks are back being produced here now, so it's back operational. We'll get ourselves a church, because that is one of the buildings that we are missing over here for approval. Where shall we plonk it? I think in here would be a good spot. Sure. Pop it down just there. And we'll connect it out to the road in a couple of places. Thusly. What a word, thusly. Very much like it. Now we need to get above 55% approval to allow any migration, and church access, hopefully, will be what gets us over that barrier. Let's order ourselves a pig, and maybe we'll get some goats and the others when we have time, but food is okay. Up to 19 months, and we've got a whole bunch of carrots, cabbages, beets, and we've also got in here some apple trees, which were planted fairly early on, which is good, so we'll make good progress there. Farms are still under construction on this side. Is there any more evidence of any trees in here? It's very concerning. Very concerning indeed. I'm tempted to demolish this and try it again, just in case there were any problems with this going down at the same time as the manor. It is going to cost us 1,000. Whoa! 1,000 to change it, but I've done it. We'll do it again and see if we can't get it to build properly this time. We know all this workable area, so hopefully it should be fine if we do it again. Now we're getting on with Project Free People from the Wall. Construction is slow, and I would imagine that's because most of our construction workforce currently exists within a wall. Yes. So not a lot of people actually available, which I think is why the manor was going quite fast to start with, but as the wall completed, it got it got substantially slower, because everyone was slowly but surely being encased permanently. It's a bit like building what am I trying to say? Typical, get yourself together. A bit like the pyramids and the pharaohs building everything. You're just encasing dead bodies as they build it. And the Hoover Dam, actually, as well. It's a bit like that, isn't it? People getting stuck in concrete. Anyway, we don't need 1,000 surplus of stone. We probably need more like 200. So we can start exporting that once again to help bring more money in. We're getting a fair bit of taxation value from here, so we're doing okay monetarily as well. And it'd be nice to start getting a little bit of money over from Paswick. So we're at 55%, so we are now going to get a little bit of migration, which is lovely. And I think it's time we started paying close attention to the iron deposits. Let's see about getting a couple of mines down. When I say a couple, ideally, we would get down 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll do some roading around the outside of said 4 mining pits. Just come around the corners like that there. It doesn't need to be terribly tidy. This is a utilitarian region, not as beautiful as our lovely little cozy valley side over there, although it's not looking too bad. So let's connect this up to the road, the rest of our settlement in a few places. Get a road in here as well if we can. Lovely jubbly, and of course we need a little love path. We can't be doing without a love path, can we? More accommodation is also going to be necessary, primarily some accommodation for smaller dwellings. So we could plan that out near where we are building our mining economy. So if we bring a long road out this way, and then we return that down to the King's Road here, see if that's relatively square to each other. Looks fine to me. And we'll allow what we think is a reasonable space for burgaging. I'll tell you what, we'll just use our good old friend, the corpse pit. I don't use it nearly enough these days. So we'll get in 1 and 2, and then we'll use that to create a nice straight road. And we'll do that few more times. Like so. Maybe we'll just keep going until we get to the King's Road. Just using that dotted edge of the corpse pit as a parallel line, basically, to line up our lovely road. Oh dear, not going to have much luck if I place corpse pits like that, am I? Those two there. I think that'll probably do for the minute, so let's get rid of these corpse pits before someone actually goes and builds the things, which we don't want at all. And someone will just have to fill them back in, which would be a terrible waste of time. Digging holes for no reason. Pointless labour. I suppose the IEL would be pro to that, wouldn't they? Then we'll need a little bit of... What am I trying to say? Words continue to escape. We want to do a little bit of granarying and food stalling. So let's get this in here. And we'll come up, we'll just keep this in a square like that. Any water over here? That's over there, that's fine. Might be worth upgrading that well down the line. And we'll get a market stall here as well. Splendid. Might as well put a road down either side of that central section, and then we'll fill the rest up with densely packed baggages. A little something like this here. We might even have enough timber that we can just do this. Yes, look at that. Absolutely fabulous. Yeah, oh, there we go. Moving straight. Right, that's going to give them plenty to get on with, isn't it? Right, the expansion. Look at all that construction. Simply wonderful. Let's set the priority of the storehouse and the granaries in here slightly higher than the burgages, because they're going to be needed ready for when the burgages are completed. Of course, we need to have any migration in order to keep people happy, which will require constructing the church as well. So we'll set that to high, so they'll build the granary, the storehouses, then they'll build the church, and then they'll revisit the houses over here. In the meantime, any oxen we can spare would, of course, be helpful. Bit of a mad zoom there. What can we do here in terms of getting the mines operational? So, trading post, because I believe charcoal is down in value. Yeah, just exporting a little less of it than we were before. That's fine. I mean, I think we'll focus on getting some additional production of iron-based things first, rather than just exporting iron. We'll make the weapons that have the increased export value that we've chosen. Let's get a road coming across the top here. And this can form the basis for the industrial area that's fed off of the iron mine over there. Fabulous. Back over in Reiswissen, how are we getting on with Project Free People? So we've got 2 out of the 5 built, and the other 2 are on the way, so that is good. I suppose another thing we could do is build some more burgages, and that would mean we can get more people moving in to replace the people whom are ever trapped in concrete. But that's not going to help us free people, is it? So we might actually have enough there. I mean, those are nearly complete anyway. We'll just wait until they're all complete. I was going to say we could just assign everyone to the other farmhouses, but I think it's a little bit messy with assigning and unassigning people. What's the clothes trade like? 416, got 785 shoes. My goodness. Isn't that lovely? We could probably start to sell some of those, potentially, if we needed the money. Got a little bit of rye and wheat. Do we not have anyone working at the windmill? We do. They're just working their way through that, I guess, over time. Actually, it needs to be grained first, isn't it? What am I talking about? Might need to do a little bit of rye baking, though. So we've got a bit of rye flour left over, so we'll swap that over to rye. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good. Meats are looking okay. We've got a fair number of fruits again. Talking of fruits, let me get this back. So, apples. Hopefully, that 1,000 whatever we just spent is going to be saplings for the whole lot. It better be. That is if the people aren't... no. Should have checked that before I spent it. Everyone who lives in that burgage subsists within a wall. Oh dearie me. Right, well, Operation Free the People is ready, so we'll pop a quick save. And we'll see if we can't free a few people. So, let's assign everyone we can. Oh, bother. What a time. Where are they? Not in our region. So we don't need to worry about them. They'll be going, yep, towards good old Barbara. Thanks, Barbara. Right, back over here. That's everyone assigned. Are you free? Nod your head for free. Now the problem is they're farmers whom are just waiting. What if I were to come over here, and with the farms we have over here, let's set them a... oh dear. Let's set them a working area, so they only work on these farms instead of getting involved in the shenanigans that we're getting involved in. Come on. Come on, Typical, you can do this. You can free those people. I have no confidence I can free those people, but we will try. Right, put those there, and then we'll get down a temporary field, which will be under farming. It took a little more time to check what I was clicking. I wouldn't have to click so many times. And then we'll set that as ready to be sorted. Are you ready? Are people going to try and plow it at that time? Well, let's see if we can't free them with a little reload of the game, shall we? 1 second. Right, we've just loaded back in, and unfortunately it looks like everybody is still stuck in the wall. So, if one of you lovely people in the comments, or a couple of you, could quickly just take a timestamp and send this over to devs, that would be absolutely wonderful to make them aware of the issue. First off, devs, thank you so much for all the lovely updates you've done to the game recently, although that's happening at the wrong time. And I've really enjoyed the new building experience with the manor, and it went up really nicely, section of wall by section of wall, watched the whole thing, it was great. However, during construction, lots of people got stuck in the wall, and no matter what I assign them to now, they now subsist entirely within the wall, and there's no way to get them out. So I don't know if that's a problem you've come across before, but if you could release a hotfix, that'd be fabulous, because I've lost most of my construction workers to the wall. I tried to get them out by assigning them to a farm, but unfortunately, only those who were free in those families came out, and everyone else is still stuck in the wall. Thank you so much for your time. Toodle pip. Right, everyone, back to the video. So, thank you for sending that over to the devs. I'm sure they'll be grateful to have a little bug report in the form of a little video clip, nice and easy to understand. Let's get rid of this temporary field. Let's get rid of these temporary farmhouses. Fantastic. Let's see if we can't hire in some mercenaries. You get hired. You get hired. You get hired. Let's rally the lads. And let's fight this claim. Right. Battlefield as usual. Over there. Let's bring all of our forces into the right place. Oh dear. It would appear that some of our forces have indeed spawned in where the enemy's forces already were. Okay, I don't think there's probably much hope for them. You should probably run. Just engage. Engage! You don't engage. You engage. You try and form a wall here to at least hold them at bay. Good grief, this is a mess. You get involved as well. So we'll shield wall up here, and we'll set to be defensive. And we'll open fire with our remaining missile, form some sort of defense, and hopefully at least cause some damage to them. Meanwhile, we'll get our own troops into the battle zone itself. And we'll also bring our surviving crossbow mercenaries in. We'll keep an eye on whether or not anyone else becomes available to hire as well. And it would be prudent as well to keep an eye on how we're doing down in Passberg in terms of construction, making people happy, getting people moved in, and hopefully getting a little bit of a income from there by building a manor at some stage and doing a little bit of taxation. Hopefully none of our troops are in the walls. Apart from maybe one lad from here, and I'm pretty sure he's the bannerman, because if I remember correctly, this unit doesn't have a banner. Yes, I think the banner boy is somewhere in the wall, unfortunately. Anyway, back to the rather desperate battle here. Looks like some of them have pulled back. Most of our troops are intact by the looks of things. And that's because they might be light infantry, but they are set to be in a defensive stance. They've managed to get together a shield wall. The shield wall is definitely bowing a little bit in the center and giving way. Let's make sure our missile are targeting the middle of that bubble to see if we can't push them back a little bit. And we'll try and reform the lines as best we can. Taking some heavy hits now, though. And we'll keep just firing arrows into the center of that melee and hope that we can do some good. I don't imagine our thugs will last much longer in there, to be honest. They've pulled one of their units back. Archers are over there. Have they sent anyone to the actual battlefield? Doesn't look like it. In any case, we'll take up a defensive stance in here. In 2 shield walls. Protecting our various archers. There's no need to be in that stance there. Grand, and then we'll keep our retinue protecting the rear of that formation. Lovely. Back in at the thick of it. How are we doing? Well, the units have completely split apart. Our line is somewhat broken. They're bringing in their sword as well. Our sword especially is looking pretty fragile. Let's refocus our efforts on the troops attacking them. The spear somehow have yet to lose a man. I think they're just better equipped for defense. Obviously, they've got their massive shields as well. And they're set to be about as defensive as they can be with their shield wall and stand their ground, doubling their defense but halving their attack. Whereas our sword aren't quite so lucky. They've lost about a third of their number. Our archers are doing something to help them, but inevitably it's not going to be enough. However, if they do manage to get over to the actual battle for Reisman, they will find themselves significantly down on numbers, because we have managed to inflict quite decent casualties, considering the rather haphazard start to this conflict here. Right, we are now taking losses here. Our sword is all but gone. Let's try and keep firing in, see if we can take out any of these units. A unit of enemy archers has also now come to join in. There's not much we'll be able to do once they're here. There's not much we can do now. Right. The archers have engaged hand to hand. The spear are drowning. I fear all is lost. At least for these units. Unfortunately, they weren't our own men. Yep, that is, yes, they're gone. Right. Well, I think we did significant damage to them. Considering this is their home region, they came to attack us. That many dead casualties in their own region, I think, is probably fairly great success. Now to see if they can get over here to contest the battle zone in time. They probably will be allowed to get over here. And they're coming, obviously, from this direction here. So I think we should probably form up accordingly. So 2 units of spear here. 2 units of spear here. Archers behind. Don't need to have any of you running to position, don't worry. Keep retinue here on the flank. Lovely stuff. Shield wall formation. Archers at the ready. Oh, look at this lad coming in. Where'd you come from? You're not one of the chaps who was stuck in the wall, are you? Finally freed. Nope. You are from that unit, though. How bizarre. How bizarre indeed. Right, let's speed time along and get that. Our enemy is a little bit closer to us. Where are we in the month? It's about to tick over, so we'll keep an eye on mercenaries, because we may want to hire them ourselves. So as soon as it ticks over, we'll pause, and I think we shall purchase those chaps, and we might as well get the thugs because they're so cheap. Make sure the AI can't get them. And where have they come into the battlefield? Over here. It's actually the unit that was just completely decimated in the battle on the other side of the map, but obviously they've very quickly managed to get their numbers back together. Okay, well, we'll send the bowmen here, and we'll use the infantry to support our front line. Still no sign of the bedraggled enemy forces. Where have our thugs come in? All the thugs are coming down here, so we'll make them make their way over to us as well. And we probably should put in some fresh badges over here to get some new people, because without new people, we've not really got anyone to do construction, because they all exist, as I said, inside of the walls. Too steep to build here, apparently. It's not that steep, surely. We could build in here. Yeah, let's get a couple of burgages popped in along this way. The road in here. And then maybe we'll take a bit of a curve along the outside of the manor. Something like that there. And then fill in that space with burgages. Yeah. Doesn't want to. Do we need to do it in 2 sections? Quite possibly. Hearing lots of noises. I think we should probably pause. Noises usually aren't good. So, burgages there. Burgages there. And hopefully that'll give us some usable people. Let's save out the way. Build that road in there to fix that corner. La-da-da. Haven't quite left enough space there. Start a little bit higher up over here. And come across. Back of these. Bit of a wobbly line, but it'll do. Add in there. Doesn't want to do it. Nope. No, that'll do. Fine. Right, where are they? They are just cresting the hill. Pretty bedraggled force, I've got to say. Just 4 men in that spear unit. But I do like the way they're all travelling in column. It's pretty cool, I must say. Marching over the top of the hill. I mean, they're not a nothing force, but they're nothing compared to what they're going to be fighting against. I'd go home, lads, if I were you. I would go home. You are marching towards certain death. Well, let's get this debacle over with. Hopefully we have just enough people to actually do some construction here. Even if most of our people are now role-playing as statues. Bring these chaps over this way so they don't interfere too much in the coming conflict. Look at that, construction's going pretty well over here. Plenty of space we've been moving into, and 65% approval since we got the church built as well. So, plenty going on, and more people moving in all the time. But with an army like this now, I'm pretty sure we want to start going on the offensive. We've got the money, but I think we can keep employing more mercenaries, and we can always temporarily massively up taxation in Reichswiesen as well, and release some of the regional wealth that we have here. We're not going to speak to you. Scum! Let's see if we can't sell a bit more stuff and things. And for that, we need to activate our second trading post, which we have located here. Got 4 families working there. And let's also start to export shoes, because we don't use them really. We don't have many level 3 burgish plots. Oh dear. Right, establish that. And they're starting to come into range. Right. Let's deploy these mercenaries forwards by units. Simply because I'd rather they died than our own men. It's tough being a mercenary, isn't it? Right, move them in. Right, and let's see if we can't decimate a unit or 2. Let's shield wall. Oh, I love the way they're walking back there. That's fantastic. Use our archers wisely to engage here. Keep those men to the side so they can engage those militias. What do those archers think they're doing? Right. as they run away through our lines. Look at them spill through there. Goodness. Yes, when you've got this many archers, there's not much you can do. Make sure they don't sneak around. Goodness sake. It's irritating. But they're all but broken. Come on. Right, we have to bring these men back, aren't we? For goodness sake. Archers just can't keep care of themselves, can they? Just 2 men, come on. Right, you lot. Time to kill. Right, shouldn't have lost those archers, but we did. Not much to be done about it now. Let's reposition our men over there. Reposition these lads down here. Run our archers into position. Let's see if we can't get our archers to take on these chaps here. Leave them out in the open. And yep, there it comes. Left their rears exposed, and now they are full of arrows. Well, that was a pretty messy defense of the realm, but it was a successful one nonetheless. Wait for them to expire. Get on with it, man. 3 lads. How long can 3 lads really last? Protected by our chaps from the arrows firing in from the lads. Right, are they done? Is it over? Let's reform the men, and victory is ours. Fantastic. Where are our thugs? Let's bring them in. Any more mercenaries available? Not this month. We'll have to wait until January to find out, no doubt. Okay. Let's get all of our forces positioned here ready. And let's make sure none of them are running, because it's a terrible waste of energy. It's nice having some crossbows in the force again. Do like a good crossbow unit. Fantabulous. Right. Got a few more baggages under construction, but it's going to be a while till they're up and running. Hopefully we've got a bit more money coming from the additional trading post. Now we'll be getting on over in Passwick. Buildings going up left, right and centre, but they're going up much faster than immigration can help with. So I think basically we leave Passwick to it until we've got a bunch more people there, because there's not much else to be doing. We'll wait until January, which is now, and we'll check for mercenaries. Ooh, a whole bunch. Okay, let's start employing them. Don't know if we can afford a military this size, but we're going to do it anyway. And start getting everyone together with the whole team. Goodness, that's a lot of units, isn't it? Well, it is indeed time for war. Let's form up here. I think you know where we're going. We've only got 2.7k influence though, so we should probably start to do a bit of tithing. We set that to 5%. And let's set land tax to 10%. People aren't going to be very happy, but we don't need a great deal of people moving in, so that doesn't really bother me. We will, of course, I think, be gaining influence during the course of these battles as well. So that should help a little bit. I think that does that. Not entirely sure now I've said that. In any case, we're going to do some significant battle. So let's get our spears together and put them here. And then let's get our sword together and put them here. And then we'll get our missile together and put them here. And then we'll get our thugs on the flank. Retinue there. I think that's everybody, isn't it? Right. Ooh. A couple of lads still working their way in. And that is quite the military force with which to take on the errant AI who had the audacity to think that they could rule the roost. But it is us. It is our job, and we are going to make sure that everybody knows it. And we're going to start by taking on Franz. Franz, this region is mine, my friend. And I'm going to slaughter you to prove it. Right, let's set these chaps up defensively. And then we're going to set up our sword in 2 banks on either side, ready to assault. I'm actually going to set our missile to shoot at will. And where is his force going to come from? They're rallying. But sadly for them, we are ready to receive it. Let's actually move in. We're actually on a slight reverse of a hill here, which isn't ideal. So we'll move everyone up into range. You're not even set to run, but you're doing it anyway. I would be quaking in my boots if I lived here. Like, oh my goodness, there's an enormous military upon us. The end is nigh. The gods have shown their disfavour. Our archers are starting to take pot shots at the enemy. Let's start to target one unit at a time. And let's see them melt under our arrows. Look at that, they can barely move. There's so many arrows coming in. Would not want to be that unit. Let's just quickly turn off shoot at will. Open fire in 1 volley, please. Oh. Yeah, that unit's never going to reach the front line. And if it did, it would be destroyed there. Oh no, what's happened? How has that happened? Right. For goodness sake. I was so busy watching them being absolutely smacked that I wasn't paying attention to the enemy retinue. We'll send in a couple of units to deal with them. And focus our attention back on the next unit of spear coming in. We need to do a better job of protecting our flanks in future. Not those couple of retinue men who snuck in behind the lines stand much of a chance now that our troops are against them. Shield wall them up. Start taking on the next unit. And let's make sure we're protecting our flank. Take these lads into a bit of a torpedo. And then we'll set these chaps up ready. Decimated another unit there. Is that retinue still hanging on? No, they're dead. Right, let's take up a flanking position there. And we're going to get ready for a rear charge. That flank is unthreatened, so we'll reinforce the rear. And with a quick smash to the rear of the enemy troops, we shall decimate them. Ready, men? I'll let you all line up in position. Then we shall deploy you. Attack! Charge! Yes, the old hammer and anvil. We'll keep the main troop line holding position. A couple of arrows flying in over the top there, and we'll push them with the rear aggressively. Poke them in the bottoms with our spear. Wonderful. Where's the actual battle meant to be taking place? Over there. Let's send the retinue just so we've got someone in the zone. And hopefully we can get a little bit more influence pretty soon, because otherwise we're not going on quite the grand campaign I thought we were right away, unfortunately. As beautiful as the manor is, it really has hampered our ability to progress, because a lot of people are tied up inside of the manor. Alright, let's speed time along. Get this over and done with. Deploy all remaining forces in a swarm. There we go. Deploy all of them as well. Why have they not just run away? Where are those? Archers coming in from the flank. It's too far away to be of any help. It's the last unit of spear dealt with. And we will redeploy our forces to the battlefield. Tell these chaps to stop running. But you are flying. I can't control this unit. Just because there's one chap stuck in the wall, and I don't have any control over how fast they go. They don't appear to have any stamina either. Are these chaps invincible? Who knows? Weird. Very strange. Come on, have we won yet? You're gonna make me fight again, aren't you? Alright, well, let's get ready. Deploy those chaps to the flank to watch over us. Make sure we don't have any more debacles with our missile. Here they come. Pick your targets, men. Open fire as one. Anyone coming from the flanks? Is that all of the enemies? Is it some over here? Just a yellow sign that says already engaged. Don't mind that. Alright, come on. So these chaps are a little bit out of range. Is that because they're not rendered? Quite often I find that's the problem. The render distance is dreadful sometimes, isn't it? Right, apart from that unit that is engaging, let's take these chaps out. And let's push the main line forwards. And we'll also push our missile forward. Again, the ghost squad running. I think they're still trying to rally. I want to see if these guys are invincible. Just because that would be hilarious. Because they don't have a stamina bar. They don't have... Yeah. They don't have anything. It's very strange. Can they close? They are moving faster than the enemy. It's gone from a very relaxed, cozy Longplay this to a bit of a mad brawl. Where things are slightly buggy. Look at them charge. Charge! Oh, this is crazy. If they'll fight, we'll fight them. We'll chase down the rest with our archers. Right. Can I even click on them? 35 men. Let's see if we lose any. Or have we indeed found invulnerable people? One invincible unit we can just send against anyone without actually having to have any mercenaries. That would be hilarious. That would be hilariously broken. But still brilliant. Reform the main military. And meanwhile, we'll just watch what's known as Invincer Squad over here. Because they're still rallying. I mean, you can still take damage when you're rallying, can't you? You can lose people. So I wouldn't have thought they're invincible. Have to wait and see. If we start getting shot in the back with arrows, we'll soon find out. Yes, we have lost a lad. Okay. We're not invincible, run away! Bring the archers in to help. It was worth trying. Run our men back to the lines. Send in the archers to do the job we couldn't. For goodness sake, the archers aren't moving. Come on. Let's actually pull them forwards. What an absolute debacle. We'll just wait for them to come to us. We don't need to go to them. We don't need to go to them. Any sign of any other troops? Doesn't look like it. It's taking a very long time. Half of you shoot this unit, half of you shoot that unit, and we should be done pretty quickly. There should be like a morale check where and the unit is like charging 6 times, 7 times its number, and it's like, nope, no thank you. We don't want to just die, and they just surrender. It'd be far more realistic. I suppose they're defending their homes. I guess you would defend it to your dying breath if you really thought everyone was going to be killed or something. Right, let's refocus all of our fire on this unit. What's left of them. One volley should finish them off. And there we go. Victory is ours. And this region is ours as well. Look, they've got nearly no money. What use is an AI region to me that doesn't have any money? That's preposterous. Absolutely ludicrous. Not impressed. And oh dear, people are dying of the cold. Let me guess, you've got no supplies. You've got 5 months of food and no fuel, and it's winter. Oh, that's just wonderful. Thank you. I'm so glad I took this region. I'm so glad. Where is your manor? I don't know. My goodness. Well, you know what? I think that's probably a good place to end this long play. Because we've got a little bit of a bug here with the manor. It looks gorgeous, and watching it being constructed was absolutely fantabulous. And it looks really pretty. I'm really happy with how this region turned out. But as we're seeing with how long it's taking to build these burgages here, because everyone is trapped inside of the wall that would normally be doing construction for us, we've lost a good number of people to a little glitch that we can't seem to free. Taking on a region that's starving to death, which doesn't look like a lot of fun to deal with. We'd have to save influence for a long time. This region's growing over here quite nicely, but I think we've set out to and achieved what we set out to do, and that was to do a cozy long play against the AI on a map we've not really played much on before, and I had a lot of fun doing it. I know there were some problems. I tried to do a recording not so long ago on a long play against the AI, and there were some pretty buggy things in that as well, so I don't know if it's a problem against the AI, although we did have that wall trapping people problem in a previous playthrough as well, so it might just be that we need to be doing our manor construction right at the end of playthroughs from now on, because if we do it during the middle, we might lose a lot of our workforce. But for now, let's admire what it is that we've built. All that said, I think what we should do now, since we can't fully complete the playthrough, is get all these beautiful troops back, because we have so many. Let's pop them all down here, and see if we can't get everyone lined up, and mining the walls of the manor, maybe stationed around here, stationed outside, and then what we'll do is we'll do our little walkthrough, just to have a proper look around the settlement that we've constructed. I think that sounds a splendid idea. Oh dear, we're cold. Oh yes, everyone over there's dying, aren't they? Never mind them, we've got things to do. So, everyone over here, please, while I can afford to pay you. And we will have our... how about... I suppose we should mostly have our missile troops up on the walls, shouldn't we? So, let's aim for that. So we'll get all of those. Just... boink! See if that works. And then we'll fill in the last little bit of space here. With some other troops. Fabulous. Don't really need these chaps, do we? But we'll see how we go. Right. How well are they all going to get on with getting inside of the manor? Let's have our little retinue as well. I feel like they should be stationed just outside the manor here. Brigands all just absolutely clustering. Right. Oh, look, they seem to be getting up fairly efficiently. I mean, I say fairly efficiently because that's an absolute maelstrom, isn't it? Oh dear. But, credit where credit's due. They are actually trooping out onto the walls in a far more sustainable and correct fashion than they have done in the past playing this game. Have we double stacked up in some areas? Looks like we might have done. We can get a lot of people on the walls, it turns out. Fantabulous. Right. Let's make sure we get everyone up here that we wanted. They look like they're pretty much filled out. And then we'll get a couple of units of spear, pop them in here. And let's see if we can't station our other forces around as well. Maybe a few gate guardians as well, either side of the entrances. Protecting the way. Not letting anyone we don't want inside. Actually, we'll put one unit at each gate. Like so, and then we'll get rid of these brigands. Did someone else go with them? Not sure. Anyway, we'll get these chaps sat inside as well. Fantastic. Everyone on the walls happy? Apart from you. A couple of you are on the floor, actually. Okay. Right, we'll slow the game down, and the frame rate will recover. Let's make sure I've not got any of these troops highlighted. Because that really annoys me when they're highlighted. Oh dear, can I not select them now? There we go. And then, how about we pop ourselves down just over here, in the corner of what has become a very thickly forested hillside, actually. Tell you what, we'll start over here. This is where we started the playthrough, wasn't it? So it would make sense to start it over here. Let's have a look. Ah, and here we are. Being very laggy. Let's pop a save, shall we, and reload in. 2 seconds, everyone. Right-ho, then. We've landed back in. Game is running much smoother. I don't know if it was just putting all those troops up into the ramparts, or just the game wasn't sure. Maybe there were hundreds of troops stuck in the stairwells. Well, here we are, emerging from what is our freshly planted forest into what is a quaint little valley kingdom. Shall we go this way? Let's go this way. I really do love the sense of scale and depth you get when you go first person in this game. For a long time I wasn't doing this, and then I started doing it again. I remembered why I loved it so much originally. It just looks so pretty. Ooh, walk in the path. Should we take the top road? I know it stops there, doesn't it? Because it goes around the lake. Well, not the lake. I suppose it is a lake, isn't it? I don't know. Is that a lake or a pond? Let me know in the comments below. Lake or pond? Hottest argument debate in the comments. Whatever it is, I can't get any closer, which actually makes me wonder if I'm going to be able to walk around over the top. So, I guess we'll go this way. Ooh, is that a stagger animation? Interesting. Back onto the beaten path then. Ooh, a couple of lovely cabages coming up. Hamish. What a gorgeous little valley. The market stalls selling all our goods. What's for sale, I wonder? Let me guess. It's cabbage. There are some carrots in there as well. Oh, look, some meat. Various parts of a pig. Is that really how you store milk? That's going to go off in no time. Ugh, already has. What a bizarre way to store milk. Surely they wouldn't have just kept it in pails like that. They would have closed it over. I mean, the Romans were putting things in proper jugs, for goodness sake. For goodness sake, we thought we were so advanced. Lovely forest over there. Whole bunch more oxen, some lovely piggies. I do love a good piggy. And compared to the last playthrough we did, which had a mega population size, this does feel very quaint, doesn't it? Like an outlying village. I'm hoping to do a proper, very, very long Longplay one day, which will probably be a multi-part series, but of Longplays. Which is going to be covering the proper kingdom development. So a city like we had in the Mega Rundling. If you haven't watched that video, definitely go and check it out. The Mega Rundling at Henry Press's Claim. That's no fun. I'm busy. Lovely fields over there. Yes, anyway, as I was saying, a lovely central city, a bit like the Mega Rundling. And then on the outskirts, in the other settlements, we have supporting regions. A bit like, again, we did in the Mega Rundling, but fully developed and reliant on the central kingdom for defense and aid and all that. I think that would just be really cool. Lovely hillside of crops over there. I didn't realise they were so raised. Ooh. Apples everywhere. What a place to come for a walk, and look at that, rising out of nothing. We have the stone walls of the central keep. Against a wonderful black drop and some lovely sunshine as well. Hello, lads. Thank you for all your service in the various wars. Much appreciated and all that. You're so stoic. So proud of you, Jeffrey. Very happy to see you here. Anywho, let's squeeze in past his ox. Oh, bother, I forgot about this. Reckon that guy over there is eyeing me up with his crossbow.
Look, I belong here. It's my manor.
He's not going to let me in, is he?
And teleport.
Ugh. Ugh, that was unpleasant. Anyway, here we are in the inner keep, and look, well, pretty good job, lad. Protecting the inner keep, which I suppose I'm also not allowed in. And here we have it. Look at these ramparts. I love, look at that. Look at those archers atop the ramparts, ready to defend against anything. This is what we all wanted. When we first saw Manor Lords come out, we all excitedly started playing it. We could see the things you could build. We were all hoping for these manor-style battles. And they haven't, I don't think they've really materialized yet. I hope they will one day. I mean, the troops are pretty good. The fighting mechanics are getting there. But like I said, I think there's so much could be fixed by with this game. If they would just make the region claims directly over that region's manor. Because then the fights would have to happen in here. And look how cool it is in here. I love building inside the manor grounds as well. Look at this. This is fantastic. It's given me some wonderful ideas for some future videos as well. Stay tuned. I've got some great ideas for manors that combine other buildings inside of them. Can't wait to have a go on those. Look at this. These vegetable gardens look tiny from above, but down here, when you're actually in there, you're looking back at the manor and you've got the crossbowmen protecting the ramparts and you've got the vegetable gardens out here. It just feels right. I think the empty manor grounds, and we do these massive builds with massive walls, it just feels wrong that there's nothing in there. I'm so happy we can build stuff inside now. I really hope it's not just a bug that we can do that. And there are bugs, don't get me wrong. I can't think of any right now, but there are bugs. So, you know, I'm sure they'll get there. And yes, the entombed people would be nice to not have. But let's actually go and look inside the manor proper. One more quick teleport. Oh, that was unpleasant. Again. So, hang on, I've reloaded the save and all you are on the floor now. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're standing in a perfect line, but you're in the wrong place. And some of you... Oh, no. Some of you are in the wall. I'm afraid there's no cure for that at the moment. Not that I know of. At least some of you are still up there, and you've got to see what you look like from the outskirts. The tower looks quite magnificent as well when you're at this scale. And all the manor... Can I go up the stairs yet? Is that a thing I could do? No. They're ethereal stairs, obviously. Halberdiers. Ah, my precious retinue. You've done me proud. 5 of you standing against the odds, leading our men. I really love the inside of this keep. This is definitely my favourite one we've done so far. Right, back to the outskirts. Now, I would quite like to go and see what it looks like from up atop the hill, because I think that's going to give us a really cool vantage point. Just a couple of lads stood over there for no reason. It would have been nice to continue this long play, but alas, we can't. Maybe, just maybe, if the game gets fixed, we'll revisit it. Let me know in the comments below if you want me to come and finish it another time. Whoa! Got too close to the wall. I wonder what those white lines are. Problems. That's what I think they are. Problems. Bit of construction going on down here. Is this your building project? Lucinda? Oh, sorry, you're not Lucinda, are you? You're Magnificent Marge. Magnificent Marge! Are you foreman? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you... Are we...
Don't say it. We're out of tea. So the builders can't work? Oh, the humanities.
Oh, gorgeous blossom on the trees over there. Let's go check those out. Oh, is it going to rain? Didn't bring my poncho with me. Blast.
Ooh, it looks pretty.
Very happy with what I'm seeing. Oh, a bit of sunshine again. Don't rain on me. I'm a bit gutted we never got to plant that massive orchard out that way, but we discovered why, and that's because everyone is stuck inside the walls of the manor who lives there. Now, this would be somewhere to live, wouldn't it? Look at the view you have. You can see the fields, the orchards, the town, the manor, resplendent in all its glory. You're so lucky, such lucky people, here with your chickens and your orchards that are growing. Are you one of the lucky people that lives here, sir? You're just, oh dear, just very unhappy he has to walk all the way down the hill for water. Some people are so ungrateful. Ooh, let's go even higher.
I mean, I do remember what I've built, but it's just different experience coming from this level. Whoa, I'm so fast going backwards uphill. What a skill. My calves must be enormous. Ooh, cha, cha, ooh, cha, ooh, yeah. Wow. For a small region, it does look very, very pretty. Typical T is quite happy with how it has come together. Let's even go a little bit further up the hill to my favourite picnic spot, where I like to gaze upon my realm. Quick, no, let's go backwards again. Oh no, ooh, saving complete, good, and ooh-cha, 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 ooh, 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 ooh. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have that tree cut down for Christmas. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed this magnificent long play we've been through. And you enjoyed the little castle we built over there. I certainly did. It's been great fun. That's it for today, folks. If you've enjoyed this video, then please let me know by commenting down below with your feedback and suggestions. A like, hype and sub go a long way towards helping the channel grow. A huge thank you to my members. Your direct support is invaluable. You're the reason I can keep the channel growing. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video and maybe become a member to gain early access. But enough of all that. I've been Typical T, and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio!